and co-powered by Spark Capital and Bennett University. The entire event is conceptualized and executed by ET Edge. Well, my name is Kavya R. Chavali, and back in the morning, just looking at the color of my dress, somebody reminded me that it's a very special day today. But I realized that all of you are here, not just on time, but in time. That means you literally love what you do and do what you love. So thank you so much as well for joining us on the day 2 of the Global Business Summit. And here we are, because the kind of conversations that we're about to steer inside this hall, they truly designed around one central idea as to how institutions, industries, and individuals respond to structural disruption. I also see a lot of familiar faces over here, a lot of industry leaders who have joined us, and that's the entire plan for the day, to hear from the very minds inside this hall, the very ones who are shaping the landscape and the trajectory of India. Now, that being said, we all know that we are no longer in a phase of incremental adjustment. We're actually witnessing deep rewiring of supply chains, as well as that of capital allocation, of technology, architectures, and even that of human identity. Now, India's rise today is not accidental. It, in fact, is occurring in the middle of global volatility and not outside it, which is why the transformation will be an underlying theme of the entire agenda for the day 2 of the Global Business Summit. Well, that being said, this morning, we're truly delighted to have the august presence of a leader who stands at the intersection of reforms, responsibility, and most importantly, results. We all know that India's economic story today is increasingly intertwined with technology sovereignty and industrial ambition. And today's address, in fact, in the form of our guest of honor who's joined us today, will offer insight into how commerce, industry, and digital policy are converging to create a future-ready India. The guest of honor's address will also examine how government and private enterprise can collaborate to accelerate innovation and also outline the priorities that will define India's competitiveness over the next decade. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we are truly honored to have the presence of Shri Jitan Prasada, Union Minister of State for Commerce and Industry and Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. So please put your hands together to help me welcome on stage the very leader who's about to shape the entire trajectory for us, and I think that deserves a louder round of applause because we're all set for the guest of honor's address.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all assembled in this hall. I believe Mr. Vineet Jain, the Managing Director, is going to be joining us soon, and all the leading lights in this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that I have got this opportunity to talk to you on this Global Business Summit organized by the Times Group. It's been so prestigious with none other than the Prime Minister having addressed this very global summit yesterday evening. In fact, it is a privilege for me to be here again, to be with you, and I can tell you, I have the responsibility of two, defining issues that are charting out the course of the Indian trajectory. One is technology, and the other is trade. So this is a really fortunate moment for me, where I can call this a defining moment in India's history, where in both sectors of technology and trade, India is making huge, great strides. And as far as the technology transformation that's happening around us, I can start and begin with telling you that how we've seen India emerging as the skill capital of the world as far as technology is concerned. We call ourselves the talent capital of the world as well. And some time back, I was on a function like this with Mr. Satya Nadella of Microsoft. And he had taken over as CEO of Microsoft in 2014. And I was having a conversation with him, and I said, from 2014 to 2024, in 10 years, the Microsoft share has gone up from $40 to $450. And likewise also in India, from Prime Minister Modi taking charge in 2014, and by 24, the brand value of India has gone 100 times. So both of you have a very great trajectory. And that's how India is progressing, where, across the world, India is being viewed as that major destination which is charting out the course of technology. And you're also going to be witnessing the AI summit in the next couple of days, which I'll talk about later. But as far as technology goes, we talk about a trinity called Jam Trinity. And Jam Trinity means J for Jan Dhan accounts, A for Aadhaar, the largest digital identity in the world, and M for mobiles, and over 1 billion mobile a quality that we have delivered for our citizens. And through these technology initiatives with the sole vision of the Prime Minister, who has driven these, we've seen inclusion happening. And, you can talk about bank accounts if you want, it's a very simple thing when you talk about it. But when the subsidies go to the direct bank accounts without any leakages, that transforms the way India is moving ahead. It brings in transparency. It brings in that the intended beneficiaries getting the benefits of the government. The policies and programs are reaching the last mile. We talk about the digital identity. Aadhaar is such a big thing, where no other country, in fact, the developed countries, some of them are wanting to know how we've gone ahead with Aadhaar. And as far as mobile connectivity and internet connections are concerned, there again, India has taken it to a new level, to the last mile. We couldn't even believe it that now everybody has a mobile. But with this technology and this internet and mobile connections come the challenge of cybersecurity and cyber threats. And I can assure you from this platform and on behalf of the government that the government is on top of it. The cyber threats are a challenge, and it's an evolving challenge. It's boundaryless, it's faceless. It's not only contained to India. We partner with different countries across the world to ensure that we exchange information so that we are on top of those people who are looking at creating cyber frauds. So we are using the right technology, we are taking the right steps in the right time so that we are on top of it, because otherwise it's always you're trying to catch up. Something you can, as far as cyber world goes, you come up with a solution, but the other people come up with something better. Then again you have to catch up with them. So as far as cyber security and cyber threats are concerned, I can assure you, India is taking all possible steps to protect the data and the safety of our citizens. We are ensuring that no minimum cyber crimes are happening. For that, we are going in from the grassroots level for digital literacy, digital hygiene, education in the curriculum, teaching our young and our future what the threats involved with. It looks very nice for a kid to get a mobile phone and an internet connection so that he's on social media. But with that, a lot of challenges come. Apart from the cyber threats that are there for this vulnerable population, it also has social issues. And one big step that the Prime Minister has taken, and which I can say is such a bold decision, is banning online money games, which no one has been able to do, and is such a big thing that the government has taken and has saved lives of millions and millions of people whose households, whose lives and whose monetary conditions were just going waste because of the money and the gambling that was happening online. We haven't banned games. We haven't banned online games. We banned online gambling, online money games. And that is the biggest challenge that was eroding the sections of our society. And now, as far as other technology initiatives are concerned, we've gone ahead with a lot of PLI schemes incentivizing electronic components manufacturing. That's taken a new level. And why we are doing that is because the Prime Minister's vision of making India self-reliant, Atmanirbhar Bharat. We want those technologies and those products which India is very capable of manufacturing, not coming from outside. We want our own ecosystem so that we don't have to depend on any country in any fashion, because we have the capability, we have the resources, and we have a strong leadership that is giving vision and direction to ensuring that our electronic components manufacturing, which has become a part of everybody's lives, from your, for example, your CCTV cameras, starting from your homes to your roads, to your hospitals, to where we are sitting. You never know which country has got those CCTV cameras here and what's happening to that kind of information. So the government is ensuring that we have our own manufacturing within the boundaries of India, from our own domestic industry leaders who are ensuring that the government is taking in steps to incentivize electronics manufacturing, and that way it'll become a very big step to ensuring sovereignty and safety of our citizens. We are also going ahead with another path-breaking initiative, which is called the semiconductor industry, where a lot of incentives have been given. And the chip, which everyone talks about now, has become part of our lives. Your mobile phones has so many of them. The cars that we drive in have so many of them. In fact, when COVID came, what happened was, because we were so dependent on chips from outside, that flow stopped, and our car manufacturing started suffering. So they have become so critical to our lives that we have ensured the fab manufacturing, the packaging, the design, all of it, the whole ecosystem is evolving, and India is taking great strides as far as the semiconductor industry is concerned. It might be late in the day because the previous governments did not take that kind of on a priority, but I can assure you, under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's leadership, we are ensuring that the Atmanirbhar Bharat in every possible way, not just in words, but in action, because this government believes not only in talking, but walking the talk. And we will ensure sooner than later, in a rapid pace, that we are a self-reliant technology leader in the world. And the other issue that's very much talked about in every circle that we go to is about trade. And trade is one thing that is also taking shape and realigning itself to the modern challenges and the geopolitical situations, the disruptions that are happening across the world. Again, here, India is taking those bold decisions and bold steps to secure our economy, to secure our trade, to secure the future of our young and our future of our farmers, to our industry leaders, to our exporters, to our every industry possible in India. The government is on top of it. It's not about that it couldn't happen before. Yesterday, the Prime Minister outlined that it is because of the vision and a strong leadership with a long-term policy. And I can tell you, the series of free trade agreements that India has taken is truly phenomenal. It's completely unheard of. We have talked to the whole, at least 70% of the developed world, and we've got market access to these developed countries. It is a very big thing that is unfolding before us, from our latest free trade agreement negotiations with the United States of America, with the European Union, which unlocks 27 developed countries with one free trade agreement, with Australia, with New Zealand, with Oman, with Mauritius, with the EFTA bloc of Norway, Liechtenstein, Finland. Across the world, India is looking to other countries, opening up their markets, getting market access for our products, for our exporters, for our farmers, for our young, to showcase their initiatives not only within India, but to showcase across the world. Because we know we have the talent, we have the capability. And the Prime Minister's slogan is very clear: make in India, but make for the world. And now India will not settle for anything less. And you know why this is happening? And what the biggest strength of India is? It's the 1.4 billion people, that population that we used to talk earlier as far it was considered as a number. But now this 1.4 billion people, over the last 10 years, I can say for sure, has become an aspirational India. They are willing to spend. They want quality products. They are willing to travel. Every household, and it's not about cities like Mumbai, Delhi. It's about the rural areas where India resides. Those people have come alive, and they are the biggest strength and the biggest market that India has to offer. And that's why the world is looking at India and talking to us. And we talk to the developed world on an equal footing because of those 1.4 billion market that India has to offer. And that market is not ready for any second-rate treatment. It's not ready for any quality, low-quality products that are going to be dumped onto them. They want the best. The government will ensure that the people and the citizens of India will get the best quality products worldwide. Those days have gone, where in India we used to say, this is export quality. That means second-grade quality is for us, and export quality was for outside for the world. That India is over. This is a new India under Prime Minister Modi, and we will get the best for every citizen of our country and keep their interests in mind at every possible way, be it our young, be it our farmers, because a lot of misinformation is being done by the opposition to blur the picture and this great stride that the government and the country is taking. There is a pushback from and the false information which the opposition is trying to muddy the waters and give a wrong picture. I can assure you on behalf of the government that under Prime Minister Modi, no interest of any citizen, anyone in this country will be compromised as far as our trade deals are concerned. I can say that with certainty, that our farmers have been protected in every possible way. We are ensuring, as times are changing, that they are getting more opportunity, more market access. At least 65 to 75% of the world markets are open for our farmers to export their products, to take India to newer heights. Our MSMEs, they are going to be the real torch bearers, because now the markets are open. The only thing now India has to gear up, the government has done as far as policies are concerned. Now the industry and people like you have to ensure that we reap the benefits of these free trade agreements that have been just done. And we capture the markets across the world, because Indian products are the finest. We are also ensuring as part of the government that there is no compromise on quality. International standards, top quality products from India. Because if one low quality product goes, it derails the image and the brand of India for a long time. So we have to ensure that our trust, that the world is looking at India and talking to us, because they trust India. They believe in India, they believe in the people of India, they believe in the products of India, they believe in the produce of India. That's why the world is talking to us. This transition has happened. Earlier, no one used to talk to us. But now this evolving scene that we've seen in India, the world is talking to us. And you've seen it across in the last couple of years how the whole world descends into India. I can tell you, as far as the government goes, this is the third tenure of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. In a world where there is disruption, in a world where there is uncertainty, there are some places where there are wars happening, some places where the government's changing, some places there is the economy is suffering. It is a big achievement and a very big feat. The people of India have given a mandate to Prime Minister Modi for the third consecutive time. It's not an easy thing. A country like India, so diverse, so many cultures, so many issues across India. But in spite of that, the third term is truly historic. And after the third term, the state elections that have happened, again we've got the mandate, be it Delhi, be it Haryana, be it Mumbai, Maharashtra, be it Madhya Pradesh, be it Bihar. This again, not that I'm trying to tap myself on my back and say that we've done a very great job. But when there is stability like there is today in India, where there is the will of the people and the mandate of the people with the government, it gives the confidence to the government to take bold decisions. It gives the leverage to the government to think of long-term policies. This government, because of its mandate, when the people support and continuity and stability, is able to think about 2047 Atmanirbhar Bharat. It's not looking at what will happen 2 years down the line. It's not looking how we are going to form a government in 3 years from now. It's not looking how you are going to win at the state election. It's looking at ensuring that our long-term policies, long-term decisions, stable direction vision, everything, intent is so important so that our young, our achievers, our researchers, our innovators, who will take the shoulder the responsibility in years to come, in 10, 15, 20 years, what steps that have been taken today, they will bear the fruits and take India to the new level and the dream of 2047 of making India a developed nation. That's how we are going to achieve it. And that's where that comes from the government's stability and policies. And above all, like I told you, the confidence to take decisions comes with the mandate of the people. It comes from the support of the people. When the people are standing behind the leader, then the leader gets the initiative to take bold decisions, and what we are doing today. And that is what we are doing today, taking bold decisions which couldn't even been dreamt of earlier. Only now, from next week onwards, you will see the AI Impact Summit. The AI Impact Summit is going to be like, we say in Prayagraj, the Mahakumbh, where so many people congregate for the holy dip. I can't tell you about the same number of people, but I assure you this AI Impact Summit will be the Mahakumbh for artificial intelligence and technology भारत की धरती पे ये महाकुंभ AI का होने वाला है. आप अपनी आंखों से देखिएगा. It is going to be truly historic, the biggest ever the world has seen. Around 20 heads of states, around 40 to 45 ministers and deputy prime ministers, the best of technology and industry leaders congregating in India. Why this is happening? Because they see a new India, they see our opportunity in India, they see that 1.4 billion market, they see our young and our researchers, our technology capability. That is why the whole world is arriving in India, and next week you will see that unfold, the AI Impact Summit. And why has it been called Impact Summit? Because AI, a lot of talk has been done, a lot of people understand what AI is and what it's going to do in our future. But a lot of people don't. They say, AI ho kya raha hai? AI impact has been kept with the sole intent that not only about talking about AI, but the people should see the impact of what AI can do to change people's lives, to improve productivity, to change their level of income, from a farmer who can increase his produce, who can do better agriculture cultivation, to an educator who can teach better, from students who can learn better, to our healthcare, where new technologies and AI can do away with unnecessary things. They can get better healthcare facilities and better treatment. So as far as healthcare, education, agriculture, climate change, smart cities, that's what AI is going to unfold. And eventually, like a mobile phone has reached everybody's hand, from a person in Delhi to a person in a village, AI is going to be entering our lives, and we will not be able to do away with it. Everybody has to be, in some way or the other, be using AI or benefiting from it. So the time has come now to adapt it, see the benefits, come to know about the challenges, beware of the threats of AI. Everything has good and bad. As long as you know what the pitfalls are, we are on top of it. So this Impact Summit, Prime Minister believes, is not only for a few. It's about democratizing technology. It's about access to technology. India is being, under Prime Minister Modi, that voice of the world called the Global South, where there have been earlier digital divides and a section of people who have got technology and used it for their growth, and some people got left behind. But India today, under Prime Minister Modi, is the voice of the Global South, and ensuring that when this AI technology and diffusion is happening, it should be for all. And in fact, it should be bottom up. People who are the least privileged should benefit from this technology. It should change their lives. It should change their standard of living. It should increase their income. It should increase their productivity first before anybody else. And India is ensuring that we will be the voice of the Global South. And this summit the outcomes of this will be seen to one and all, not only in India, but across the world. So I can tell you that we are very well placed as far as tech and trade. My time up? So you know what happens? When I joined politics, I used to speak very less. But as long as my career went, now the length of my speech is just increasing. So with those words, I conclude and I say that the future lies now with all of us. It's not only about the government, it's the government, the policymakers, the stakeholders, and above all, our young, who are the brightest mind in the future of this country. We all have to collaborate together, and we can ensure that tech and trade, the two weapons that India has, will take it to greater heights. With a strong leader like Prime Minister Modi, nothing can stop us now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri Jitin Prasadaji. In fact, can we have a dynamic round of applause for that dynamic start? Those incredible words, because he didn't just speak about policy, he also spoke about direction, and it's incredible to see that kind of continued commitment to shaping India's growth story. With that, let's march ahead. As you all know, when we look at the agenda as well, we're going back to back. We have packed sessions. But that being said, we'll get to actually hear from the very leaders, because the focus is not just as to where the world is headed, but most importantly, how can India shape that direction? And throughout the day, we also encourage you to keep your questions coming. I'm going to give a quick heads up to my team to start with the stage arrangement so that we can also invite our set of panelists on stage. Let me also inform you that throughout the day, as much as your attention will be towards this side of the stage, we'll also have a lot of our colleagues buzzing around, because there will be room for a lot of discussions, a lot of networking, all that happening right here inside. So just hold on to that. But we will continue gathering our leaders here. We'll continue gathering all that insights and more. With that, let me take a minute to also set the tone, because we are also busy giving a quick makeover to the stage before I invite our leaders. Now, we all know that while we're talking about the techade or the next decade, we all know that it'll reward clarity more than ambition, and that's why India's CEOs are operating in an environment where global capital is cautious, supply chain is fluid, and technology cycles are accelerating. Now, we all know that growth, when we look at growth per se, it requires disciplined scale, and speed without judgment can destroy value as quickly as it creates. Now, these are the concepts that we're already aware of. But let's actually get to hear from the very leaders, because by 2030, if that's the benchmark, by 2030, what will signal that India has moved from a cost competitive to capability led? If that's a question on our minds, then let's actually bring together a conversation that is all about leadership, which is not reactive, but anticipatory. It is about frameworks that truly endure volatility, and it is also about strategy that integrates scale with sustainability. So with that, we're about to go ahead and invite our distinguished panel on stage. And this session, in fact, as you often say, to get the right answers, one needs to ask the right questions, which is why we're in the able hands of Sumita Karir, Deputy News Editor, ET Now. So Sumita, firstly, I'd like to invite you on stage so that you and I can go ahead and invite your panelists. Can we have a round of cheer, because she's responsible in extracting all the relevant perspectives from the leaders. Thank you, Sumita, for joining us. We got a very nice fanfare for you as well. Much. But with that, let me go ahead and invite our leaders as well. First up, I'd like to please invite Dr. Sandeep Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, L&T Semiconductor Technologies Limited. I'd like to further invite Shrihas Tambe, CEO and Managing Director, Biocon Biologics. Sanjay Jain, Group Chief Executive Officer, PDS Limited. Suhas Donti, President and Chief Executive Officer, MV Group. And Yashpal Sharma, Chairman and Managing Director, Skyways Group. We would love to have the applause louder than the music as well. Come on, let's hear it for the leaders, and then let's hear it from the leaders. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Jan, for taking the time out and being here with us at the GBS as part of this panel. And we're looking to very interesting insights from all of your sectors. These are very different sectors that you all operate in. So let me begin with you first, Dr. Sandeep Kumar. You're in the business of semiconductors. This is something that has undergone massive change. The government's policy towards semiconductors and sort of manufacturing semiconductors here in India has seen a massive change, even as we're seeing global disruptions happen in the space of geoeconomics, and of course semiconductors are a huge part of that. Give us an understanding of really how do you see this sort of a disruption shaping up, and where do you see India's role playing out? Because we have two powerhouses, the US and China, who are very, very aggressive in this domain.
So I think COVID made everybody aware of semiconductors. The supply chain disruption caused people, even cars could not be purchased, big companies, big businesses, and now even common people know what is a semiconductor. It's been around for a while. It started back in the 80s, and at this point, I think India's move is just the tip of an iceberg. There is a lot more to do. But you have to start somewhere. So the government incentives, which are the best, actually globally, nobody gives 75% capital expenditure, 50 plus the states. That has jump-started the manufacturing. But there is an element that has to get now started, which is what will you make in those factories? And so there has to be and the government understands that, and they're pushing, so that is the next thing. What are the products that you will make in those factories? And that push is coming, and I think that push, if you think about it, whatever is in the manufacturing, the products actually generate 3x the revenue. Because something that is made, you sell it. So that is an even bigger push, and we will change. This is a long journey, but we will get there.
Absolutely. This is a long journey, and a start has been made, and we are doing rather well, especially in terms of the kind of investments that we've invited Dr. Sandeep Kumar. Let me come to you, Mr. Shreyas Tambe. When we talk about manufacturing, how can India gain competitiveness? Because the initial aim of the government was to essentially make sure that manufacturing is 25% of the GDP, but its share actually has decreased by 1% or so.
First up, good morning to everyone. Thank you for having me on the panel. What an inspiring speech by the Honorable Minister this morning. The confidence, the emphasis on supporting India's future growth is so very encouraging for the industry. So your question in terms of how do we focus on becoming the manufacturing capital of the world, if I can rephrase or paraphrase your question, I think there's been tremendous progress that we've made in the last decade or more in terms of how India has moved forward. The three main things that I would say that are very critical for any country to progress is policy stability. And we heard the Honorable Minister talk about it, and we've seen that's been very, very helpful in terms of how things have progressed, because that allows capital to make steady investments in any country. That's one of the first steps. But after that, the next important step is to actually talk about getting the right technology, because you can keep making product, but it can become obsolete very quickly. And we just heard my fellow panelists talk about how next-gen technology is coming in, and that's coming in because you got policy stability, and then you moved forward to making technology investments. No different than in the biopharma industry where I come from, where investments have moved forward with the intent of moving from cost leadership. India has always been known as the pharmacy of the world, right? And we've moved from that to saying, how can we become the capability leader overall in that space? So move that needle from being a cost leader to a capability leader, and that requires that investments not in scale alone, you talked about manufacturing, but in advanced technology and kitting people, which is what is about Skill India, which is about making sure that you have the talent that can apply the technology with the policy stability that you've got and connect these dots. My sense is I'm quite bullish in terms of how this is progressing. We've made investments of over 10,000 crores in the last decade, just in manufacturing and in India, to see that India becomes not just the manufacturing capital for biopharmaceuticals, but actually becomes known as the knowledge capital and the innovation capital as we evolve from just being about scale and cost arbitrage to actually becoming more innovation and knowledge leadership in the world.
Absolutely, Mr. Tambe. You talk about investments, you talk about skilling. So let me ask you a follow-up question, and then I'll come to the rest of the panelists. When you talk about investments, while the recent union budget, if you see, we've seen a capex push, right? I mean, it's crossed 12 lakh crores, and we've seen a capex push by the government consistently over the past many years, especially after COVID. But why is it that private capex remains still muted? I mean, there is investments that's coming in from very, very limited number of sectors, but overall, corporates are still feeling, the private sector is still sort of feeling hesitant. Why do you think that is so?
I mean, from an industry perspective, we want everything yesterday, and we want it to move faster, which is good. I mean, to push pace is the right thing. But I do want to compliment the finance minister, not just for presenting it for the 9th successive time, but the union budget actually does outline and recognize the fact that India is past just the communicable diseases that we used to talk about. It recognizes that India is changing. Communicable diseases are important, but non-communicable diseases are on the rise. And we need to see that that is supported and encouraged. Just before the budget, I should point out, there was an outlay of an R&D fund, R&D initiative fund of 1 lakh crores, which is very, very substantive. And the union budget actually outlined another 10,000 crores, which was under the Biopharma Shakti initiative, recognizing that the standard of care has shifted to biopharma and biologics drug rather than the older products that we used to have in the past. I think the recognition that this is happening, even though the capital outlay itself may be modest to begin with, which is 10,000 crores over 5 years, is a great beginning. I consider this as a very significant step, that the acknowledgement that something needs to be done here. And I believe that that initiative will then signal to private sector investment and industry that given that there is acknowledgement by the budget and through the budget by the government, that there will be more private sector investment coming in. And we've been talking about it, and we've actually not just talked about it, but we've walked the talk by investing 10,000 crores. And I'm sure there will be more industries and other pharmaceutical companies encouraged to invest in India.
Absolutely, and that's very critical, Mr. Tambe, because when we talk about, the government's vision of a Viksit Bharat by 2047, the private sector has a huge role to play. Government can be a facilitator, but of course the private sector has to step in and has to step on the gas. Let me come to you, Mr. Sanjay Jain. Tell us a bit about your company and what are your thoughts on why private investment has sort of remained muted and what more can be done to sort of encourage industry leaders to come forward and contribute to this journey of a Viksit Bharat 2047.
Hi, morning everyone. About PDS, we are a global fashion infrastructure company. Typically, any apparel exporter would have a manufacturing in a low-cost part of the world and then would be exporting into the Western world. That's a traditional model. We believed that there is manufacturing in various parts of the world. Let's build a platform on top of it, which is agnostic to one particular location, can from time to time source from any location like India, Bangladesh, China, and so on. And I think my colleague just said that any private sector would wish to have things happen yesterday, and therefore really have a long gestation converted to a very low payback period. But having said that, I think what prevents us at times from going slow on CapEx is, are we reasonably sure about the policy framework to sustain? The FTAs have got signed. The Honorable Minister said that 70% of the world market is open to the Indian companies. And we want this phenomena to continue. We want the ease of implementation to continue. That is number one. Number two is that, in India, while in my sector, apparel, we invested into a factory in Tirupur, Knit Gallery, and we really want to scale it up. But while the textile parks have been announced, the PLI schemes have been announced, but right now the absenteeism of labor in India is 15 to 20%, While if I go to Bangladesh or a neighboring nation, it is just about 3%, 5%. So therefore, we will come forward and invest more when we find that there are initiatives beyond policies, there are initiatives beyond textile parks, but also now there is skill development being imparted. I think that is being done. So therefore, what could have prevented yesterday from doing it, today that initiative is very much being taken as well. So I believe if any observation is there that the private sector has refrained from or gone slow, I don't think there is any other reason. Lastly, and very importantly, the Honorable Minister said in the morning that it's up to 2047 that India is looking at Make in India and Make for the World. That's about 25-year journey more to go. And therefore, we need patient capital. Putting in capex is fine, but that capex generating revenue, that capex generating cash takes a lot of time. Today, there is patient capital available as well. I think the combination of policy stability, combination of infrastructure being stabilized, combination of labor skill being imparted, and finally and most importantly, while this 1, 2, 3 may have a delay, if there is a patient capital supporting all of this, I don't think there is anything going to prevent private sector from investing further.
All right, so patient capital is one of the asks of the industry, and it's been there for a very long period of time. In fact, if you see startups, Mr. Jain, while they have continued to get funded, however, investors have become rather cautious whenever it is coming to deploying capital. Let me come to you, Mr. Suhas Donti. You are the President and Chief Executive Officer of the MV Group. Kindly introduce a bit about your company and also give us a perspective on the FTA aspect that has been spoken about. Of course, yesterday we did hear the Minister speak about the fact that how this is going to sort of lead convergences between Indian and global businesses. How do you really see that opportunity unlock? Because as of now, we have signed at least 5 to 6 FTAs, and several of them are in the works.
Absolutely. Thank you for this opportunity and having me here on the stage. I'm representing MV. We are India's one of the largest solar PV module and solar cell manufacturing company, an integrated player. Just getting to your question of how this FTA is really going to impact is, today we're talking about manufacturing being a core of Indian economy, and what we need to understand is we're not competing for supplying just within India anymore, and we're also not competing with companies like us. We're not competing with companies that are within the domestic market. We're looking at a competition that is out there in the west and the eastern part of the country, and we're looking to scale up to the level of being a high quality player, right? Like the world is right now in a geopolitical realignment, and this is the right opportunity for India. And I'm very happy that as the minister said, that there is 70% of opportunity of the market open for us, and it's really important that the ecosystem in India is also gearing up for that. And I think you asked the right questions of what is stopping the manufacturing from the private sector to grow further. And I think it's really important to recognize that if we need to compete in the world on a global scale, right now there is no doubt that India can do it. Everyone accepts it, everyone appreciates it, and everyone is looking for this alternative supply from India that we can give. And now what people are looking for is more in terms of, can we compete in that depth of value chain in each product that we can, and can we offer the width of offerings that we can offer. And for that, I think for that leadership today, we need to have the ecosystem of technology coming in, the depth of manufacturing value chain, not just packaging, not just the surface level manufacturing. We need to get into the backward integrating of this supply chain, and that is going to be very important for India to move to the next level and to be a global leader and an exporter and the house of where all the products are coming from.
Absolutely. In fact, that is going to be critical. Let me come to you, Mr. Yashpal Sharma. You're the Managing Director and Chairman of the Skyways Group. You operate within the segment of logistics. So let me get in your thoughts, your opening thoughts on this session on building cost competitiveness via manufacturing, and especially how are you sort of looking at maximizing and capitalizing on the FTA opportunity that the government is sort of providing?
So I'm going to just change a little bit of perspective here on this discussion. The beauty of logistics is that we get to see every industry in the world, and we are a truly global industry. So what we just don't get to see every industry of the world, we get to see what each industry is doing in every part of the world. So what I would, while we've been talking a lot about making India the factory of the world, the innovative side, the consumption side, I think the big opportunity for India and the future is making India the quick commerce factory of the world. We have to look at the consumer of tomorrow, not just look at a consumer of yesterday or today. The consumer of tomorrow wants the goods customized. They want the goods delivered as in yesterday. Two clear needs that you have, the customers of tomorrow. We need to create F2C, factory to consumer. That's the model that I believe India must invest in. India has the population. India, when you talked about the Indian manufacturing being at a smaller level than the 25% target, the Indian MSME sector is a very, very large sector. And we, as much as we want to promote PLIs and the other initiatives to large manufacturing, I think the real strength of India lies in the MSME sector. And how we will connect this MSME sector to every consumer in the world. There are 8 billion plus people around the world. When I talk about F2C, you have to think today from a very global perspective, and logistics makes it happen. It can today, if you look at the Sheins and the Temus of the world, today they did that. They created a great tech platform, and they upstreamed into the various manufacturing clusters in China, and they're today delivering to every part of the world. This is what I think the India story should be, the quick commerce factory to the world.
I have a follow-up question to ask from you, Mr. Sharma. When you talk about quick commerce, yes, absolutely. We've seen the 10-minute delivery business spread all across. In fact, this is a major trend. However, brokerages have remained cautious as far as profitability of these companies is concerned. What is it that you see as a future trend, especially when we talk about quick commerce? Do you see more consolidation?
So quick commerce is a very large space. Currently, when we talk about quick commerce, we're largely talking of urban logistics. So
but it remains concentrated.
It does. That's why I'm saying that it is very, very focused towards the bigger cities for now. The smaller cities or the villages are still being managed by the local cyclist and a local grocery store. I clearly see a lot of consolidation happening in times ahead. New players will emerge, because there's a lot of learnings from the people who've invested in these businesses, have burnt some money, invested the money, and there will be a lot of learnings that we will be able to pick as an industry and improve upon how we can also make this business profitable in times ahead.
Right, but is this sustainable, the 10-minute delivery promise? Because we've seen from the government as well, and they've sort of, asked quick commerce companies to take off the 10-minute delivery promise.
Well, I think everything needs to come back from the consumer. If the customer demands something, and that is logistically possible, it will happen. I don't think we as an industry or in terms of governance should or can actually identify what the consumer wants. So whether it is 10, whether it is 15, whether it is 20, the consumer will ask for it, and the industries will be compelled to deliver.
Absolutely. And the 10-minute delivery trend is something that we are seeing percolate down to many other categories as well, including fashion, including Urban Company being another company that's also gotten into this business. But let me sort of switch tracks a bit and come to you again, Dr. Kumar. We were talking about the semiconductor policy of the Indian government. We've seen multiple shifts also globally. But semiconductor policy part 2, the India Semiconductor Mission part 2, is something that the industry is hoping for the government to roll out. What are your key expectations, and where should we move on from ISM 1, the India Semiconductor Mission 1, to what should be incorporated in the India Semiconductor Mission 2 for the semiconductor ecosystem to become globally competitive over a period of time?
I think I kind of answered that before in my earlier. ISM 2.0 will start looking at design products made, and this is actually a interesting observation on the investment side. when you asked the question of private investment versus public investment. Private investment is focused on returning and return to the shareholder. Public investment is focused on creating an infrastructure and jobs and economy growth. So private investment starts investing when there is stability and when there is clear indication of innovation and innovative products will actually be bought and purchased, and then the money starts flowing. So every industry, if you think about it, bio, government pushed, now lots of private investment going into it. So back to this ISM, the same thing is true here. In the first round, the focus was on quick starting the manufacturing. Second round, the focus will be on quick starting the design. And once that, of course, the first round will have to continue for many years, so it's not like one cycle got it, but over time, the private capital will flow. More and more companies will set up OSAT, more and more companies will set up fabs, the incentives will go down. Now, this ISM2 design will be the focus. And after that ecosystem is built, then the private capital will flow to take over. And one of the things we are trying to do is, when you think about design, in the semiconductor world, you are building 10,000 different chips or ICs or products. No single company can build it. Even no single company in the world builds it. So you need to create an ecosystem of hundreds of companies. Because if you are building even 100 ICs, that is a big amount for one company. NVIDIA only builds 5 or 6 chips. Intel only builds 5 or 6 chips. So so you have to create a vibrant ecosystem. I think that's what this new setup will.
Right. Dr. Kumar, that is something that the Indian government is also focusing on. We want to focus on advanced nodes. We want to focus on mature nodes as well in the semiconductor ecosystem. But you also mentioned about capital and investments. And one thing that the industry or experts or observers of the industry here in India have said is that we're not putting in enough capital. The government is not putting in enough capital as far as the India semiconductor mission is concerned, especially when compared with what the United States is putting or what China is putting.
I mean, it's mathematically it's the right comment, but India is putting in a large amount compared to what they are putting into other sectors. So to me, the government is doing the best they can. Of course, the industry will say, why don't you put in 5 times more? Because China gave 50 billion or US gave 50. But those are bigger economies and they are at a different place. Here the government every government has a certain amount of capital they can deploy. And to me, this is a significant deployment, what they have done. We can always we should do more.
Absolutely. And of course, it remains to be seen the kind of overall capex that the government essentially puts in ISM 2.0. And we do expect participation from very many companies in the semiconductor ecosystem. Let me come to you, Mr. Tambe. Mr. Tambe, you were essentially talking about manufacturing. And of course, gentlemen over here also spoke about FTAs as well. And we did hear the minister talk about FTAs and India's integration into global supply chains. What are your key expectations in terms of these FTAs? Because there are still concerns that probably we're giving out too much to the other sectors. And how soon do you think the benefits of these FTAs will start showing?
One of the things that has been again consistent in one of the most I would say tumultuous period of trade negotiations has been the fact that pharmaceuticals has stayed excluded all through, and rightfully so. So I probably that has been our least, I would say least expectation out of that negotiation, that that remains to be excluded from trade negotiations, because right to life, access to medication, access to health care should be a global right, and movement of medications across should not be restricted by trade barriers. And I think that's what we've seen happen. So we're very encouraged by how things have progressed. We also believe that that this is also a reflection of India's role and in the global healthcare, overall economy. Because if you were to, and I just say this in a lighter way and hypothetically, if you were to turn off the innovation tap today, you would probably be left with the standard of care in treatments as it stands today. Okay? But if you were to turn the tap off on generics or the biosimilars that India does, then you would have 80% of the planet's health at risk. That's the impact that these products have on the health of the planet. So the implications are massive, and India is the leader in this space. We've done this since the 80s. The generics industry is a pride of the country. I mean, what they've done, what the generics industry has done for the world, has created a very, very clear image of India as the capital of the world for pharmaceutical, particularly generic pharmaceuticals. The need is to now transition that, and to a comment of my fellow panelist on logistics, today we ship a large volume of products from an export standpoint. What we need to see is that we shift that from a volume export to a value export. And that's the transition, that's the evolution, that is where we are at that cusp, where India is waiting to move forward to becoming that leading nation, Vikasit Bharat, as the Prime Minister has called it.
Right, Mr. Tambe. Mr. Jain, we talk about a Viksit Bharat and, of course, competing with the rest of the economies and becoming one of the fastest growing economies from here on. But quality control is also going to be important, and especially matters in all industries, right? I mean, yesterday the speakers, of course, were talking about the fact that India really needs to sort of make sure that quality is top-notch, even as we increase our export potential and, of course, tie-ups with other countries.
Yeah, I think quality control is not a desire. It is a given of doing business. And if I talk about our apparel sector, quality has traveled a lot of distance from a manual physical inspection of the finished garments to actually making sure that the percentage of defects are actually eliminated even in the design and planning stage. So how does that happen? I think two things become extremely important: scale and usage of technology. I would use the word AI now. When I say AI, is that with the usage of tools, you are able to do a predictive analysis of the expected customer behavior. As a result, you have better designs. As a result, you have better sampling, and then better cutting and better finishing. So what it means is that in the entire value chain, the technology is aiding you to ensure that there is a good control and command on the value chain. And therefore, the percentage of defects likelihood at the rear end becomes abysmally low. So it is not just about manning at the end. It is not just about putting more people at the end. It is about from the conceptualization, planning, and the end stage. Quality to me also is not just product quality. Quality to me is also the reliability of supplies. We talk about in apparel sector, textile parks. We're talking about availability of yarn and fiber all throughout. But I touched upon earlier the availability of labor. For example, we compete with the neighboring nations. The absenteeism of labor there is about 3%, 5%. In our factories, about 15-20%. But the government is investing into mega textile parks to see that we are making clusters available. But how is it linked to quality now again? Now the labor is there, the garment is manufactured, it takes 11 days for it to sailing in our country versus 2 or 3 days in the neighboring economies competing with us. That brings down the reliability. As a result, if there is a textile park investment, there is an infra development on the road and the port infrastructure. it improves the reliability of supplies. So therefore, as I said in the beginning, usage of technology to minimize, at the same time, investment in infra, labor, skill would improve reliability. To me, the output is quality control.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. You mentioned about, all of these pillars related to reliability, but how can labor absenteeism, that can be tackled?
It's an interesting one. I think let's first understand if I can use the word magnitude of the issue. 1.4 billion people, and still I talked about 15-18% absenteeism in Tirupur, the main hub of apparel, because there is so much competing industries where the labor could actually, go up to for employment. A small wage difference can actually make them shift. So therefore, how do you improve it? When I say mega textile park, there is a basic infra that is being taken care of in terms of the hostel facilities for the labor, in terms of the transportation facilities for the labor. Majority of the workers in the apparel sector are women. So are we investing into childcare? Are we investing into fair price shops? So therefore, if these givens are there, they tend to make the labor more sticky to the place of work. Then of course, the laws of land are ensuring that the minimum wages are being taken care of. One more important factor is, which you asked in the previous question as well. You said the private sector has been going slow on investments. I think we are getting more courage. With the 70% of world market opening up, with the infra point I addressed, we are getting more and more courage. So therefore, these basic necessities for labor to be having their hands on, we would be committing more capital to it.
Right. So as far as the textile sector is concerned, according to you, what should the government look at, especially when it comes to the textile sector, the 2-3 priorities that you hoped to be looked at?
I guess what needs to be looked at has already been looked at right now. I'm only going to request to hasten the pace of that. For example, number one, from fragmented small capacities, allow us to build large-scale capacity. For that, through the textile park infra, we will get there. Allow us to get PLI beneficiaries. So therefore, the schemes are there. We would like to make the most of it. Thirdly, allow us to avail the benefit of the infra investment that is happening. I said 11 days for a garment to sail versus 2 days, 3 days for a garment to sail in the neighboring economies. That's a lot of thing. And who is the customer for textile sector? It's a retailer, it's a brand in the Western world. They want predictability, they want reliability, not just cost. So I guess what needs to be done is already been planned. We can all debate about the pace of it, but I'm a believer that we are on the right track, and especially in India on a lighter tone, whatever you're planning, add 1 or 2 years more to that, I think then you're fine with it.
Right. Let me ask you one final follow-up question, and then we'll move on. You spoke about FTAs, you spoke about the textile sector. What do you hope, especially as far as the FTA with US is concerned, now that there have been concerns which have been raised by brokerage houses, by textile manufacturing hubs about United States FTA with Bangladesh? Have also come up with a trade deal with Bangladesh. And many say that perhaps the competitiveness that India got on account of the reduced 18% tariff, that will be wiped out because Bangladesh has a 0% tariff clause.
I think we need to read beyond the headlines. When you talk about that there is a duty-free access Bangladesh has got to US, it clearly says that for the cotton that Bangladesh manufacturer is going to import from US, the export made out of that imported cotton is only going to be duty-free access to US. So I think the footprint says it's a small bit that would get benefit of that. But having said that, I think we are probably the 4th largest garment exporting nation to US, beyond China, Vietnam, or Bangladesh, and now we are the 4th largest. We're almost at par income to duty. We can debate 1%, 1.5%. That really doesn't take competitive advantage away. But allow me to once again come back to the earlier factors that I mentioned about. I think if those things are taken care of, and the reading of fine footprint, we are even with respect to neighboring
We're in a
nations.
good zone. We're in a good zone, and of course, the government has also diversified not just to one geography, but to several other geographies as well. And we do hope that the industry will take the benefit out of all these FTAs when they come into effect. The expectation is that the UK FTA is going to come into effect this year, and the rest of them.
If you permit me,
Yes.
I will add one more point here. I think these FTAs or duties that the nations would enjoy to the customer market may keep fluctuating. Important is to build a model that is agnostic to this. Let me not park all my eggs into one basket. That, okay, India is where I'm going to set up my manufacturing, or Bangladesh is the only one, or Vietnam is the only one. I have an eye on the US market. Let me, as a private sector, invest into neighboring 3-4 markets so that I'm ready to serve the customers from any geography. B, I'm ready to absorb the shock that may come tomorrow for any nation facing extra duty or so.
Absolutely. So de-risking is the key point that you're essentially mentioning here. Suhas, I'd like your thoughts on the fact that, de-risking is critical for businesses in this era of uncertainty. If you could speak about that a bit. And also, tell us what are the biggest challenges that you foresee for a company like yourselves?
So see, absolutely. I mean, we've come a long way in our sector, right? We started manufacturing in 2006 of solar panels, where we were completely dependent on exports. So 100% of our manufacturing had to be exported because the market in India was not yet there. But as the market in India was born, there was more competition from the global manufacturers. So pretty much like for a small capacity installation of 6 gigawatt hardly, we used to pretty much import completely 98% of our PV modules or the panels that we talk, solar panels that we talk about. And today we are completely domestically manufacturing all our installations, although we have increased like 4 times in scale of the installation that's happening in the country. And this is something that is a massive stride that has happened. And, this particular sector, the way it's going, what is going to be important is the backward integration. Now, companies like us who have already started manufacturing solar cells, which is the biggest part of the value chain, where you're converting an undiffused silicon into a power-producing equipment. And that is something that we are already started doing now, further backward integrating, increasing that depth. And like my fellow panelists said, creating the cluster is very important. Ecosystem where it's not just about the manufacturing facility itself, it is the supply chain that is related to that facility, which is the strength of the global China that we talk about, because the supply chain is available. That is the supply chain that needs to be built, MSMEs that needs to be involved, our education sector or the R&D that the institutes that's going to come, right? We don't have to innovate everything. There is a lot of problems that we need to face on becoming a leader, and that is the real industry problems that needs to be addressed. So that alignment between the private sector or the industry and the education is going to be very crucial. What the policies that are there and what needs to be there to grow is the stability is something that we really appreciate, and that is something that we have seen. The focus of the government either on Atmanirbhar or the Viksit Bharat, it is quite clear, and the alignment and the path towards is also quite clear. And we really appreciate the way the global markets are opening up for India. And I think this is going to be a very inflection point for how we become a nation of... See, as a nation, we are very blessed because we are not only dependent on an export of one particular region. We have an internal consumption. That is not many countries that we are looking at are able to enjoy that today. So as that kind of a nation, we are able to take the certain shocks of geopolitical shocks or any other specific nation-related shocks. And that gives us an opportunity to scale in quality, in scale in manufacturing capability, and become the global leader that needs to be there.
Right. Let me ask you, Suhas, now, what kind of policy reforms are essentially needed in the space that you operate in for it to become globally competitive and, of course, to sort of shield from the kind of disruptions that we're seeing?
See, our sector is a completely technology, it's fast-growing technology sector. So when I say fast-growing technology, the technology that we used to have maybe like a few years back, like 4-5 years back, is not there anymore. It's already evolved. So because of the evolvement of that technology, the asset turnover needs to be quite fast.
Okay, so since you're talking about technology, Yashpal, let me ask you, how are you integrating AI into your business and the kind of efficiencies that you've been able to generate and the scope of further efficiencies that you hope to achieve via AI and the agentic AI that gets deployed?
So AI is really helping a lot of businesses to propel. And when we were talking about the quick commerce logistics piece, AI is really helping them in a very, very big way. I think before we get to AI, what is very essential for us to see is how do we rope every possible stakeholder in the business through APIs? Because while AI largely is a lot about us as an organization so far, but it is very important that the data which is flowing all through the stakeholders needs to be very, very right and very consistent. Today, in the country, I think one of the big challenges that we have around multiple businesses is this. The ropeability of each one of the stakeholder is a challenge. While initiatives like API Setu are helping, and they are taking us leaps and bounds ahead, for us to really, truly become what I said, the quick commerce factory of the world, our capability to rope our data into a centralized repository is extremely important. While we at Skyways have always remained ahead of the market, we have been investing a lot in technology, and that technology has made us the market leader, clear market leader in the country. And we've invested in a lot of data cleansing to start with, because that was really essential. We had loads and loads of data, being the largest player, but it was really essential for us to cleanse the data, bring it to a level from where we can firstly internally consume it, and then be able to API with the other stakeholders around whether it is the customer or whether it is the consumer or another stakeholder in the industry. When we were talking about, the large production houses, I again would like to come back that India is a very, very successful fragmented story. We must leverage that. We must allow large manufacturers to use more and more of what in garment industry we call fabricators. So at a very local level, there is a lot of potential. And when Sanjay speaks about it takes 9 to 11 days for a garment to get sailing, in a world where the consumer is walking somebody on the ramp or watching a new trend on Insta and orders right away and wants it as is tomorrow morning, something which is not yet manufactured. So imagine for that piece to take 11 days just to ship. Before that, there's manufacturing upstream and downstream to get to the consumer. So in today's world, we have to all think how our businesses will become faster. You were hearing about quality. Quality is quality brings the same customer back to you. Businesses are not built on new customers. Businesses are built on repeat businesses. So you get that on the back of good quality. And it's very essential that we are able to bring in that ropeability through AI, use technologies like API Setu and talk more about it. I think it's less is spoken about what success API Setu has got to India. And a lot more can be done with it, and how well we will structure the private sector into that and to customers around the world will be a game-changing story.
Absolutely, that's an important point that you've mentioned. Let me take that point up with you, Dr. Kumar. We're talking about AI. We've heard from professors, industry experts, and of course CEOs over the past 24 hours in terms of how this is going to sort of disrupt. In your ecosystem, what are the kind of disruptions that you're going to see, and what kind of work will get automated?
So, before I answer that, because it's in the AI story, there are users of AI. Everybody sitting here is a user of AI. Impact of AI is an immense increase in productivity, whatever implementation you're doing, whether it is supply chain, quality, And then there is a creator of AI, which is the software that goes underneath and the hardware that it is needed to run it. So in a way, we are the creators of AI, or companies like us. So NVIDIA is the creator of AI, Google. So we are in that space. And then we are also consumers of AI for our own manufacturing, for our own workloads that we want to optimize, our own resources. So everybody says, oh, somebody created an Agentic and suddenly the services industry had a big hiccup. So that is because it was going to replace that software services component with the Agentic. But the big impact is not over there. The big impact is in every other industry, whether it is aviation, fashion, energy. How is AI used?
Right. But what is India's strength? We're going to be seeing, the AI summit next week, and the question now is that, Anthropic, for instance, you must have also seen, it has completely disrupted the IT industry. Once again, the stocks have sort of plummeted. There's been a sea of worry on what the new tool is going to mean for IT companies. What do you think is India's strength when it comes to sort of global AI developments, and where is India placed in that?
Before you get to what is the strength, you have to understand where you are. And then you can figure out how to get there.
We're often told talent is our strength.
In this case, it's got to be different. So the problem right now, 20% of AI is based on data. 20% of the data is generated out of India. 2% of that data is stored in India. Only 0.2% of that data is monetized by Indian companies. So that is the problem statement. So now we have to figure out how to make 0.2% into 20 and 2% into 20 so that we can own and monetize and benefit from the data we generate. At least that. And then maybe we can monetize even the data others generate. But first we have to get there, right? So that is, I think, the goal of the the AI summit. In order to do that, you have to have data centers built up. You have to have sovereign AI chips that control the data, because even if the Google data center is here, the monetization is happening somewhere else. So we have to figure out how to retain that data, monetize that data, help whether we use that monetization to make it cheaper for every industry. Those are things that we have to work out. It's a journey. This is going to, but it requires just like the last push was, let's build fabs, and it created, now India is going to become a semi-nation. I think this summit is critical in putting us in that, India is going to be an AI nation. Now, whether we will take the lead or not, that's the next step. But
Mr. Tambe, what do you make of India's approach? I mean, we have largely been focused on going for a less resource-intensive model, especially when it comes to LLMs, and we want to power apps instead of what the United States and China, for instance, have taken up.
On a lighter note, just to begin with, since I'm not a tech expert, I can take some latitude with that. To Dr. Kumar's point, AI for me is all of us, which is the actual intelligence. Okay, so the actual intelligence is what will benefit from AI, which is augmented intelligence, is the way I would put it. We'll probably get to artificial at some later date. But I think one thing is very clear is that it is here to stay, and it is here to make things better or worse, depending on how you govern it. And I think there's a lot of conversation in that space, which is ongoing with experts who are looking at that. But from where we come from in the industry that we are, it's a highly regulated industry because you're dealing with human lives. We've bucketed it into two broad categories, okay? And that's productivity-related AI that you can tangibly measure, saying if I was taking 900 hours to do it, I do it in 9 hours. That's a clear benefit, tangible advantage. Do it. And I think that is a clear win. I think AI is clearly there. and it's helping us do things. It also means we will have to reskill, and the workforce will have to do something which is at a higher level of intelligence than tasks that can be delegated to a machine. Okay, if I were to simply put it. And then there is the transformational kind of AI, which is connecting dots that don't exist. I mean, I know Dr. Kumar talked about data, but data exists. I'm talking about if you're trying to put a sequence in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and let's say 2 and 4 are missing, and connecting those dots when data isn't available is transformational AI. So it builds a model out of it and says that this is how it should be, rather than telling you this is what your data tells you it is. I think that connecting that in our world for drug discovery would be massively transformational, because India can just leapfrog from trying to do that entire drug discovery, which used to take 8, 10 years, or more than 10 years and $1 billion or more, to use AI models and just leapfrog that whole space like we did with the telecom industry and went straight to 4G. So that's possible, and companies that will use AI are not going to be the ones who will be successful. But the scientists that will use those to decide what decisions to take will be the companies that will be successful.
Absolutely, and that is another level of skilling that we need to build upon. But more importantly, in the end, the key thing is to sort of monitor when it comes to AI is that AI should democratize. Whatever it is that you're building, there should be absolute democratization and should not lead to K-shaped development or concentration of resources in a few hands. On that note, gentlemen, it's time's up. I'm being signaled. Thank you very much for taking the time out. In fact, if we have time for just one question, the gentleman over here wants to talk. Please go ahead, sir. If you could please pass on a mic to him.
Excellent. Very good morning to all of you. Excellent keynotes, your presentations. Excellent. I have 2 points to say. You mentioned AI based on data. You mentioned AI based on data, and data is a value asset and is a very major cost component. Data is not free. Everyone is going to the court to save their data, image, voice, everything, to save that. AI is very expensive. One side we are talking about the affordability, how it can be. When it is very expensive, data is very expensive. Can you share your data for this? It will become a business tomorrow. Everyone say, I want to give you the data, give me some money. Now the question arises, who will fix the price? Will there be any licensing? Who will be controlling body for this pricing, the data? Who will share? I want to share my data, to whom I should contact? This is my price. So negotiation part. So there should be some restrictions, conditions, policy matters needed. Now you talk about the FTA. It's good. FTA is a very good point. Even our Commerce Minister, he also urges the Indian industries, business communities to come forward and take benefits of FTA. Now the question is, where to go? How will I come to know the benefits, or how can I export it? So some policy matter should be there, some chapter in the foreign trade policy should be there, some book should be there. These are the FTAs India had with these countries, with these organizations, so that, and what are the conditions of that, how to fulfill the condition, how to export, get benefits of that, that is very important. Because there are two issues in the FTA, third country invoice or third party invoice, and the certificate of origin is a major issue. The just last line, the EU FTA, it's very good. Professional benefit will be there, but CBAM benefit will not be there, whether it is MSME or any other industrial sector. That will be the major hurdle. We have to focus on ESG. Every Indian industry, they have to be prepared. If they want to export to EU countries, or any other countries, they have to prepare for ESG. We have to focus on that. Thank you, my regards.
Absolutely so. We take your feedback into consideration and do hope that the government is listening, even though when you talk about the CBAM issue, well, that was one sticky point as far as negotiations were concerned. But CBAM is not just restricted to India. It is applicable to everybody, and we do hope that that will also be taken into consideration sooner rather than later. But on that note, thank you very much, gentlemen. Dr. Sandeep Kumar, Mr. Shreyas Thambe, Sanjay Jain, Suhas Donti, and Yashpal Sharma. Appreciate you taking the time out. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's bring your focus back now because we're setting the stage for our next session. And that being said, it's time for a fireside chat because we now move from terrestrial leadership to extraterrestrial ambition. But that being said, all the ones who are still sort of enjoying our discussion out there, I'm going to urge you all take your seats. I know it's almost houseful, literally houseful over here, because that's the kind of leaders who are joining us. That's the kind of the strength that I see inside the hall. But let's continue the conversations. Now, we have often heard about a multidisciplinary future, but the big question is where we are talking about multi-planetary future. And oftentimes when we look at this, we also want to understand what are the governance structures that are required and how does commercial space intersect with national interest. Just quick show of hands, how many of you are keen about space exploration? Just give me a raise of hands, please. Yes? I see our session moderator, I see our speaker. Couple of hands here, yes. Some honest hands over here. Well, the others are happy here in India, happy on this planet as well. But what if I tell you the next session is all about preparing for multi-planetary future? So that being said, this particular fireside chat will explore the technological, economic, and philosophical implications of becoming an interplanetary species. Well, that being said, in fact, joining us this morning, we have with us a pioneer in space technology and satellite innovation. In fact, his work is not just about satellites, but it's about solving real-world problems. We have with us none other than Jason Held, CEO, Cybersecurity, and joining us we have the incredible Shreya Dhondial, Executive Editor, Times Now. Okay, we'll tone down the music. Let's make some space for applause as well, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's welcome Jason Held and Shreya Dhondial.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is everyone settled down? Gentlemen, if anyone needs to take a seat, please do that. Sir? All right. Dr. Hill, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for flying all the way from Australia to India for the GBS. By the time this ends, you will have spent more time on a flight than actually here in India. So a double thank you to you. And you're missing Valentine's Day. No. I believe your wife is waiting for you in Australia. You won't reach on time.
I think my wife is glad I'm here for Valentine's Day, to be honest. Yeah.
Dr. Held, again, thank you very much for your time. Dr. Held, you've spent a large part of your career thinking about how humanity goes from visiting space to actually living there. I have a more fundamental question. My fundamental question is, who gets to go? And that is something that you've been talking about as well. But before we start, first things first. We are talking about being on the cusp of an interplanetary species. I want to ask you why we need to be an interplanetary species at all. It's not like we are running out of space here on Earth. Yep. Less than 20% of Earth right now is inhabited by humans with urban build-up, infrastructure, etc. 80% is still available to us. And most of it is habitable. Why go looking for, space in Mars or Moon?
Well, I mean, the thing is we don't need to go to space to live here on Earth. That's the truth of the matter. There's an old expression that an industrialist once said to me. He said, nobody buys what they need, they buy what they want. And the reality with space is it's a $620 billion market that's doubling in the next 5 years. 5 years before, it was a $320 billion market. So the reason why we're going to space is because there's money there. There's a gold rush there. There's value there, and we can make use of that value. And the question of whether we as people, humans, go to space or not is dependent on whether it makes sense to send people to get the commercial value out of that domain. So now the question, I'm turning around your question just a little bit, is what's the value of space as opposed to why do we need to send people? And space today, the ghost of Christmas present, as I like to call it, is space is used as a critical part of our data infrastructure. Space is the data highway for the 21st century. So what do we use it for today? We use it for evaluating the land using Earth observation imagery. We use it for telecommunications. We use it for defense and defense services. We use it for manufacturing. Advanced manufacturing is about to become the next big thing, advanced manufacturing in space. And all of that value is the reason why this is such an exciting and quickly growing economic sector.
Jeff Bezos has been talking about shifting heavy industries from here on Earth, possibility to Mars. You have someone like an Elon Musk who's talking about self-sustaining cities there, etc. I want to ask you, you're telling us that, and there are a lot of people who have a background in business here, you're telling us that there is a gold rush in space. We are going to space because that is where the money is. How? Help us understand that. You're talking about an industry, you're talking about a space industry. Right now, all I see is, I see planets where you don't even have air to breathe, you don't have place to stay, you don't have food to eat, you have no traffic management, you have almost nothing there. And you're saying there's a gold rush there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the gold rush has been close to Earth for a long time, and people have been making a lot of money on it and spending a lot of money on it. For example, Johnson & Johnson is spending hundreds of millions of dollars in drug development on the International Space Station. A lot of people don't realize that because the environment in space, you can have perfect crystallization, you can make perfect products. You can make silicon chips which are 10 to 100 times faster than anything we can make here on Earth. So the value is there. The money being made today is being made in sending satellites up, not sending people. Sending this material. We got trillions of dollars worth of material already that we as people, as companies, as governments have sent up. So now you've got this very interesting interplay between the commercial value of space versus the government value of space. And it used to be, even 15 years ago, seen as primarily a business to government sector. Okay? But what changed was companies got innovative and decided to find ways to make satellites that were smaller. And it was the miniaturization of space, not the Elon Musks and the Jeff Bezos that got this whole thing started. For context, a government satellite would be about the size of a school bus, while the smallest commercial satellite where you could make money from and value from, taking pictures of the Earth or doing Internet of Things and kind of being a part of that data chain, it's roughly the size of a toaster. You know what I mean? So once it got to that size, it became VC investable. It became bootstrappable. It became startupable. So you had this massive movement of startups which have matured over the years to now you've got scale-ups and et cetera, et cetera. But to your point, what's needed, what's really happening is that value has grown so fast, faster than the infrastructure we have to manage it. So, like our company is focused on space traffic management because we see 15,000 spacecraft in orbit today, 15,000 spacecraft. And it's kind of like what air traffic control was in 1922. A lot of barnstorming out there. And because you have civil requirements out there, militaries have increasingly joined the fray. So militaries have been a part of space for decades, but now this time they're there to protect the commercial infrastructure as well as everything else. And you're seeing a dance between militaries that are further driving the need for commercial infrastructure in space. And we could go into that if you wish.
Okay, a quick follow-up question then. You've just spoken about Johnson & Johnson and given us an example about that. You are talking about how the best medicines will actually be made in space as and when. We don't know
super
when.
drugs. Super drugs.
Okay, super drugs.
Yeah.
So what we will get from space is super drugs, and that will happen sooner rather than later. I want to ask you then, in that context, what are companies like Johnson & Johnson doing with that knowledge? Are they actively looking at building infrastructure, say, on Mars? Or are they simply sitting and watching and letting other people take lead? And what about... and we are talking about these big companies that are launching rockets, right? We are talking about Blue Origin, we are talking about SpaceX, but I'm sure these are not the only two companies that can drive growth around the space industry. Who else is driving this growth?
Yeah, that's a great question, because SpaceX, what SpaceX has solved is one of the core logistical hurdles. How do you, knowing that there's value there, what is the blocker? And it's how quickly and how much volume can you move material up and down. So what SpaceX did is they said, we're going to make a rocket which is able to take lots of material up as cheaply as we can. And that's really the value of that. But sorry, the question again was?
I want to ask you, when startups are looking at the space industry right now, is it is it an open door or is it a gated community?
It's both. It's both. All right. So space is a monopolistic industry by its nature. Okay. So you've always had very large companies, big primes. From every country's got their own prime that likes to control the cash flow and make sure that new companies enter the game. And so a smaller business, a startup or an SME, their goal is to make something disruptive, just like the automotive industry, for example, just like the mining industry, for example. Mining is a good parallel to the space industry. An entry-level mine site in Australia will cost $250 million. So what do? You go to a VC, said, here's where the gold is, here's how much we need, and here's how much money we're going to make at the end of it. We'll make you $2.5 billion, here's your return. They have to convince them. Exactly the same for space. And it's a lot of companies these days are looking at manufacturing satellites that can maneuver quickly. That's the defense need. Okay, every defense right now is, every prime nation's looking at spacecraft which can maneuver and dogfight, because of the geopolitical tensions. The moment you have the requirement to that means you need to spend a lot of fuel. So now you got companies that are doing fuel depots in space, the first ones of those, and now you have the need to do mining of near areas. We're not talking about Mars bases, but now moon base starts to make sense. Now asteroid mining starts to make sense because there's trillions of dollars in material. The only reason why it hasn't happened yet is because that kind of commercial need hasn't driven it.
Can I ask you, what are the big impediments? When you see us becoming an interplanetary species, does it happen in our lifetimes? And right now, what are the big roadblocks? Fuel, you've spoken about fuel as a big roadblock, but I would imagine something as basic as oxygen would be a big roadblock as well, or no?
Oh, absolutely. Oxygen, water, food, these are all logistics problems. I would see this as a program rather than a project, because a lot of people will visualize a moon base and a Mars base and say, aha, it's not possible, we can't do. What's going to happen in practice is a gradual march towards that future because of what people want to have, is they want to have business in space and leverage the value of space. We have seen over the last 20 years a occupation of the area around Earth called low Earth orbit. That's all the small satellites, and now it's a saturated area. Now satellites are having a hard time not colliding with each other. That's why you need space traffic. And we're seeing the same thing in further out, what they call the geosynchronous belt. That's where all the government satellites tend to be, and your major telecommunication satellites, and that's starting to get busy as well. So now you're starting to see companies that are just beginning. Manufacturing on orbit to leverage some of these capabilities that we're talking about. And I've seen the first 6 companies that are trying to tackle the problem of bringing stuff down to Earth. So SpaceX, solving the problem of getting things up there. Now we're saying bringing stuff down. So how do we get to that, to a base on the moon? Well, like I said, you have needs for fuel and material. Where's this material going to come from? So now you're talking about setting up a mining site or a research base out there. That's where the Artemis Accords comes in. By the way, it's interesting. Artemis Accords, normally a U.S.-led program like that, you would say it's going to die the next time a new president comes in. It's managed to survive Republicans and Democrats over the years. This is why.
India is part of it, and which brings me to my next question.
Yeah.
So you have billionaires right now in space. You have governments in space, right? You have government-run agencies in space, and you have billionaires in the space business.
And venture capital.
And venture. But is this then, honestly, right now, just a rich boys club? And to democratize it eventually, well, it will happen eventually, but, in the long run, all of us are dead.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm a big fan of what I call the democratization of space, which means everyone from any part of this world can be a part of this industry that we love. And the challenge with space is not the fact that you got wealthy individuals and organizations, because let's face it, most of the $620 billion market, these days, a third of it is governments. Only a third is governments. That's what makes it interesting. Most of the rest of that is actually investor-driven, okay, which would be a mix of companies that invest in Elon and in Jeff Bezos and also companies like ours and hundreds of companies around the world. And every nation right now is setting up their space agency, like Singapore just last week announced a $200 million space agency. It's the same. So that democratization is happening. What we need to avoid is the natural intent for big business to monopolize and vendor lock and vertically integrate. And the only way to solve that is for governments to make, people who are the customers have to enforce the best products from the best supplier. That's the only way to do it.
Dr. Jason, the point is that, we have, of course, grown-ups in the audience, but we have young people who will probably be watching this broadcast on their television screens across India. These are young people who have seen someone like a Shubhanshu Shukla do a successful journey in space and come back. They have followed very closely the story of Sunita Williams because she honestly represents global aspiration. This is a young lady with Indian origin, goes to America, American astronaut, global crew, etc., etc. But they are looking at all of it. And they are seeing reels go viral of landings and spacecrafts taking off and thinking to themselves, can we do this? Can we go to space as well? Realistically. What would your answer be to that question?
Sunita was one of my heroes too. I wanted to go to space. I never made it. I did get to fly in parabolic flights. So these are like aircraft that can simulate zero gravity for about 30 seconds at a time, floating around with my own products. You could definitely do that. The cost of that has been democratized to about the cost of a business class ticket these days. So you could experience that. One of the problems we've had as an industry, in the space industry, stems from our history of being this very kind of special thing, an elitist thing. We need to divorce ourselves from this. We put an astronaut on a pedestal, and when you get to know them, they're people like us. They got their own problems and lives and hopes and dreams, and they all retire and move to New Zealand to start a vineyard. It's kind of just like the rest of us. But the opportunity for young people these days is in entrepreneurialism for space, for sure. Flying in space yourself can happen in time, just like the moon base and the Mars base. It's the inevitable march of growth of the industry, and as more material is used, then you have more need for people up there to management, just like you need people down here to manage it. I must have trained over 350 young space engineers in Australia, which 10 years ago didn't even have a space agency. The demand is there, and if you're a young person, I would say get into it anyways, because you're going to, even if you don't make it to the moon, you're going to make it somewhere for sure.
There are people in this audience who perhaps have the money. I hope all of you have the money. Who have the money and are thinking to themselves, if space is such a great market where you're going to make super drugs and where all the minerals are going to come from, it could be from anywhere, what is it that I need to know? What is it that I need to know before I wade into this business? You already have done it.
Yeah. And look, my company is unusual in that we didn't raise investment. We actually bootstrapped a space company. Can you believe it? Bootstrapped a space company. We're a little weird. You weren't cuddled by a prime or something like that. We didn't get investment. We built it from hard work and having a good product. For an investor in this room, what you need to know is you could divide the space industry into 3 different subsectors. You know, you've got the rockets, you got the satellites, and you got the operations and the data within there. So when you're looking at pitch decks, it's just like you're looking at a pitch deck from any other industry that you've looked at. And I advise a lot of startups to not sell the sex appeal of the technology, get the investor motivated about the money you're going to make. And the opportunity is fantastic. There's no excuse for a company to say, we're going to Mars, but not telling you how to get there and how to capture the customer. The other thing you need to understand is the pace of a space industry startup or SME or growth is similar to what you would see in the mining sector. There's a lot of good crossover mining investors because you hit that valley of death a few years in, you make a product, and then it takes a few more years to get that first customer, and then the snowball happens. So if you're looking to return your investment quickly, then the story is stages of investment, and that's how you do it. And it's
all right. My last question to you is an ethical one. I want to ask you, who gets to be in charge in space? Right now, you have 2 sets of people going there, right? You have government-backed astronauts, and you have the billionaire-led enterprises. And they have floated some ideas that are honestly civilizational ideas, which are great ideas, but the fate of humanity cannot be left in the hands of 3 billionaires or 4 governments. Who gets to be in charge?
I got good news and bad news for you. The bad news doesn't get better with age, right? The reality is people who have the resources are going to be part of what makes it happen. You do have regulations in space that are reasonably robust that set how people behave. Nation states these days aren't necessarily following the rules that they've agreed to over the last decades, which is part of the problem. But the thing is, I don't see an ethical issue with that. Okay. The good news is, as this grows, because it's still very dynamic, there's still room for collaboration and cooperation in space, especially things like space traffic management. Things are flying. There is no jurisdictional that one nation owns space. It's physically impossible. And if satellites collide, it creates a debris field that risks themselves as well as their adversary, potentially. So there's a natural incentive for collaboration that we need to kind of build on as part of our growth.
Dr. Held, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been a learning curve for me. Thank you so much.
Absolute
and good
pleasure.
to have you here.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you. Oh, great.
Well, on the cusp of an interplanetary species, what an incredible discussion that turned out to be. And we thoroughly loved it. So thank you so much indeed, Dr. Held, and thank you very much, Shreya. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to shift your attention towards our next segment of the program. And trust me, this is all about the health of wealth and the wealth of health. Because as we talk about healthcare per se, we know that the healthcare systems globally are strained not only by cost, but also by reactive design. And that's the reason we know that they require structured business models, measurable outcomes, and incentive alignment. And that's why they say that entrepreneurship in wellness can create distributed livelihoods while improving public health indicators. Which is why this morning or this afternoon, if you're already up there, but we do have someone who is about to join us. And our next speaker, in fact, will be talking about how prevention can move from aspiration to structured enterprise. In fact, this particular session will also explore how impact and profitability can truly align. So that being said, I'd now like to invite on stage a leader who has truly dedicated his work to integrating mind, body, and most importantly, purpose. So with that, please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. We have with us Rajesh Chandan, Chairman, Elements Wellness, India Shopping. Can we have a healthy round of applause, everyone? Mr. Rajesh Chandan.
Hi friends, I'm here to talk about the wellness industry. At the end of this session, in next 10 minutes, I'll give you a thought-provoking statistics which will help you to know whether where you are, is it at the right time, is it at the right place. Friends, before we talk about wellness, I just wanted to ask you one question. When did you take care about your health? Have you ever visited any healthcare center? Not after you got a diagnosis, not after you become sick, not after you got a warning sign. This is a general human behavior that when we are sick, that time only we go to the doctors, we go to the hospitals. This is a general behavior problem which we don't change. Friends, India's 3% of the GDP is spent on healthcare. More than 80% of it is being spent only on illness. If we can do something on that, if we can spend 20 to 30% of it towards prevention, we can save lots of dollars. Friends, India is one among the countries of the world where there's a huge youth population. More than 60% of our population is below 35. If we start prevention from the age of 25 itself, we start leading a healthy life. We do regular practices on health. We do regular exercises. We do sleep on time. We take nutraceuticals on time. At the age of 45, we don't end up in hospitals, but we end up healthy at our homes. Friends, UAE has a Ministry of State for Happiness. UK has a Ministry of State for Tolerance. Can the world leaders think on something called Global Wellness Index? Do we think over there? Friends, India has been traditionally practicing yoga and it has been exported to the world. Not because it is a trendy, not because it is inexpensive, but because it gives a huge result, right? That's the trust factor that India and Indian products are giving. Ayurveda is there from ages, but we have not capitalized on that. One fine day, when I went to a shabby store of an Ayurvedic products, I saw the products are good, the treatment is good, but it's not been packaged well. That's when I thought it has to be repackaged in a very well way. And in Elements Wellness, what we have done is we have got all these Ayurvedic products with science-backed results and made sure it reaches to the end consumer. Friends, today, as I am standing from past 14 years, we have more than 5 lakh wellness experts spreading wellness to the remotest location of Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. We are there in the smallest town of Meghalaya. We are there in the smallest town of Tripura, spreading wellness across. Our motto is prevention is always better than cure. People can cure diseases, but if we can prevent at an early age, a person at the age of 25 will not reach to the hospital at the age of 45. Friends, at Element Wellness, we are always making products to make sure it reaches to the end in a better way. Our wellness experts spread the message to their neighbors, to their friends, and make sure that they lead a healthier and a happier life. Friends, the best time to prevent sickness was actually yesterday. The second best time is today. It is not about whether we are having a wealthier life. It is all about whether we are having a healthier life or we talking about the $10 trillion economy or are we talking about the $10 trillion healthy economy. It is all in your hands. If we start practicing yoga, if we start practicing Ayurveda, if we start believing in Indian products, we'll always have a healthier India, a wealthier India, a healthier globe, and a wealthier globe. With this, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again, sir, because, oftentimes in the kind of life that we are juggling, a reminder about staying healthy, because oftentimes we feel it's a survival of the fittest. We go back to the age-old saying, but these days it's more about survival of the fastest. So thank you again for bringing us back and giving us that reality check on staying healthy, staying fit in order to achieve our goals, and most importantly, to achieve it as a nation as well. With that, let's move ahead. As you noticed, we're going back to back with the sessions, back to back with hearing from the leaders. And that being said, our next session is all about how the technology, while we call it advanced, humanity, however, continues to remain ancient, but neither is optional, right? Which is why we have someone who's about to join us and share with us how leaders could cultivate empathy in an AI-driven workplace. In fact, this particular session challenges the idea that progress is purely technical, because this session argues that sustainable transformation requires human depth alongside technological sophistication. And joining us is someone who stands at the intersection of technology and transformation. We have with us Kunal Dalal, who is the Agentic leadership strategist, AI parentologist, and he's about to join us to take us through this incredible journey. So I'd like to please invite our next speaker. We have with us Mr. Kunal Dalal. Well, he's all mic'd up, but if you're all set, let's have a round of cheer as well to welcome our next speaker, Kunal Dalal. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello. I have one of these, so I'll walk around. Thank you all for being here. My name is Kunal Dalal. I'm coming all the way from Los Angeles, and so I had a quick time shift there. So let me start by sharing AI parentology. What does that even mean? It's something that came, someone actually called me an AI parentologist one time. I started my journey with AI as a father of a young child, and what really struck me was not AI's capabilities in terms of making me more efficient or giving me answers to questions, but rather what really struck me was how AI was a conduit for connection between me and my son. And so these are my publications right now. I published my first edition of the AI Parent in March of 2023, now in the third edition, which just released in October, Our Incredible Fragile Moment. And if you're interested, I'll happily explain what that cover is for. It was a very intentional cover. My journey in my current work in AI spans two, we can call them verticals. One of them is actual parents. So this is in Long Beach, California, outside of Los Angeles, where I have, I'll say it's been a few months since I've had my last one, but we call these lighthouse home events. We want to call homes that feel like they want to speak to AI in this moment with their kids. We want to call these lighthouse homes, and we want to help other members of the community be able to talk about AI. So this is what I do. I sit on the floor. No one told me that my t-shirt was inside out, but it was inside out the whole night. We have kids playing outside. I make food, and we talk about AI. And it sounds weird, but that's what we do. We sit on the floor and we talk about AI as parents and with our children in the room. And the idea is not to figure out how AI can be efficient, how AI can help us at work, how AI is going to help our children at school. It's actually just, what does it mean for us as parents raising kids for a world we absolutely do not understand and we cannot predict? So that transitioned from going from AI and parenting to realizing that we're actually doing something a lot more than that. We are in a moment where we are actually parenting AI. AI in the public world right now, sure, it's been around for a long time, but in the public world, it's a 3-year-old toddler. It's a little baby. And we, all of us, whether we are parents, if we have kids or not, we are all parenting AI into this world. And so that's what I want. When we think about the ethical dilemmas around AI, we think about how we want to frame security and all of that. I'd offer it helps to think of it less as a technology that we have to develop, but rather a technology we have to be stewards of. We have to be stewards of this as it's coming through us. A lot of us want to be onboarded onto AI. How do we learn AI? Let me be onboarded onto AI. I would argue that we're actually onboarding AI to us. We're onboarding AI into our world. And how we do that is going to make all the difference in what AI is as we move on. This is just a quick, there is a lot of talk, and it's all important, around the increased level of misinformation, propaganda, that now has become so casually simple to create because of AI. And we have an entire generation who are captive to the digital world, who have never known news and information that is not on their screen. They've never read a newspaper. They've never read an actual physical magazine. They did not exist in a world before the digital space. And now they have to make this incredibly new world somehow understandable to them. And they have to do it through the medium of the very screen that might be telling them lies. This is obviously an important space. So where my deepest work began was with the Agentics Foundation, agentics.org. This is not the Agentics AI Foundation. That was a collaboration with OpenAI and something else. This is 2 years older. And it's the absolute core of Agentics is that we are democratizing AI. We are open sourcing all the work we do. We are helping each other, people all around the world, and we are not putting behind walls the benefits that we're seeing and what we're building. And so that has brought me into this new world now that is very exciting to me, and I think is a completely different way to think about AI. Right now, when we're thinking about AI, we think about large language models. We think about the big chatbots. We think about massive amounts of compute. We think about having to have enormous data farms. We think about all of that stuff, but I'm not convinced that that's actually where the future is. I do think they're important, but I actually think that LLMs can serve as a catalyst because it's this incredible repository of human knowledge that can help us get to whatever's next. And what I believe is next is we're actually moving to tiny LLMs. And so this is the premise of my work as I'm starting to develop this, a school called Omega School. And it is a school where students do not, they don't learn math in a traditional way, do not learn science in a traditional way. In fact, everything they learn is through learning how machines learn. And when we're talking about tiny, I actually brought a little toy here. Did I bring the toy? Is it in my pocket here somewhere? Oh yeah, it's right here. No, it's not. I thought I brought it, but maybe I left it. Oh no, it's right here. Here it is. I have a little screen right here. This one's Michelangelo. I have Donatello, Raphael, and Leonardo in my room. But this little tiny chip, which has Wi-Fi, it has Bluetooth, also has the ability to store a massive amount of data that is all based on vectors, math, and it can learn through neural spikes, through all kinds of different mathematical tools, which I won't get into right now. But this method, which is only a couple months old now, graph neural networks, spike neural networks, these are brand new. These all reside in very sophisticated mathematical and physical properties. The students are going to learn math through that, through building these chips, through building these vector databases, through actually building tiny, tiny language models on these little, tiny $15 chips. And there's a space for LLMs where we now need to translate all of this into some larger context, but that's going to be the very last little bit that we do. And so what we're doing is we're separating the thinking, the intelligence, we're separating that from the talking. Right now with LLMs, we do all our thinking through talking, through words. Heavy compute, that takes a lot of energy. There's a lot of randomness in it. Once you start using these graph neural networks and other spike neural networks, now you've turned thinking into something that can be done almost instantaneously and can be done at a almost, like we're talking about when we do the comparison on energy costs, it's almost negligible. It's almost not even, we're talking about 1,000 times less energy that's required, not to mention the cost and access. And so at the school, there's a situation room, which we get to see what each team is working on. Each team has a couple of these little chips. And then the situation room shows us, it interprets the data. It shows us what they're working on. They might be working on biochemical research. They might be working on plastic that's in our water supply, whatever it might be. All of that is in the situation room. And they have a personal garden. This is, I think, where our ancient selves and this new AI world come together, where each one of our students will have a personal garden that within 30 days, they're going to feed at least one meal a day for themselves through this personal garden. This garden is optimized yield-wise, water-wise, everything else-wise, of course, using one of these little micro LLMs or micro AIs. So this is where I really start to think about where we talk about digital sovereignty, owning our own data, owning our own AI even if we can. But I think it's bigger than that. I think we're trying to revert to a life sovereignty because over the last 30 years, our digital world has taken over our lives in a way that, especially for young people, they have a hard time distinguishing between the digital world and the actual biological human world. And that's where, that's the sovereignty gone, because they have been taught and they have been submersed in all these cloud companies that have owned their data and now algorithmically optimized everything they see, and now they don't have sovereignty. But now we have a chance to go back to that. And so I would argue that here we go. I've heard AI natives, we have digital natives, but I think our next generation, if we do it right, they can be sovereignty natives. They can unlearn what we had to learn, which is give all our data to cloud companies and then access it when they give it to us. And instead, we get to learn, or they get to learn, how to be fully sovereign. So please connect with me on LinkedIn. My time's up. I got 4 seconds left, which is wonderful. I did a really good job, huh? But please connect with me on LinkedIn. Thank you all so much. I'll be here. Oh, please. Yeah, sure. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kunal. Well, yes, our speakers will be around as well, so I'm going to urge all of you to connect with them. But that being said, we're now about to shift the gears and move on to our next speaker. Now, just a quick question. How many of you are keen to meet a real-life cyborg? Yes, I see a couple of hands there. Again, a couple of honest hands right up there. I'm going to tell you something, because our next session actually puts focus on what happens when a technology becomes an organ. In fact, our next speaker is widely recognized as the world's first legally acknowledged cyborg. In fact, his art is not just seen, it's experienced through frequencies, vibrations, and most importantly, innovation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us none other than Neil Harbison, cyborg artist, joining us right here on the day 2 of the Global Business Summit. And let's have an artistic welcome as well. Let's put our hands together. And please help me welcome Neil Harbison.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we are surrounded by species that have organs and senses that we humans don't have. So imagine if we could add new senses and new organs and extend our perception of reality to the level of other animal species. We would be able to perceive reality in a much, much deeper way. And we can recreate all these senses with technology now. And it's already happening. People are already merging with technology to add new senses. I'm one of them. So 20 years ago, I decided to create an antenna. And this antenna allows me to extend my perception of reality. I can now sense colors that go beyond the human perception. It allows me to sense from infrareds to ultraviolets through vibrations. So it detects the color in front of me, it sends the vibration in my head, and I can feel colors. Sensing infrared, for example, allows me to go into spaces and detect, for example, I can go into a room and I can tell if the movement detectors are on or off in a room, or I can go to a shop or a bank and I can tell you if the alarms are on or off. Because if I sense infrared, it means that the alarms are on. If there's no infrared, then the movement detectors are not on. Sensing ultraviolet perception, it's something that allows me to feel if it's a good day or a bad day to sunbathe. So ultraviolet perception is something beneficial for avoiding the sun if you feel high levels of ultraviolet. I didn't want to use or wear an antenna. I wanted this antenna to be implanted in my head, so I tried to find a doctor willing to implant it in my head, and I found one. So the antenna is surgically implanted inside my skull. The chip inside my head vibrates depending on the color vibration in front of me. So if there's red, I feel the vibration of red. If there's blue, I feel the vibration of blue. If there's ultraviolet or infrared, I feel these colors permanently wherever I go. So the antenna also have internet connection, so color is not only something that I sense that is in front of me, but I can also receive colors from 5 people in the world that have connection to my head, so they can use a mobile app and they can share the sense of color with me. So if someone wants to share the colors of a sunset live now from Australia, I can suddenly sense colors from a sunset in Australia. So I see this as the future of the internet, how the internet can also be used not only as a tool or a communication system, but also as a sensory extension, or internet as a sense itself. Internet also allows me to connect to NASA's International Space Station. This then allows me to sense colors that are outside this planet. So we could also have sensors permanently outside this planet. We could use the internet to feel things that are far away from us. I call this becoming a senstronaut. So having sensors in space that would allow us to permanently explore space without having to physically travel there. The fact of having internet in the body has one main risk, is that I can be physically hacked. Through all these years, it only happened once that someone without permission started sending colors to my head. So that's the risk, that you can be hacked. But I enjoyed being hacked. It was an interesting experience. But in order to avoid this, I changed the system, and now I'm using the blockchain to connect to my head. If you want to send colors to my head, or if you want to connect to my implant, you need to do it via the blockchain. So it's via an NFT that gives you access to my head. So this is a safe way of having internet in the body. If in the future some of you have implants that have internet connection, I'm sure you will also decide to use the blockchain, not the internet, because it's a much safer way of having internet in the body. This is an MRI scan of my brain. I no longer feel the difference between the software and the brain anymore. I don't feel I'm using or wearing technology. I feel that I am technology, and that's why I define myself as a cyborg, a cybernetic organism. And this is what I tried to explain to the UK government years ago. They didn't allow me to renew my passport because they said there was something wrong with the picture. You're not allowed to appear on passport photos with electronic equipment. I replied saying that the antenna is not an electronic equipment, but a new body part, and that I am a cyborg. They replied saying no, so he insisted in removing the antenna. I insisted that this should not be removed, that it should be allowed to appear in my passport. In the end, they allowed me to appear in the passport with the antenna, and this allows me to travel freely, because at airport security controls, there's always situations of, long conversations, basically, at airport security controls. I'm also in conversations with the Swedish government now, because the materials that I used to create the antenna are Swedish. So I'm telling them that I am Swedish, because part of my body is Swedish. So I think I should also be allowed to become a Swedish citizen. So I'm still in conversations. They still haven't replied properly, but it makes them think about identity when you have technology from a specific country that has become part of your body and part of your senses. So there's many more senses. In my case, I have an antenna, which is a new organ, and I have a new sense, which is ultraviolet and infrared perception. But there's other people like Moon Ribas. She was interested in elephants. They can sense earthquakes before humans, because they feel the infrasound before we can actually feel the earthquake. So she has 2 implants in her feet that allow her to connect to seismographs, online seismographs. So she has the seismic sense. It allows her to feel earthquakes from 1 in the Richter scale. So before there's a big one, she can feel it in her feet. She can also connect to the moon. There's a seismograph on the moon, so she can also feel moonquakes. So she's also a senstronaut because she has a sense in space. Elephants can also communicate by tapping on the floor. They feel infrasounds, and they can communicate through bone conduction. We created a project in Brazil where a tooth was installed in my mouth, another one in Moon's mouth, and whenever I clicked, she received the vibration in her mouth. Whenever she clicked, I received the vibration in my mouth. We both learned the Morse code, so we were able to communicate like this via Morse code from mouth to mouth. We call it the transcendental communication system, and it works through Bluetooth. So it's a Bluetooth tooth that allows you to communicate from mouth to mouth. Dolphins can sense presence through electroception. Joe Dagney has implants around his body that allows him to feel presence around him. He can decide how long and how much distance he wants to feel presence around him. Many animals can magnetoception. We created hair implant that allows you to feel if something is magnetic. Some animals can create light in total darkness. We created a tooth that when you click, you have emergency light in your mouth. I had it for a while in my mouth, but I had it removed because when I was eating, the light was going on and off all the time, and it was quite disturbing for people. But we're trying to find other ways of activating the light without the click. Some animals sense where the north is. I have an implant in my knee that whenever I face north, I feel a small vibration in my knee. Other people have also implanted it in their knee, and it gives them the sense of north, a sense of direction. Weather stations can sense the weather very specifically. Manel de Aguas has 2 implants to sense the weather, so he's a weatherman. He had the surgery in Japan because we couldn't find surgeons in Europe. Radars can sense speed. There's earrings that allow you to sense speed like radars. If you move them at the back, you have retroception, so you can feel if someone is behind you. Also an organ to sense the passage of time. It's a crown that allows you to feel the rotation of the planet around the head, and then you have a sense of time. If your brain gets used to it, you can change the speed of this point of heat that goes around the head, and then you can create time illusions. So if you want a situation to last longer or last less, you can create it's like an optical illusion, but in time. It's a time illusion, so you can change your perception of time. All of these are not AI, they are ASs. It's artificial senses. Everyone's talking about artificial intelligence, but what I just talked about is artificial senses, and I think that's the next wave of exploration that many people will be interested in exploring. It's a branch of technology that focuses on merging with technology so that we can extend our perception of reality. It's not augmented reality, it's not virtual reality, it's revealed reality. It's technology that allows us to reveal things that are in front of us, but that us as a species cannot sense, like earthquakes or infrareds, ultrasounds, the magnetic north. So technology can allow us to reveal nature in a way that we have never been able to do before. We created the Cyborg Foundation to help people become cyborgs and also to defend cyborg rights. The cyborg rights are basically the freedom of having these surgeries. Most of these surgeries are now illegal or not accepted by bioethical committees. We want them to become legal and ethically accepted. We also want naturalization. We want these implants to be considered organs, not electronic equipment. We also think we should be free from being disassembled. No one should force us to remove these implants. And also, we have the right to decide who can enter our bodies if we have internet in our bodies. So these are laws that still are not regulated in countries, but that we are in discussions with lawyers so that this can start happening in different countries. In the future, imagine if we all had night vision. This would be a sense that would change society in an extreme way. All cities would be dark. We wouldn't be spending so much energy creating artificial light. So it would be much better for the planet if we had night vision, because we would be able to see at night, but we wouldn't have to spend so much energy creating artificial light. So maybe in the future, all these lights will be off and we'll be able to see each other. Also, imagine if we can create an organ to regulate our own temperature. Heaters and air conditionings will disappear, and then we will be able to regulate our own temperature. So I think it's about time that we start thinking about how we can change ourselves and design ourselves instead of doing what we've been doing for thousands of years, which is we've been changing the planet and adapting the planet to us. And I think it's time to change. We need to decide and change and adapt ourselves to the planet. Thank you very much, and nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Neil. And I must say, you opened up a Pandora's box of possibilities for us. I think radically new perspectives. Can I agree to that? Yes? Absolutely. Amazing indeed. Can we have a round of applause as well? Because that is true form of innovation that can spark a new way of thinking as well. So thank you so much, Neil. With that, let's move ahead. And on that artistic note, on that colorful note, let's march ahead, because now we're moving to another panel altogether, another segment altogether. And this is all about the new economics of longevity. Of course, we've been watching a lot of interesting thoughts around longevity as a concept as well, be it on our reels, be it across podcasts, be it across all the relevant discussions that we've been having. But that being said, we're about to deep dive in the form of a panel discussion. But before we do that, it's only befitting that we first hear it from someone who actually embodies the three qualities. When we look at leadership and private wealth management, we know that it demands vision, trust, and deep expertise. And our next speaker truly is someone who embodies that. We in fact have with us Kishore Rajwani, Managing Director, Private Clients, Spark Capital. So I'd like to please welcome him on stage. Thank you so much, Mr. Kishore, for joining us at the Global Business Summit. Can we have a wealthy round of applause, everyone? Please put your hands together and please welcome Mr. Kishore Rajwani.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests. We are going to be talking about living longer, living better, and the economics around it all. If you look at the world today, it's probably for the first time in human history that living to be 100 is no longer some abstract notion or an exception. I think it's increasingly becoming something that all of us need to consider and actually plan for. If you look at India, which constitutes a significant part of the world's population, the average lifespans have more than doubled over the last 7 decades since independence. In fact, there are estimates that say that by 2050, the number of Indians with an age of 60 plus will be in excess of 300 million. Now that's almost the entire population of the United States. And that's a massive market opportunity, a massive market demographic. Now when you further consider that people today aspire to a better standard of living, better quality of life, and are willing to pay for it, then this just becomes a very compelling opportunity for businesses, for industries like pharma and healthcare, for investors, and of course for folks like us who do wealth management and financial planning. In fact, I can tell you that at Spark Capital, we spend a fair amount of time with individuals and families just on the topic of multi-generational wealth and the planning around it. And what we are finding is very interesting. Traditional retirement models are no longer holding up. Newer multi-dimensional models are taking their place. The so-called retirement ages, the so-called retirement periods are also getting longer and longer. And I say so-called retirement because, you know, it isn't about taking a back seat in life anymore. It's more about starting a new chapter in life. It's about pursuing a new set of goals and passions. It's about staying active and productive for as long as possible. And this puts further emphasis on personal health and well-being. If you look at the demographic that we have today, if you look at the retirement periods that people are actually planning for, it's a very complex and it's a very complex structure that people are trying to grapple with and plan for. You're trying to cover wellness, you're trying to cover personal fitness, you're trying to cover business requirements, because financial well-being is also extremely important in all of this. And while we are actually planning for all of this at Spark Capital, who is actually out there trying to make it happen, trying to make all of this viable? Well, today amongst us we have 3 exceptional leaders who are at the forefront of India's longevity revolution, if I may call it that. And I would like them to come up on stage as I introduce them. First, I'd like to welcome Dr. Sonia Lal Gupta, Joint Managing Director of the Metro Group of Hospitals. Dr. Gupta comes with a unique perspective on healthcare delivery at scale. The Metro Group has built hospitals, infrastructure, and developed clinical excellence that caters to a diverse set of communities all over India. Welcome. I'd also like to welcome Dr. Isaac Mathai. Dr. Mathai's work with Saukya has pioneered a holistic and integrated approach to wealth, one that addresses not just the disease, but looks at wellness as a whole. Welcome, Doctor. Also, a very warm welcome to Mr. Rahul Guha, MD and CEO of Thyrocare. Thyrocare's diagnostic innovations have made preventive care affordable as well as accessible to all of us. Thyrocare has turned preventive medicine into early detection, from a privilege to a system. Thank you for joining us. Together, the three of our leaders, I think, constitute the tip of the spear when it comes to how India can, transform its demographic advantage into longevity dividend. The businesses that they represent, I think, will play a key role in that. Over the next 30 minutes or so, we are going to be exploring and learning about things like preventive medicine, precision diagnostics, quality delivery, and all the innovations and new business models that are appearing in this space. Promises to be an exciting discussion, and I'm going to hand over the moderation of this discussion to my colleague and counterpart in Spark, Mr. Amit Rathi. Amit.
Thank you, Kishore. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a pleasure to welcome you all today for a panel discussion. We are thrilled to have distinguished guests like Dr. Sonia Lal, Dr. Mathai, and Rahul. We're going to be discussing a topic that is becoming increasingly relevant across the world, more so in India, the concept of longevity, and how we can shift our focus from simply living long to living healthier, stronger, and fulfilling lives. So with that context, let me begin with the first round of questions. So I'll start with the first question to Dr. Mathai, and we'll kind of set a context so that the questions are relevant to everyone. So the context is what is changing, right? So Dr. Mathai, you've worked decades working on integrative medicine. You've seen over the last decade where people are now starting to focus on their health span and not just their lifespan. So you're seeing the fundamental shift from people focusing on their health and not just wanting to live long. What is it that you think that your contribution is so that a common man understands this and takes it deeper?
Thank you. About the health span or people's health awareness, as we are treating patients from, or people from 125 countries, what I can see is 40 years I'm in this medical practice in India and abroad. Indian population slowly getting more and more aware about the consequences of disease process, so that they will be now more and more coming forward for health improvement and prevention and health management. Because the cost of any disease treatment is very high and time consuming, and the general awareness that majority of the medical conditions are coming out of lifestyle disorders. So better to have lifestyle management, that is themselves by eating habits and lifestyle modifications and all that. And also the India's ancient medical systems, like Ayurveda and naturopathy and all the systems provide a large amount of solutions to prevent and improve their health. So I am now running Saukya for 25 years. Indian patients started from 5%, now grown up to 30%. People are coming every year to do treatment, which is scientifically proved that can improve their biomedical markers, from the inflammatory markers to reactive proteins to including changes in the DNA. So that is a world. One side is for the traditional medicines can do wonders. Second is so many medical conditions where the Western medicine cannot treat, or treatable conditions where the chronic arthritis to irritable bowel syndrome to neurological disorders. This integrative medicine of Ayurveda, homeopathic, naturopathy, Siddha, Unani, all the systems can do wonders by combining different systems of medicine along with the Western medicine. That's what I'm propagating, that it should be worked with the Western medicine, not isolated by itself and only with the faith, but with the scientific studies and research and supported documentation. Thank you.
Dr. Mathai, just a follow-up question. In India, are you seeing from your lens, is preventive health coming to the fore, or we are still very reactive?
It is coming in a big way forward. And it's not only with education, even uneducated people. We do a project for 150,000 people free of charge. We give the poorest of the poorest villages. When you give them, doctors are giving them, or our health consultants are giving them advice on how to do the eating pattern, how to do little yoga, how to do proper water, hygiene. All that, people are coming forward, even the poorest of the poor, which is not educated. Other side is, Saukya is catering to the upper end of the society with the expensive. But we have another model which is taking care of all sectors of society. We see more and more people are coming forward for not only medical care, even to prevent and improve, especially diabetes and blood pressure and intestinal problems and asthma and all sort of diseases where Western medical intervention alone is not enough. So we combine it together, we can do wonders, and more people, populations come forward. That's why we want to expand it more. And I feel that India should have like the Western medical hospitals may have 50,000 beds or 100,000 beds, India should have an integrated medical facility, should have even 500,000 beds in the future, where our Prime Minister is very supportive to that ideas.
Thank you, Dr. Mathai. Rahul, my next questions to you. Thyrocare, really speaking, what we thought could never happen. Thyrocare has almost democratized the diagnostic market in India. So from your vantage point of view, what is the pattern that you're seeing? Is detection helping Indians to become healthier? Or is it that from an education point of view, we've started to look at that a lot more seriously?
Look, we've always been preventive health focused, right? The Thyrocare Arogyam, which is what is known, has been growing faster than Thyrocare for many, many years, and today accounts for almost 30-35% of our revenue. So at least in the Thyrocare world, what we see is 35% of our customers come for a preventive health checkup and not a reactive health checkup. So it's definitely growing. Let me give you, at least, when we talk about living better, living longer, and your point around preventive, right? If we built a highway with no signals, no checkpost, no speed limit, but we said, don't worry, if you crash, we will take care of your car, but charge you enough to buy a new car. That's the state of healthcare today in India, right? We don't have any preventive checkpoints on any part of the leg of this journey. But when you wind up in a hospital, suddenly, you have this massive bill and all of that, right? So it's I think just the way we think about healthcare, I think, has to shift this way, because hospital capacity will never expand to the level if everyone drives at 100 kilometers per hour down this highway with no regard to their health. I'll give you another very interesting statistic. Do you know that we have more motor vehicle policies than health policies, private health policies in India? So everyone in this room insures their car, but will not insure their body. And I think it's a capital allocation problem on how we think about health, right? And that's my view, but definitely I'm seeing the trend. I'm definitely seeing the trend.
And Rahul, do you see AI changing the way preventive care or, diagnostics will play a role?
Definitely, I'm sorry to say this, but nobody has the time, or doctors don't have the time to sit and explain every parameter in your report, right? And we are definitely seeing people going to AI to now understand their report more deeply and what does it mean for them. I do believe AI has not yet evolved to the point where, it's giving, I would say, great advice. So sometimes it can be right or wrong. So it's just important that we are cautious on that front, and I think everyone is talking about it. But I think digital makes a huge difference, right? If you look at, if I take Pharmeasy, which is one of our companies that does diagnostic testing also, you can book a test, a phlebotomist will come within 1 hour, collect your blood, and you will get your report within 12 to 14 hours, and all of this will cost you about 1,500 rupees to study about 90 parameters. And if the boy doesn't come to your house on time, actually the test is free. So we are like Domino's Pizza in a way, which is on time or free. It's so accessible. When I describe this to someone in the US, they think I'm from Mars. Okay? But I can tell you the vast majority of people don't use it, right? The government of India has spent so much money to get us all ABHA IDs. None of us upload our reports on ABHA, right? And so therefore longitudinal access to your health trends, all of that is not there. So I think if we want to, digital can be a game changer, right? But it comes to the first point. Before you buy, actually you have to buy a motor vehicle policy. So, but you should also buy a health insurance policy.
Thank you, Rahul. That's interesting, but I think intuitively what you said was right. My next question to Dr. Sonia. Dr. Sonia, as people are living longer, I'm sure you are seeing a lot more patients coming to your hospital. Is there any way, and the diseases are becoming chronic, so which means that patient needs to spend a lot more time as compared to what they would have done in the past. So does the hospital needs to change itself in the way it's geared, both financially and otherwise?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure being here. Very important question, and definitely healthcare is changing. Hospitals are a very reactive place. I got chest pain, I'm running to the hospital. I have an emergency, I'm running to the hospital. I have a problem, I'm going to the doctor. But that chronicity, that let me do this long-term care pattern is not there. And now, definitely as we are aging, and me being in the field of neurology, I see a fair amount of chronic diseases that are coming up, whether it's dementia, Parkinson's, or even when we're looking at diabetes, people have it for years and years. The problem is now that even as hospitals, everybody needs to start realizing that it's not this one approach that is going to work. What is actually going to help patients is an integrative long-term approach where you have multiple fields coming together. For example, I'll give you my example. So I'm a headache specialist. I specialize in headaches. And coming from the US, being trained over there, a clinic that I've started. So a lot of people, when they come to a neurologist, they expect, I'll get a quick medicine and I will go. But the core of headaches is also your posture, how you sit, how your neck muscles are involved, how everything is involved. So by integrating now in our clinic, we have a combined approach where they see a neurologist and they see a physiotherapist at the same visit. So now imagine for everything, if we have an integrative setup, where healthcare people, where they have, when the patient comes in, they have a doctor, they have a physiotherapist, they have a nutritionist. And I personally am a big believer a multidisciplinary approach works, where we have to add an element of holistic medicine also. So I agree with Dr. Mathai on that. Our brains are still closed when it comes to allopathic, we cannot be together. But I think everybody needs to be together because we have to think long-term and quality of care. Let's not just fix the problem. If we will start working on preventive care, if we will start having our patients do early screenings, and then tell them what needs to be done in terms of lifestyle, food, nutrition. I think that plays such a big role, so underrated. Sleep. Such a big role, so underrated. If we start working together as a team, no doubt, we will see that when it comes to long-term care models. So I think now hospitals need to take a step back and integrate everything together. But I also feel the challenges, as you said, people are not uploading, and I think hospitals also don't promote that somewhere the government needs to come together with us to incentivize to a certain level where we can build this one platform to take care of people at multiple levels.
And Dr. Sonia, what is the biggest gap you see currently, with the aging population and the way hospitals are structured? Is there a gap? Is the hospital infrastructure ready to sort of take a gush of as we age and age a lot more as compared to in the past?
I think absolutely, but we all have to coordinate together. And the biggest gap is for a patient to get one thing treated. I mean, they're running around. I just feel sometimes as patients, I mean, if we are in our patient's shoes, we are running around to get treatment. We are going there, we're going here, we're going there. It's not one-stop shop. And I think even though you'll find everything in the hospitals, and we are currently trying to figure this multidisciplinary approach out personally at our hospital also, where we can create these care systems where a patient enrolls and everything is taken care of. So the biggest gap is that people need to have one place where they don't have to worry. They know they can trust and everything is taken care of. They send reminders. Screening is done regularly. If your HbA1c is 11, they know in 3 months they have to get it checked again. I mean, these are small things, but in the long term, it makes a big difference. So I think protecting your kidneys when it comes to diabetes, protecting your brain, protecting your nerves, everything makes a difference. So I think as hospitals, the gap is we still are not working towards an integrative system. Hopefully, but going forward, I feel people are becoming more aware and we should come together for that.
Thank you. I think very interesting. Thank you. I think it's a question to the full panel and you can choose to answer. I think, Rahul, you can start maybe. India's in a very unique position. We've got the advantage of yoga, Ayurveda. We all sort of grew up hearing about it. We are also a booming diagnostics sector now. We are also seeing a significant growth in healthcare infrastructure, right, which we've over the last decade or so. But we've also got a lot of challenges, right? Affordability is still a very, very big issue. So in your estimate, what is the biggest opportunity, in the healthcare space from a global perspective that you're seeing in India?
Actually, so there's a saying in every crisis, there's an opportunity, right? I genuinely believe we have a crisis on our hands, okay? It's not, and therefore an opportunity. If I just do the maths, we will add more people above the age of 60 than most Western European countries in the next 2 decades in India. More people than most Western European countries. Our hospital infrastructure will not keep up if they show up in a hospital. An average Indian, while age-wise will be 50, metabolically is typically around 60, 65, okay? Because diabetes incidence happens 10 years earlier in India than anywhere else in the world. So metabolically also we are unfit, right? So I think there is a crisis on our hands and it's something that we need to talk about because if we're really going to live longer, we have to live better. We will all live longer. If you go by the parents' generation versus our generation, we will all live longer. But given all these facts, I think living better is going to become very important. And of course, I have selfish interest in that. I think early detection is the key. I would say if Thyrocare doesn't grow, then the hospitals will grow. So let's ensure that, we all do our preventive checks. It's 1,000 to 2,000 rupees once a year, right? That gives you a picture on how you should be taking care of your health. But I definitely believe the opportunity is in this crisis.
Thank you. Dr. Mathai.
Thank you. I see both because of the Western medicine. India has a very high advantage of the high-skilled doctors and high-quality hospital, and they are attracting international patients, especially in Middle East and other developing countries, because of the cost factor, but our skill factor is very high. So in Western medicine, if you promote that more, not only for Indian population, for international also will be good. But India is in a very unique position that there is no other country in the world has this many systems of medicine including the Western medicine or allopathic medicine, and the Ayush systems of medicine officially practicing in the world. We have a huge opportunity with the qualified doctors and systems of medicine promoted by the Ayush Ministry and private sector everywhere. And we are seeing that we are not looking at the cheap patients coming to India. When I was treating the richest of the richest people in London and America, I felt I can bring them to India if I provide a clean, neat facility, not luxury facility, clean, neat facility. And I'm successful. When I started 22 years ago to start an Indian center, I had only 30 nationalities as my patients coming from Europe and US. Now I have 125. And we are willing to spend $1,000 to $10,000 a night if you provide that kind of services, not a service, medical care. And doing Ayurvedic, naturopathic, everything, yes, generally it can be considered to be very cheap, but you don't need to be cheap for that sectors. That's a huge opportunity which I proved, and we are expanding to Europe. But then the other opportunity is what we are doing now is the mass model where is very cost effective. That means integration with the Western medicine where even a post-surgical case can come and stay in a rehabilitation Ayush center, or a chronic arthritis case or a diabetic case to readjust his diabetic management, food management, lifestyle management, because 80% of the people are going to have lifestyle management disease. So how do we control the lifestyle? Hospital is not managing lifestyle. We can get information through the blood test, then what to do? So huge requirement of that in a country like India. So India should have 100,000, 200,000 bed where chronic conditions can be treated with the Ayush system in collaboration, in integration with the Western medicine. That opportunity is amazing and it's not very highly cost effective. Yesterday I was talking to some of the investors, hospital world. They say the per bed is 3 crore in Delhi or something like that. 3 crore is a valuation and the cost is about 1.5 crore. I don't know the actual fact. So they asked me how much is an Ayush hospital cost. I said per bed may cost 20 lakhs. So how much is the return on even if somebody investing? Very little. And we can genuinely change people's life and their long-term health and prevention and reversal of their chronic medical condition. And India should focus, and government of India is doing a lot. The private sector is not yet started in the field of Ayush in this area. So I would recommend not only us, many more industrialists and financial and capital should go to that field where we have to make a healthy India in every aspect in our own knowledge. And definitely that will attract millions of people from around the world come to India for medical care, Western medicine, as well as traditional systems of medicine.
Thank you, Dr. Sonia.
So I think my colleagues have kind of summed it up, but I think the most important thing is that preventive care is the key. And I'm a big believer, I tell my patients all the time that India, we have bad genes. We are Indians. Let's come to terms with that. We live in polluted cities. We're eating microplastics all the time. Whatever we eat, we read, they know this has microplastics. So we need to start preventive care early on. Getting a simple blood test is the simplest thing to do. So I tell my patients, please start at 30. What's the big deal, you know? You will get to know your parameters. You're healthy, great. If there's something that is caught early on, for example, somebody's pre-diabetic or somebody's bad cholesterol called LDL is kind of hovering up, they can take those steps. Why do they have to wait to get a heart attack? Why do they have to wait to get a stroke and then they start that process? You know, if somebody's smoking away, they know, I have to stop this today. So it is very important, I think, where everybody comes together and basically now builds awareness in people, because we can do everything as private sectors, public sectors coming together, but until people do not agree and people do not take the step to actually wanting to take care of their health, all this will be futile. So I think I'm a believer right now that let's start the process of preventive. We have to teach our younger people. Everybody's on screens. Believe you me, mental health is going to be a big issue. Take it in writing in the coming years, because the number of kids I'm seeing with anxiety because of that isolation which is happening. So apart from preventive health, I think mental health is going to be a very big thing as we go forward in our coming future. And we need to, I think, keep everything in mind going forward. Yeah.
And Dr. Sonia, just a follow-on question. You know, setting up a hospital, I'm assuming, is capital intensive, right? And to hire doctors and to get the setup in place. How do you balance the clinical excellence with financial sort of security, right? Because it still is considered to be a not so a for-profit, right? So how do you manage that balance?
So, Metro Group has always stood for affordability and excellence, and that has been the core of Dr. Purushottam Lal. And when he started, his rates were like equivalent to AIMS. So the key thing is affordability and excellence. They all are in the same plate. It's not that difficult. It's just a matter of getting your systems into place and processes into place. And I think once hospitals can do that and, limit their wastage, ensure correct utilization, there is no reason on why they cannot go hand in hand. Absolutely, they go hand in hand. But the key is to have your right systems in place to ensure that it happens.
Interesting. Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Mathai, we were talking just before the session also. Is holistic health considered to be expensive, elite? Or are you seeing signs where it is actually going mass?
Yes, that's what we see the opportunity, or we need a requirement more than opportunity for Indian population or anyone. To be a very cost-effective, person-oriented healthcare. So, refocusing only from the disease care into health promotion and healthcare and prevention. So, about the cost-effectiveness, I can tell you, we have done enough and more maths on this, and we are running for 8 years of mass model hospital, not only charitable. We see that a 5,000 rupees cost for a general ward with the treatment and food and accommodation to a 25,000 rupees a day with a private suite with the food, accommodation and many treatments. And you can cross-subsidize by the 5,000 by only by 25% we have to charge, give from the high category. That means it's not cost-effective. Because of the Ayush or integrative medical Ayush holistic facilities, it is more manpower more than technology. For a technology intervention, I can send to a nearby hospital and get MRI done or surgery or whatever it is needed to be done. We do that all the time. But a long-term treatment, even a general ward, I can do 5,000 rupees a day. It will cover just the cost. So it is very cost-effective. And today, Prime Minister is giving you the insurance, Ayushman Bharat, which will cover up to 5 lakhs rupees. So even if somebody admitted for 20 days, this budget is limited, and the insurance nowadays covering all the systems of medicine. So it is not that highly expensive. Yes, you want a Saukya type of facility where 30 acres with organic farm and 120 staff working for 30 guests with 8 doctors, then it has to be expensive. That's the international model. But Indian model worked very well, and we can very cost effective, and dealing with exactly what you are saying about collaborating with the Western medical investigations and surgery, whatever surgery is needed. Then after that, what you do? That integration of with the physiotherapist to nutritionist to lifestyle coach to mental health is another major issue in India nobody addressed. That's a major issue. So all these aspects should be come together for a healthy population, not only just treating medical diseases, that's very important, but to integrate. And we are lucky to have all these systems of medicine available in India, and it is cost effective.
Thank you. I think, again, just a question open to the panel. I'll just wear a little bit of wealth management lens. We are all talking about Indians going to live longer. It changes a lot of things, right? For families to plan for their retirement, for families to plan for the estate that they would want to leave, for intergenerational wealth transfer. What is it that, and we'll start with Rahul, what is it that you think families need to keep in mind really to plan the next 30, 40, 50 years, which is significantly different than what they would have planned in the past?
It's a very interesting question. So I'm buying some time to think about the answer. I think fundamentally 2-3 generational shifts, right? I think one is, at least for me and my wife, when we were discussing, it's very unlikely the kids are going to be with us. Okay, which was taken for granted by my parents and the generation even more before that. So I think we will be alone as a couple in our old age, and that is something we have to plan for. We will also, if I go back to my father's time, if you retired at 60, you didn't expect to live very much longer, right? And now today you will expect 80 is almost a given, right? So it's 20 years of non-income, right, that you have to plan for as well, right? So I think these two fundamental tenets, I think, of course, from the perspective of wealth management, it's a very different problem to solve. But I think for the average Indian, both of these are very important questions. Who's going to take care of me? And is the money that I have enough to get there? And I can tell you, coming back to the original point, if you've had uncontrolled diabetes for 20 years, right, by the time you're 65, it's going to be very, very expensive, right? So whatever money you have saved, you can pretty much kiss it goodbye in the next 10 years, right? So I think these fundamental 3 points, I'll say. Your kids are not going to be with you. If you haven't taken care of your health when you're younger, it's going to be very expensive. And, you know, how you better make sure your money will last you the longer that you expect to live.
I think very hard hitting, but Dr. Mathai?
What I see is already present generation, so those who are even 40, they are also thinking about their 80s and 90s. Not only that, I notice that a lot of people in 40s, their economic situations are much better. They are investing not in them, in their parents. I see a lot of youngsters, because of their financially they could manage, they are bringing their parents for health improvement. Otherwise, the parents are not willing, because that generation is not willing to invest on their health or even spend on their health. That's a mindset. But now, some of them tell me that don't show them the bill. I will take care of it. Don't tell them. Tell them that it's only 1/10 of the cost, because they will feel very upset about it. So there is a generation gap. But at the same time, I have a 35-year-old, multi-billionaire, 35-year-old, and usually they say that I have no time. They say, no, I need to invest on my, because he made a 30 billion by 32. He said, no, if I have to enjoy my billion, I need to invest on my health. So come and spend 2 weeks every year. So that trend is changing. So that is very important, that the approach, then the education. People should understand that. And for example, how many of us sitting over here focus on health prevention and health improvement? By not going to a doctor, by doing your own things. So that's happening now. From the previous generation, is happening now. So that's a future, I think, that education and personal participation and taking effort for that, that make a huge impact. Then only doctors, hospitals, everybody come into the picture.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sunil.
So we actually run a senior, assisted living care center in Gurgaon with the name of Aurum. And we opened it 4 years ago. So it's been very interesting and I think eye-opening for us to see it in front of us. That how important it is to actually start planning for your future. People come in, kids are busy. Nowadays, most of us have 1, maybe 2, or none kids. So growing in that, where we all know, and actually it's true, most of us know our kids will not be there. That's the new thing. So it is important we start investing on our health. And a lot of times I also feel from a wealth point of view, people don't pay attention on where they have to invest. And what is the right time to do what. And I think it's very important at this stage when people get into their 30s that they start understanding how do they have to get their insurance policies in place, how do they have to take care of their wealth, how do they have to take care of their health. Everything goes hand in hand. Because when they start today, when they're 60, it will make a very big difference in how they want to plan. And what is a senior and assisted living? It's nothing but it's a platform where you're living together and growing old together. And the most important wealth, as we will grow older, believe me, is again, social interaction. COVID taught us that. The amount of dementia that went up during COVID, people just completely declined. And there were so many of my patients within 2 years, how much they changed. So do not ever forget the investment into your family and friends also, because that time that you will put with them, that goes a long way. So I think all of us have to come, again, start investing in ourselves.
Thank you. Thank you. As a finance professional, I think this is a topic very close to my heart. And thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Dr. Mathai. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Thank you for joining us today. Maybe one question.
Sir, you mentioned about the old age example. You mentioned about the car insurance is there, not the health insurance is there. The facts, 80D, Section 80D of income tax was there, which is not in the new tax regime, and especially for the senior citizen health insurance, preventive health checkup, health insurance, it should be covered. I request to ET now if they can take up the matter with the concerned bodies. It is very, very important. Senior citizen preventive health checkup, everyone mentioned about the preventive health checkup. And the government, they were giving for senior citizen at least 50,000 rupees. It's not a so big amount, but it is covers something. So then only they can go for the insurance. Now you mentioned about the clean need facilities in your statement. Yes, medical tourism is growing a subject in India. Medical tourism, we have to focus on that. To have a further growth on the medical tourism, the star rating of this medical health centers or medical hospitals is very, very important. Like this US CMS model, the standardization is very important, and the value-based health care model is very important. We need to focus on that. The NABAL and NABH is there. It is voluntary, not mandatory. There are number of hospitals, number of diagnostic centers, but very, very few are registered with the NABL or NABH, respectively. So there should be a mandatory, not voluntary, to maintain the controlled safety, security, and health, proper, efficient healthcare system. Thank you. My regards.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure ET team has taken note of your suggestions. Thank you.
One question to the entire panel, specifically to Rahul. Like we have been talking a lot about preventive checks this generation has been doing. Why don't you integrate, just a piece of suggestion, you need to ponder upon this. Why don't you have an extension of that, and based on the reports, we make it mandatory that these are the things which have not come up well, and let it go to a doctor or a panelist who recommends you that you should go visit a hospital, or you should do a further checks, maybe some other pathological test, or maybe some X-ray or some CT scan or MRI. Because that will perhaps prevent you to getting into a much difficult situation. So you are going to be the starter. It's like a marathon or it's like a relay race. You actively pass on the baton to a hospital who really takes it up to further treat that person well in his lifestyle. So that's a piece of suggestion I'm giving.
Thank you. And can I respond to that or be out of time? I'll take 1 sec. So it's clear to me you have not been a ThyroCare customer of late. So I would encourage you to please book, because all of what you are suggesting actually is already there with us. When you get a test, a doctor will consult with you and help you explain your report and suggest to you also what all you should do on top. So please do use our services. And I think on the gentleman's point, just the last point I'll make, the new wage code is out. Right? What is proposed is mandatory health testing for any worker 45 and above. So I definitely think that is a step in the absolute right direction. Yes. And as I said, if you're going to be a $5 trillion economy, let's start with a $20 test.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Another incredible discussion there for us all, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we've received some valid inputs as well from our members of the audience. So we'd like to thank you. And we'll keep that discussion coming as and when we have these panel discussions as well. So thank you so much to all of our speakers. And what a phenomenal topic to talk about. What a phenomenal discussion to take it forward right here. But that being said, again, let's keep shifting the gears, and let's now move on to our next Fireside Chat. And we call this a Fireside Chat because we are focusing on a very feisty topic, which is about India's built future, the multi-asset playbook for 2030. Now, that being said, when we look at India's urban landscape, we know that, of course, it's transforming rapidly, but this particular conversation will get to explore where capital should flow across asset classes, and will also get to examine how urbanization trends intersect with industrial corridors. We'll also get to reflect on the ESG metrics and how they're shaping investment decisions. Now, I've noticed that a good thing about a good discussion, there's always a post-discussion. But ladies and gentlemen, all the ones who are standing near our partner booths, I'm going to request you to please take the discussions offline. Our next session is about to begin. Just a quick note to all our speakers who are standing near the partner booths and all our previous set of speakers as well. If I could request you to please take your discussions offline. We'll get our next session started as well. Especially the ones near the stage. Yes, we'll just request you all to head to the pre-function area. Thank you so much for obliging. Thank you so much for that. And that being said, as the stage is almost set, let's also march ahead. Let's deep dive into our next discussion because joining us next is a veteran business leader. In fact, he's someone who's widely respected also for his contributions to the industry bodies and policy dialogues. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, quick request, quick attention. I'm going to request my ET team as well. If you can guide our members of the audience, I would request for an uttermost respect from our members of the audience. Okay, quick. I'm just going to hold on for 10 seconds. Yes, team, if you can please guide everyone to the pre-function area. We'd love to also respect all those who are seated over here. Delegates, can we please take the discussion in the pre-function area? Thank you. Thank you so much. And if I could also urge our previous set of speakers, Sonia ma'am, if I could request you all to please take it Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Truly appreciate that. Okay, great. All right. And that being said, we'll also move on to our next session. Again, as I'd mentioned, this is about the multi-asset playbook for 2030. And we have another veteran business leader joining us. But again, to spearhead the conversation, we have Shreya Dhondiyal, who's the executive editor Times Now. But with that, it's also time to invite on stage none other than Anshuman Magazine, Chairman and CEO for India, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa, CBRE. So let's bring together Mr. Anshuman and Shreya on the stage. I know it is that time of the afternoon where your thoughts are on food, but let's continue getting food for thought as well. And let me welcome both of you. Thank you so much again for joining us. Shreya?
15 minutes is what we'll take, and then I think all of us can break for lunch. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Anshuman, thank you very much for your time. Bhai, abhi tak wahan ka nahi hua hai. Should we start, Anshuman?
Of course. I mean,
yeah, let's start. Because I think that gang is going nowhere. Okay. Anshuman, thank you first of all for being part of the Global Business Summit. Always great to have you here. If you just have to look around you to know that India's real estate is going through a structural change. I want to talk to you about where the money is coming from, but before that, as a tax-paying citizen, I have a gripe and a question. Why is urban housing so expensive that it's unaffordable for the middle class and the upper middle class? Suddenly, all of a sudden, after COVID, the trend that you see of extremely, expensive housing is post-COVID, right?
Yeah, I think that does, frankly, first of all, the high-end housing or why there is not affordable housing, that's a big challenge in the main cities. So this is not across India. And in the main cities, the reason why it's like that is it shows inefficiency in our system, where land prices have gone up. And there are 2-3 reasons. Number one, the land prices have gone up. Our infrastructure is developing, and there's concentration of development in few cities because job creation is happening there, right? And the supply is not keeping in touch with demand. And the last one is, and I'll be very brief, is that there isn't enough incentive for a developer to go and develop affordable housing. Because if you can, for example, develop 20 apartments and make money, why would you want to develop 200 apartments and struggle with the whole risk and there's not enough incentive? So I think certainly government needs to do much more. In the last budget, there was no mention about affordable housing. And both on the supply side, there needs to be enough incentive for developers to develop affordable housing and enough incentives on the demand side, on the consumption, be it tax SOPs, lower interest rate, mortgage rates for them to buy. I think that will stimulate the demand. But for the time being, I think we will still struggle to some extent as far as affordable housing is concerned.
Let's get back to our topic before people tell us कि भाई मुद्दे की बात करो. India's built future, the multi-asset playbook for 2030. We've spoken about these structural changes that you don't have to be a genius to know that there is something underway as far as India's real estate is concerned. If you were to map the broad trends, I would have said 3 broad trends, but I'm sure there are more than that. What would those be? The trends that are actually driving growth now and will drive growth till 2047.
See, the growth till now has come from, of course, if you look at real estate infrastructure, it's really office and residential. But what is not understood, and I'm going to take some time here, is that real estate infrastructure is not about housing. We as a company, as CBRE, hardly do anything residential. For a country to grow, there are many asset classes, starting from, of course, residential office. But now in India, going forward, data centers are going to be big. Education, healthcare, airports, retail, senior living, co-living, student housing. So I can go on and on. And we are so behind as a country. I know everybody talks about big numbers. We are so behind as a country compared to anybody, a lot of the other countries, including China, that we are going to grow whatever it takes for next 20 years, 25 years. I'll give some stats, very quickly. If you look at our retail sector in India, now there is huge amount of work happening in the retail. We see all these malls coming in. All of India, if you look at the main 7 cities, the entire supply of organized retail is 65 million square feet. So if you add tier 2, tier 3 cities, maybe 75 million. Dubai, tiny Dubai, has 60 million square feet of retail space.
Wow.
So we are a 1.47 billion people, such a large country, and we have equivalent retail space to Dubai. Bangkok alone, Bangkok city has 57 million square feet of retail space. So can you imagine the amount of growth which will take place there? Similarly, if you look at housing, again, the numbers are number of apartments which come in is nothing. It's few lakh every year what gets sold. If you look at, even I had a lot of stats here, logistics, I think that is doing well. That'll be another area, lots happening. Already 310 million square feet has come up since last 5 years in logistics and warehousing. And this will double in next 5 years. So we'll be a 600 million square feet logistics and warehousing market. This year, we're going to cross 1 billion square feet of office space. Has never happened in India. So there we are, still very large. But if you look at New York and Manhattan, that has 1 billion square feet of office space. So I'm just saying you can look at the glass half empty or a half full. We have done really well since last several years, but we are still far behind. And the good part of that is that we're going to grow, exponentially because we are behind,
So the next obvious question is, paisa kahan se aa raha hai? Who's financing this? And who will finance this growth?
Yeah. So before the financing, I just want to talk about few very quickly. Data centers is a big topic nowadays, and $100 billion has been committed by people like Amazon, Adani, Google. And with all the digitization happening, IoT, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, data centers are going to be a big growth story, to answer your previous question. And one thing Government of India did really well was that gave a 20-year tax holiday for data centers in this budget. And I think whatever the numbers we are talking about in data centers is only going to be even larger than that, because I have not seen in my lifetime, in such a short period of time, the amount of capital which is being allocated to data centers. Education and healthcare, as you know, foreign universities have been allowed in India, and we are seeing many of them coming in. But the real growth will be happening in the schools, the K-12. And there's a tremendous increase in schools coming across India. We are a large country, and that will see huge activity in next 5 years. Healthcare, everybody talks about healthcare. It's not only about hospitals which are coming in, but also diagnostic centers, dental clinics, pathology labs. There's a massive growth across India in this. So, and I can go on and go on. Airports, sports, airports. India, both, it will be one of the few countries in the world where there are brownfield airports and new airports coming in, besides the redevelopment of greenfield airports. So all this is going to be a huge growth. Now, you asked the question where the money is going to come from. The fact is, besides the budget, which allocated like 12 lakh crores or something to the budget, we still need huge financing. The fact is we're not getting enough FDI, but there are different structures, I'm glad. So no doubt the institutional money going into real estate and infrastructures increased. And then there are structures like REIT, the InvITs.
The real estate investment trusts are.
Exactly, and InvITs. So there are about 5 REITs right now, and there are about 18, 19 InvITs for infrastructure investment, which goes after the public markets, and they're going to increase. And we will also see REITs. Right now, it's mostly office and retail and infrastructure. There will be REITs going forward in logistics, in hospitality, in healthcare, anything which is income producing. There's also private equity funds who are there. A lot of more institutions are putting in money. The IPO market, the public markets is a big area. But what is going to happen, and slowly is happening, if you look at globally, large part of the real estate infrastructure is financed by insurance firms, sovereign funds, endowment funds, and that is not happening enough in India. So if you look at LIC, if you look at our pension funds, huge amount of that money just sitting there, and a lot of, even in globally, they put money in treasury bonds, safe, risk-free or low-risk investments, but certain percentage of that money should come into real estate. So we would need a lot of financing. So even if insurance companies, like I said, pension funds, start putting money in India, they're doing it, but to a larger extent, the money will come from there.
So, but what is the bigger challenge to this growth, to this real estate growth? Is it money, or is it a lack of talent / skilled labor?
That's another long discussion. I think as a country, what I always say, we are, again, 1.5 billion people. In spite of that, one of the challenges our country will face is skilled manpower. We are still, the good part is, because we have large numbers, we are still one of the highest in the world who are producing PhDs and engineers, etc. So we'll be in a decent space, but the fact is the growth we want to, we are ambitious about. To achieve that growth, besides financing and investments, skilled manpower can be a limiting factor if we don't keep pace. And right now, there is huge challenge, for example, in the construction industry, and that's a long discussion, what we should do and what the challenges are. But it's certainly a good point you raised, because that will be one area our country has to really focus on if we want to achieve the goals we are looking for.
Okay, can I ask you where this growth will come from? We have spoken about the multi-asset playbook, so we understand that there is housing, which is on one side, then there is public infrastructure, there are schools, there are colleges, there are hotels, there is medical infrastructure, all of that. We understand that. But I want to ask you where this growth is going to come, because you can look at it from the outside, as I am looking at it from the outside and thinking to myself, but Gurgaon is already saturated, and Mumbai is already saturated, and Delhi is already saturated, and Bangalore is already saturated. So are we looking at this, multi-asset playbook playing out in tier 2, tier 3 cities, or will it still remain?
If you look at Bangalore, there are peripheral area. If you look at Mumbai, there's Thane, Navi Mumbai. But the problem with that is also one of the deterrents where the tier 2, tier 3 cities are not coming up, because within our major cities, we've got peripheral cities which provides everything which a tier 2, tier 3 city will bring up. For last 30 years, I've been talking about, I've been asked about tier 2 cities, and for last 25 years, next growth is going to be in tier 2, tier 3 towns. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened as expected. However, the good news is since last 5 years, this is the first time I've seen the amount of activity which is happening in tier 2, tier 3 towns is unprecedented. So there is no doubt that future will be in tier 2, tier 3 cities. If you look at cities like Pune, right, which was a tier 2 city, today Pune has almost will be 100 million square feet office market. There's Hyderabad, there's Kochi, there's Indore, and I can go on Coimbatore. So a lot of activity happening, not to the level it should have been, but going forward, we'll see a lot of activity in tier 2, tier 3 towns.
Okay, speaking of tier 2, tier 3 cities, actually even our big metros, we are living in a world where cities are rapidly growing, right? Because people migrate into cities from small towns, from villages to look for jobs, to look for education, to look for a new life. I want to ask you, in your 30 years of experience, have you seen that our urban planning landscape is actually aligned to that reality? Because that's not how it looks like.
Yeah, because I think, again, the challenge remains the jobs are, like you alluded to, concentrated in the main cities. Everybody wants to migrate to big cities, not only not only for the jobs, but also lifestyle. We don't think about the Gen Z, the young people. Besides the jobs, etc., they want lifestyle. Good part is in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities, we are getting that lifestyle is improving. I think because of technology, we see a lot of people getting employed there while they be working like a remote worker or doing back-end work. And also with tier 2, tier 3 towns coming in, and especially the cost of manpower going up in main cities, the companies would have no choice but look for, if they have to remain competitive, they have to look for how to keep the cost of labor lower. And that can only happen if you're in tier 2, tier 3 towns. So they will be, but the urban areas, of course, that's a long discussion. We are struggling with traffic. We are struggling with high cost of living. We are struggling with pollution. So yeah, that all what comes with rapid growth, our cities are struggling with. And we definitely need to do much more. Now, there were some very good schemes or announcements by the government, 100 smart cities. There's a lot of money going into urban infrastructure. But I think the pace of growth and the pace of development is not keeping pace,
We already have a goal, right? The goal has been set in front of us, Viksit Bharat 2047. I want to ask, and we understand that real estate is going to be a growth driver to get us to that goal. I want to ask you what the government needs to do to accelerate the sector. It's doing very well, it's growing rapidly, but I'm sure it can do with some help.
I think, first of all, ease of doing business, which is not for, because like I mentioned, real estate is everything. We are sitting in real estate right now. Any structure, any built environment is real estate. From metro station to the airport to office to retail. And the ease of doing business will make a big difference.
Which means the 1,000 licenses that are required, and the 2,000 inspections that are required, that needs to be done away with.
So again, the good part is we have gone up, meaning in ease of doing business from before, but still lots needs to be done. And the second one, which doesn't get talked about, is ease of living. If we want our manpower to be productive, if we want to improve our productivity, we want to attract the best talent and retain the best talent in our country. Ease of living will be a huge area where even government can make a big difference. And that really means better connectivity. Coming here today, all the traffic jams, the pollution, the affordable housing, all of that. And in even entertainment places, how do you attract? And we have one of the youngest populations in the world. For that young population to remain focused, productive, it's not the old times where, our mindset was we don't have a choice. We have to accept it. Today, the young generation is not going to do that. If we want to really drive our economy and our country, we have to have ease of living, urban centers, which provide that platform for young people to perform.
Anshuman, our time is up, unfortunately, but this was a good chat. Thank you very much for joining us here at the Global Summit.
I'm glad we did it spot on time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. They are running late. I'm sorry. No questions.
One dynamic session after the other. And yes, I do know that some of our members of the audience did have some questions to ask, but I'm going to request you to please connect with our speakers offline. That being said, we are going forward to our next session as well, because the next one is all about trade, trust, and tensions. The focus, in fact, is all about the future of the US-India economic deal. And that being said, as we all know, that this session, in fact, examines the long-term durability of the economic alignment and also explores how trust can be institutionalized in trade frameworks. That being said, our next speaker is someone who has also worn the uniform with pride, but now shapes national conversations with a lot of clarity and conviction. We have with us none other than Major Gaurav Arya of the Chanakya Forum. And to spearhead the session, we have with us Lavanya Iyengar, Deputy Chief Editor, ET Edge. So if I could please invite on stage, first up to spearhead the session, Lavanya Iyengar. And if I could also please invite Major Gaurav Arya to please come on stage, sir. An absolute delight and honor to have you with us here at Global Business Summit. Thank you so much for joining us. With that, Lavanya, over to you.
Thank you, Kavya. So we have with us, am I audible? Yeah. So we have with us somebody who I'm very sure you've all reckoned or met or heard before. Right, Gaurav? Right. So we know...
Thank you. I was a little bit thirsty, so I said, let me have a sip of water first.
Yes, we're going to have we have 15 minutes with us, so let's continue and talk about... everyone out there knows the kind of impact all the trade tensions which has been brought by all the announcements over the past so many weeks and months which has happened in India. Clarifying the bigger picture, how do you access the strategic importance of the recent India-US trade agreements beyond economics, particularly in the context of India's wider geopolitical balancing between US, China, Russia?
Thank you for your question.
Yes.
I think the details of the deal are still coming out, so it will be premature for me to say whether it's a good deal or a bad deal. So far, it looks promising. But, Lavanya, there are 2-3 things that we need to consider. First of all, Donald Trump will try and push us against the wall. That is a given, so let us not delude ourselves into thinking that the deal is done. With all due respect, since he is the President of the United States, he is a person who doesn't care very much for the written word, except when it's on Truth Social. So you might sign a deal with him, and he might walk back. He has done it with various deals. He walked back from NATO. Can you imagine? The Article 5 of NATO says that if one NATO country or NATO member country is attacked, the other people will get together and defend that country and use all means, including military. Yes. Today, the Europeans fear Donald Trump more than they fear Vladimir Putin. So, I don't know. The truthful answer is I don't know. Let's see how it develops.
That's a very candid answer. Do you think that the current phase of the US-India engagement differ from earlier trade partnerships that India has pursued?
I think there has been a definite loss of trust. So I'm not going to get into specific line items saying that, you know, this is tariff-free and this comes with so much of tariff. That is not my area of expertise. But I can tell you that trust has been broken. It will take time for trust to be repaired. If you look at the case of Mark Carney of Canada, he said that, and that was pretty recent, he said that the international order as we know it has been ruptured. And a rupture is always from within. It's not from outside. A fracture or a break can be from outside. A rupture is from within. And this is Canada. Canada who has gone to war for the United States. Canada who's put its sons and daughters and brothers and sisters in the line of fire for the United States of America. So in today's world, I think it's extremely difficult to say. But there is a definite rupturing and we'll have to deal with it. That's the truth.
Yeah, rupturing, as we were talking about, is causing more of disruption, and that's how change happens.
Yes.
And once you walk away towards a different direction, you can explore and find different solutions. That's what we were agreeing earlier to. How can trade agreements be structured to support India's growth ambition, which also meets something which we're hearing from the US every day? How do you think that it can be more aligned with what India wants?
So I think if US agrees to transfer of technology, here I'll talk about defense manufacturing, which is a big ticket item for India. If you talk about defense manufacturing, then we talk about, we've just agreed to purchase more Poseidons for the Navy. We have done that. We have Apache helicopters, we have the Chinook, we have the M777. We have a host of American platforms that we're using, but the important thing is that if we have to sort of get involved and make successful Atmanirbhar Bharat, then there has to be some transfer of technology and it has to be manufactured in India. So if you see with respect to the Rafale deal, 114 Rafale, now 80% of them are going to be made in India. So that does wonders for our ecosystem. But simply importing from outside doesn't do anything. It's, you write a check and they give you Apaches. So let's say India says we want 50 more Apaches or 100 more Apache helicopter gunships. America says, fine, we will transfer maybe 60% or 80% of technology, and out of 100, America is going to manufacture in a flyaway condition, give us 20, and we manufacture 80 here. That is going to help us.
This is more in line with what we talk about, make in India and the Vikasit Bharat that India wants to go towards, the $1 trillion economy, right? Absolutely.
See, we have 2 states in India which are doing pretty well as far as the, they have defense corridors. There's Tamil Nadu and UP. Uttar Pradesh, both of them have defense corridors, and I think that is where India must push. Spend a lot of money, write billion-dollar checks, but ensure that the stuff is made in India. Because if you order things in a flyaway condition from the United States of America, it makes Trump happy, it does not make India happy. But we are also doing that, by the way.
Yes.
There is a deal for Stryker that is coming up. And parts of that are going to be made in India. So it's not like it's a complete win for the US. India also wins. We just need to have that quantum of win more in India's favor than in America's favor. That is the whole idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Let's talk about how the MSME and the consumers, how are they going to benefit from these trade relationships? And where do you think we can, explore more and try to, probably negotiate harder?
Yeah, so there are 2 things that come to mind immediately. First of all, markets are opening up. Yes. But I think whether it's an MSME or whether it's any person who's manufacturing and sending to the United States. Now, apparently, Mr. Piyush Goyal said very recently, I think 48 hours back, that we have a similar deal that is given to Bangladesh, which means that if we buy raw material from the United States of America, we get to send it back to the US at 0% tariff. But it's not so easy. Because the raw material that comes from the US will be more expensive than the raw material which is available in India, right? Yes. Bangladesh pretty much doesn't care because Bangladesh needs the US market. I was in Surat 3 months back and I was speaking to a couple of businessmen, many of them in the textile business, and the first thing they said was that because of these tariffs, we have taken a massive hit. It's impacted us massively, but what we are going to do is we are going to ensure that we look for more markets. So I spoke to one of them on the phone and he said, we are evaluating Europe, Africa, other parts of Asia. So yeah, we'll get the job done. I don't think. But yes, let's see. As I said, Lavanya, trust needs to be built. That trust has been broken.
Okay. And we are talking about the trust which India has with our neighbors. We also talk about what we are having as a SAARC country, right? So we're talking about when India can argue must preserve a strategic autonomy, okay? Do you think deep trade integration with one bloc comprises that autonomy?
Absolutely.
How do we go
Absolutely.
ahead? Yes.
Strategic autonomy, we paid 50% tariff for strategic autonomy.
Yes.
Because we wanted to buy Russian oil.
Yes.
I think we still want to buy Russian oil. Except for Donald Trump, nobody's saying that we have stopped buying Russian oil, but we still want to buy Russian oil, and that is what it is. So if you want to be sovereign, you have got to pay a price. Look at Pakistan, for example. Pakistan does not want to be sovereign. Pakistan has no desire to be sovereign. Pakistan wants to sit on the board of peace. That is what they wish to do. They want to be close to Donald Trump. They want to have lunches at the White House. And all of these things take away your sovereignty, your ability to take decisions for the benefit of your citizens. India has never compromised in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and today it's a different kettle of fish altogether. There is absolutely no question of any compromise. Yes, we stop buying Russian oil when we get benefits from outside. It's not an emotional decision. It's a business decision. It is a decision for profit, but nobody else can tell us what to do. We will decide what we wish to do.
Okay. See, let's talk about trade in this tense geopolitical situation or the climate which is prevalent now. Trade treaties usually aim at economic cooperation, but can they realistically insulate ourselves from a strategic relationship from the rising geopolitical tensions which are there?
No, trade is a weapon.
Okay.
We realized it late. The world has always known it. And the day Donald Trump calls it Liberation Day, when he came with those huge charts and he told everybody that 10%, 20%, 35%, I hate you, 50%, it made no sense because there was no working behind those figures. It wasn't that he had a huge meeting and over a period of 1 month, there were deliberations that we will put 25% on India plus 25% punitive tariffs because India was buying oil from Russia. It wasn't like that. It just happened. So today, let us understand that trade, as far as India is concerned, has been weaponized. And you've got to find your way around that. You've got to find your way. And what will they push you for? The ultimate prize is a nation's sovereignty. And I think everybody, every superpower will try and push you so that you compromise upon your sovereignty. I think that is the end game.
Okay. You spoke about the deals that we have done with either the Rafale and what we did with the Made in India initiative that we have. Do you think that any strategic sectors like manufacturing, semiconductors, or rare earths should be under-restricted in trade treaties for the national security reasons, and how do we safeguard them?
No, I think we should just see, there are 2-3 things. I think you meant that what should we control in terms of national security?
What is that we keep open and what is that, how much?
No, as far as India is concerned, as far as Indian investors and businessmen are concerned, I say open everything.
Okay.
Open everything. I'm totally against the government manufacturing weapons or doing anything. It's not the government's job to do it. And I think the sooner the private sector gets involved in manufacturing of sensitive technologies and weapons. America has 11 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, right?
Yes.
And a private company makes them. America has the world's 2 best 5th-generation aircrafts, fighter aircrafts, the F-22, F-35, both of them made by private companies. Everything in America is made by private companies.
Okay. Let's talk about now from defense, let's talk about agriculture. Okay. Do you think that Indian farmers were deeply affected by the past trade tensions, and how should the future treaties protect this vulnerable sector now?
I don't know. I think, see, we don't know. Nobody knows, especially with respect to the India-US trade deal. You look at various media outlets and you'll end up imagining that perhaps they know everything, which is not true. It's still coming out. Like they've taken down pulses. They've taken down, that India will invest 500 billion. So India will consider investing. There is a huge amount of difference between will invest and will consider investing. So things are coming out slowly and slowly. We are reacting to Donald Trump's post on Truth Social. That's what we're doing, and that is what we must not do. Let's wait, give it a week, 10 days, give it a month, let things settle down. I think things will be clearer.
Can you give us an example before we, we still have a little more time if we take some questions.
Yeah,
Can
sure.
you give an example where a trade treaty has directly influenced any strategic decision making?
Oh, all trade treaties. So, see, Lavanya, there are 2 kinds of security.
Yes.
There is traditional security and there is non-traditional security. When you talk about traditional security, it means your fighter jets, your submarines, your aircraft carriers, your weapons, explosives, missiles. This is traditional security. And when you have non-traditional security, it means food, it means energy, it means water. And food, energy, and water, components of non-traditional security, are also weapons.
Okay.
They are also weapons. So why do you think the world is afraid that America will attack Iran? Because from the Strait of Hormuz passes 20% of the world's oil supply.
Okay.
That is, otherwise nobody cares. If the US were to bomb Iran in isolation and it did not impact anybody, the world would not worry. But it worries because the price of oil will go haywire, number 1. Number 2, the price of insurance will go haywire, the price of logistics will go haywire. Everything across most of the world will become expensive. And geopolitical twists and turns always impact price.
One last question from me before we open the floor.
Ji.
Which country's trade strategy should India study closely, and why do you think we should do that?
No, I don't think, I think we should study every trade strategy very closely, but our problems are unique to us. Europe's problems are unique to Europe. Like, for example, Europe was in a very sweet spot for decades, especially after 1945 when the Second World War ended. And suddenly Donald Trump said that, You have 0.5%, 0.9% of your GDP on defense. I don't like it. Make it 5%. America is not going to underwrite your defense. And everything fell apart for Europe. So I think every trade deal is separate. It is different. India needs to study everybody. But at the same time, you need to have local solution to local problems. Europe, America, or even China cannot give us a solution because we understand our own problems the best here.
Thank you, Gaurav, for this. Let me lay the scope open for a question. Kavya, we do have a little more. Probably one question we can ask her. Yeah? Okay. I think we will...
I think there's no question, is it?
There are questions, but we will close it now. Okay? And we will take it along again or further on. Yeah. Thank you very much, Gaurav. And we closed on time, Kavya. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, because when we have someone like Major Gaurav Arya joining us, the session is bound to be done on time. But most importantly, this was like a masterclass, and thank you, Lavanya, for spearheading the questions for us and the session for us. That being said, what we're about to do now is take a quick lunch break, I believe, and the scheduled break is till 2:15 because we're about to get started with our next set of sessions right here inside this hall at 2:15 p.m. I'd like to urge you all, if you're headed for lunch, please do take care of your belongings and see you all exactly at 2:15. Do enjoy the lunch as well and see you back at 2:15. Well, just to Rani Bagh Hall, and the Rani Bagh, my apologies. So please kindly head towards Rani Bagh. Enjoy your lunch, but be back at 2:15. Thank you.
Because what I'm trying to do is each and every person here can do stuff as well. Okay, my presentation is not here still. Okay, now we're just showing another presentation. Wow. This also is built by AI, by the way. Can you check the USB?
Check. All right. First thing I must laud is his confidence because even if tech fails, humans don't. I think that's a shining example there. So we're just going to sort that out. And I can see that all of you are already excited about this particular session. But just allow me a couple of minutes and allow us a couple of minutes. We're going to sort that out because here is someone who comes with a lot of courage and a lot of conviction. And I think this topic is going to be as pertinent as it was ever meant to be. So I'm just going to request you to just hold on with us. For the next few minutes, we promise to sort it out. Okay, we're going to hit a rewind button. And can we have a round of applause one more time for Raul, John, Ajay? Over to you.
We're going to act like that never happened, right? Okay, so that's... Okay, I need a slide sheet as well. Okay, small technical error. Anyway, coming back to the PPT. So did you guys think about my question? What does India have other than me? There might be a lot of other things, but right now we don't. That is what exactly I'll be answering today. So Anthropic, China has all this. So what does India have? I'm not saying India needs another image generator. I'm not saying India needs another video generator. We need to solve real problems. That is how we are going to set ourselves apart. It's not just about India, it's about the rest of the world. How are we going to set ourselves apart? That is what we are going to talk about today, right? First of all, what do I mean by, solve real problems? If you rewind back to time when I was not even born, to the dot-com bubble, right? During that time, there was companies like Google and Amazon who survived that. Yes? How did they survive that? They also had a dot-com. Why didn't they crash? Like it can be pet.com, house.com. Why didn't those companies die or go bankrupt? Not that I wish that, but why? Because they set themselves apart, right? What they did was different from what was happening. Amazon, they sold books, right? They went to the places, e-commerce, basically. Then Google helped people kind of go through the internet, search the internet, which was also completely new that time. We have it now very easily, but that time it was new. New, innovative ideas. And that is what set them apart. They both have one thing in common. They solved a real problem. That is what we have to focus on, right? So, starting with education, in fact. Right? I'm going to be talking about all this, how AI can impact these places, not just in India, but for the rest of the world. So starting with education. This is a car from 1957. You might recognize it. Which is this car, guys? Ambassador, right? Okay, so I'm the only one who didn't know. Okay. So this is a car of 2025. Very cool. I'm not putting Lamborghini and all because it has been there for some time, but this is a car that released in 2025. Cool, right? Very advanced, has AI to drive it and stuff. This is a classroom of 1957. Wow, this is a classroom of 2025. We are developing cars, but what about our classrooms? Still a teacher standing in front of 60 people. Does that make any sense? Right? That needs to change. And fun fact, this is my classroom. Yeah, I love my school, by the way. I love my education, right? I love my teachers. But I want to make something I love better. I want to make the education system I love better. And from taking sessions at being at my school, from government school, to taking sessions internationally at a lot of colleges, schools, including in India, one thing that I've seen is that our education system could be way better. Right, starting with the thing like schools should not teach us what to think. It should not. It should teach us how to think of a new idea, how to get a new idea. It should teach us how to think. Now, how do we do that? With the one and only thing? Exactly. Can you have a big clap for whoever said it? Yeah. Guys, clap, guys. Thank you. Okay. AI, exactly, right? How can AI help us? One of the main things, everyone learns differently. I open my book and I go to sleep. Why? Because I don't learn things by reading. Sorry, but everyone learns differently. Maybe by reading, maybe by audio, maybe by watching videos. That's how I learn, right? AI can generate those for you right now, right? Notebook LM, which Google has already released, is already doing that. Generating content for each and every person differently. Like yesterday, our Prime Minister had told us that it should not be one size fits all, right? Exactly here. The education also can't be one size fits all. It needs to be different. Not just about how we teach, but each person's interest as well. I'm interested in, can you guys guess? Wild guess. AI, exactly, right? I'm interested in AI. So if I learn, let's say, E equal to MC square, connecting with the topic of AI, I would be much more happy to learn it, right? I don't know if I'll still be, but I would be, right? AI can do that. It can combine a certain interest with whatever you're interested in and teach it to you. It can generate content like that as well. We can use these technologies to solve real problems. Starting, that was about education, right? Even the things like textbook can be updated way faster with the help of AI. Some states in India only updates it every 18 years, guys. See, think about that. We can update it way faster. AI can go and find the knowledge way faster with the help of AI. Now that is about, education. And why am I saying this? Rahul, you don't have any point. People don't care about education. Or do they? I started something known as the ThinkCraft Academy, where I thought going from what is AI to building your own AI in 30 days, what is AI to using AI as a startup founder, as an employee, as a student. Both these courses were completely free and it's still available. And more than 7 lakh people have watched these courses. And it's completely free. And the thing that shows the demand that people want education. People want to learn about AI. People want to know about all this. And that is why exactly it could be better. Next, one other thing India is very much known for is, guys, what is it known for? What is it? Exactly, agriculture. One big thing, right? More than 50% of our workforce is actually agriculture in India. Did you know that? It's crazy. But the thing is that we also generate one of the less yields in the world as well, compared to the people who compared to the people who make this food and how much of the people use this, it's very less. How do we fix that? Because right now, farmers are just doing guesswork. Needs this much fertilizers, needs this much water. They're just doing guesswork. This can be fixed with AI as well. Right now, it's already happening. Companies like Fossil, it's an Indian startup in Bangalore. What they're doing is they had sensors to check how much water needs to be used, how much fertilizers, based on the weather also. It tells them everything to a farmer. Now, the thing is that 12,000 farmers have already used it, and they have saved more than 50% of water. 50% of water used in farming. Water is very, very less in our world, right? And this is crazy. And just take another example. If we use AI for targeted treatment, right now when we put fertilizers, we just put it all around the plant, right? All around the land. But if we use AI, we can put it for the plants that only need fertilizers, right? Is that correct, guys? We can use sensors for those. AI can detect that and do it. And that is also already happening. And more than 56% of chemicals were saved in that. Now, one thing is that only less 2% of farmers are using technology like this, because 57% $57 to $300, that's the average money it costs, which is very expensive for a farmer, right? So what I'm trying to say is that we have the technology, we have built the technology. We just have the accessibility issue. We just have to make it cheaper. Oh, a lot of people are behind. Okay, we just have to make it cheaper, right? Okay, now next question to you guys. How do you imagine the war looks today? It can look anyway, right? Tanks, armies and all? Well, no. How? Right now, did you know in the borders of India, in Pakistan and in China, there are literally swarm bots that talk to each other to survey everywhere. Isn't that crazy? Literally, that looks like from a movie, right? Not from Terminator, but there are literally cool things like this. Literally, we have our own ChatGPT for our army. Did you know that? Right? That is fully secure. That is, it answers, it's accessible anywhere. But it's our own model, guys. We have all this in defense, right? And fun fact, compared to US and China, we only spend a fraction of amount in AI in defense. But we lead it also. It is around 50 million only, while others spend billions, right? Okay, so next is one. Okay, now next you will be like, rescue, what is that? Okay, so I have also been part of this. You'll be like, Rahul, who are you to tell us all of this? Well, let me just add to that. I have my own company, ARM Technologies, which actually helps people to find the right law, connects them to a lawyer when it's needed, and even tells them the right law based on that. Right? We have 10 plus other AI tools based in that domain for each people, each domain, rather than trying to create a full ChatGPT for everything. That's what I'm trying to solve. Even on content creation, I go with celebrities and I'm like, do you use AI? To show that if celebrities can use AI, why can't you? And we have around 300 to 400K followers on Insta and good amount on YouTube as well. Because I'm trying to make AI accessible there also, guys. Make people start using AI responsibly, right? See, this was never about AI, right? This presentation was about empowerment, possibility, and democratization of innovation. Now, I just want to leave you with something. While everyone is talking about who is going to lead the AI, who has the biggest model, who spent the most billions, who has the most compute. The main thing out of all of this is the most powerful thing AI can do has nothing to do with size, but everything to do with solving what matters, solving real problems. And one main thing, solving real problems. How? Stop competing in someone else's race and start building your own race. No matter you're a country, no matter you're an individual, that is what will set you apart. And that's what I did. Thank you guys so much. Okay, awkward photos. Thank you. Did you guys like the session? Yes? Ma'am, is it okay if I take a small video? Are you guys okay with taking a small video? No, I don't think they're okay with it. Are you okay with it? Yes? Okay, so as I said, I'm an influencer also. So I just want to take a small video of just asking you guys, how was the session? Can we do that? So I'll just say, okay. Okay. Ready? I'll just do this and show you guys. Okay? Ready? And by the way, if you didn't like the session, you can say no also, loudly. But you have to tell me how feedbacks, okay? Okay? Agreed? Okay. How should I address the session? Times Now, ET event? Perfect. ET Now, GBS Times. How was the session? Did you guys learn something new? Was it very boring? I was seeing if they're going to say yes. Thank you guys. Bye. Thank you so much.
Well, the future of India is in good hands, I must admit, yes? All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a special start to the next segment of the program. And thank you so much, Raul. Thank you for sort of sharing with us and also reminding us that it's that, when you're talking about AI, India is already leading it. And, with leaders such as you all joining the force, nothing like it. So thank you so much for joining us today here at GPS. Thank you again. Beautiful. All right. I can see a renewed sense of energy amongst all of you, yeah? So what we're going to do is we're going to take that energy forward and let's march ahead straight away to our next set of sessions, because our next question is all about how is AI redefining who gets to build chips. Because when we look at the demand for compute power that's rising exponentially, the big question is whether the chips will be needed, but then if so, who will build them and who will build them efficiently, which is why our next speaker joining us is a leader at the intersection of artificial intelligence and semiconductor innovation. So on that note, I'd like to please invite on stage Shelley Henry, CEO and co-founder Moore's Lab AI. So I'd like to please invite Shelley. Let's have you back on stage. Let's say aye to AI. And let's do that. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. And we have the presentation going. Meanwhile, I'm Shelley Henry. I have a company in the US. We are building a platform that will change the world, how semiconductor or silicon chips are being built today and in the next 2 years to come. I'll wait for the presentation to load up. Meanwhile, the problem with today's world of semiconductor engineering is it's very long process. It takes a lot of money, and it's not accessible to most of the countries. Let me see if the presentation is getting loaded. All right, meanwhile, I'll keep going. If you look at everything that's around you today, there's lots of chips. If you take your phone out, there's about 17 different chips in there. And if you look at your computer, there are 20 plus different chips. And there are medical devices out there, satellites out there, your self-driving cars out there with different kinds of chips. If you look at all these kind of chips, they are all built by a very few number of companies around the world. One is NVIDIA, one is Intel, AMD, Google, Meta, few companies. Why is that? Can we do better than that? Why is the chip industry not accessible to the rest of the world? So let me make sure that my presentation is up before I continue. All right, it looks like it's better. Ah, yes, it is here. Fantastic, fantastic. We are at the brink of a new era. In the next couple of years, there will be a fundamental change in the way we build chips. It's going to change everything. I'm Shelley Henry, the CEO of Morse Lab AI, based out of Austin, Texas. I have built over 25 different chips during my lifetime, including any iPhone you have is one of my chips in there, or any Android phone for that matter is one of my chips. If you have Xbox, it's one of my chips that I built. With that introduction, let me go into the details. Why are we not having so many chips built in different parts of the world? There are 3 hidden gatekeepers for this problem. First is a capital requirement. You need about $60 to $100 million to build one chip. That is a lot of money. And it takes 2+ years to build one chip. That is a lot of work going into this chip building itself. The third thing is the talent barrier. It takes 200 engineers working for 2 years, spending $100 million to build a chip. That is what makes it impossible for countries like India or any other non-rich countries to get into the game. How can we fix this? We have a solution. We don't have the shortage of ideas. We have a shortage of permission to build. The last 20 years belong to software. Software has been very successful in the last 20 years because it systematically reduced the friction to build and expand. If you compare what happened in software versus what happened in chip development, you can see that when it was software, you build, ship, iterate. You can keep doing that forever. But chip development, you build, you verify, you fabricate. That's a one-time process. If you look at the timeline, it's days to weeks for software and 18 to 36 months for chip development. And the cost is in thousands of dollars for a software, and it runs in millions for developing a chip. And the team size, you can build an app or a software with 2 to 10 engineers, but it takes 200 engineers to build a chip. And if you find a problem with the software, you can just apply a patch, and you should be good to go. But for a chip, if it has a bug, if it doesn't work, you have to completely redesign the chip. So software didn't win because it was smarter. It won because it was easier to build. How can we make chip building also easier? Currently, silicon or the chip building is stuck in the past. We did a good job automating a few of the things like simulations, placing the transistors, layout. Those kind of things are automated. But the manual work is very, very significant. You're looking at specifications that run 600 pages. And you're looking at registered transfer level code that's in thousands and 10,000s of lines. And similar with verification code. And the debug is complex. You have a system with 10 billion transistors, and even if one of the connections are not made correctly, it will not function. So to identify those kind of issues becomes very, very time-consuming. So we automated the electrons, but left humans doing the hardest manual work. So that is what makes silicon different or more difficult. That's where AI comes in. Now, AI can automate a lot of these things. Whatever the manual effort has been there for building specification, AI can just generate the specification. It can just generate different kinds of designs. It can analyze and detect bugs automatically. And everything that was manually done before, now it can be done through AI. What does that mean? This is the moment where you can start thinking of building silicon as easy as building a software. That changes everything. It has got profound impact in the whole global economy. Now, building chips is no more rare, it is abundant. It's not manual anymore, it is all automated. And it is not gated by capital, it is gated only by your imagination. So the next big company will not look like this, look like a chip building company at all. With this new era of chip building, you will see a lot of different kinds of chips coming into the market. There will be new kinds of robots, new autonomous cars, AI chips, energy infrastructure chips, new medical devices, and new consumer devices, satellites, defense applications. It's just, the sky is the limit. You can just, if you can imagine something, you can build a silicon for that. And what does it mean for the world? Chip building will not be a monopoly of the rich countries anymore. It is more accessible to every country, every small team, without much capital. It democratizes the chip building itself. Countries like India will be able to develop chip on their own. Everything will be made in India. When you have the ability to make chips very cheap and very fast, it enables people to do a lot of experiments, and more experiments lead to more breakthroughs, and more breakthroughs lead to innovation. That's a kind of innovation that will happen around the world. AI just doesn't disrupt markets, it resets the world to decide who gets to create the next big chip. What does this mean for everyone in this room right now? If you are a leader of any company, you should be starting to think of silicon as not as an unreachable thing. It is something that you can have access to and use that in your innovation. If you don't do that, you will be left behind. For engineers, you're not limited by the size of your team anymore. It's only limited by your imagination. A small team of engineers can actually build very big and very complex chips that will serve different kinds of markets. For investors, you're not going to be, you have to think of AI, the whole silicon industry very differently. The next big innovation is not going to come from NVIDIA or Intel or AMD or any of the big companies. It might be a small company in Chennai or Mumbai or Noida. That mindset has to shift. So the investors who can see that early on will be the winners in the next era. That's all I have. Thank you. And I'm Shelley Henry. I'm CEO of Morse Lab AI. We are building a platform that will enable exactly this. We are reinventing silicon engineering with Agentic AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shelley, and thank you for obliging with us and our tech as well. But that being said, now we're in smooth hands. I've been assured that by my team. If you've taken a look at the agenda, we're going back to back with 10-minute power-packed presentations from each of the innovators joining us. So with that, we're now about to move on to understanding more about securing global innovation in the age of infinite data and AI disruption. Now, we all know that When it comes to data per se, it's both an asset and a vulnerability, which is why our next session is all about examining how organizations can design resilient systems in an environment of infinite data flow. That being said, we now have with us a globally recognized leader in the cybersecurity space whose work sits at a critical intersection of risk management, technology, and most importantly, business resilience. We have with us Mandy Andres, CISO, Elastic. She's a cybersecurity and AI authority and also an investor. So on that note, let's get to understand the resilience blueprint. And let me please invite on stage Mandy Andres. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Have a presentation. Great to be here this afternoon. Some fantastic topics, some fantastic discussions. So there's a lot of technology, a lot of innovation going on, but we need to understand and need to pay attention to how do we do that in a secure way? How do we do that in a way that helps maintain resilience of individuals, of organizations, of global impact? I'll touch today on some of that from a security perspective. As mentioned, I'm CISO at Elastic. Elastic, the search AI company, organization that develops software that helps you make sense of your data. Very fast, very large amounts of data, things that are needed to drive and support all of the AI capabilities and technologies that have been discussed. So if we look at the world that we're in right now, and it's been this way for a couple of years, but it just continues to evolve and it continues to speed up from a velocity perspective. We have digitization, the continued growth and expansion of turning everything into data. Then using that data and digitalizing all of our processes. I rarely use cash. I'm based in the US. I'm based in Austin, Texas, wherever Shelley is. That's my phone, online, one example, everything from a digital perspective. Used to go into places where they only took cash, now go into many places that don't take cash and only take credit cards or Apple Pay or Google Pay. And then the third is geographic disruption, whether that is geographic decentralization, centralization, but a lot of discussion and focus on sovereignty. Sovereignty of whether that is data, sovereignty of hardware, sovereignty of economics, and putting all of those together, key drivers in impacting where we're going today. On top of all of that, we have significant technology evolution. I have been alive for most of it, but when we get into the World Wide Web, the introduction of the internet, mobile, cloud, this pace of innovation, this pace of technology change has just continued to increase. And we're seeing that explode with AI. And we're seeing that be a transformational force as to what the world is going to look like in the future, how we're going to approach things in the future. AI is transformative. And as Raul said, if we're not learning it, if we're not using it, if we're not understanding how it's going to impact us, we need to start. It's how the world's going to run. But what makes AI run? You have chips, you have power, you have compute. But what, under all of that, what makes AI operate? And that is data. Training models, making decisions, analyzing logic and paths, and deciding what steps to take next. All of that is driven by data. And massive amounts of data. So growth of data projected to 2030. Tremendous, tremendous exponential growth. This is in zettabytes. For those not familiar with the zettabyte, it is 1,000 terabytes. Numbers that are very hard from a human perspective to fathom. And one interesting statistic from 2024, which if you look at this graph is the sixth one from the far right. If you wanted to download all the data from the internet in 2024, it would take 181 million years. And that was in 2024, and we are significantly beyond that. Another interesting point is Only 10% of all of this data is new. 90% is replicated, copies, different transformations of the same type of data. So we're not necessarily creating new data, we're using existing data in many different ways. So as we think about change and we think about all of the things that we're focusing on and all the things that we're getting really excited about, we still need to focus on resilience. So resilience, for me, is the ability to quickly recover. So from a cybersecurity perspective, I look at resilience from security incidents, cybersecurity events. If we have a ransomware attack, if we have a threat actor that has gained access to our corporate network, if we have a threat actor that has gained access to our banking information, how do we support and recover extremely quickly, whether that's the corporation or myself as an individual? And the ability to focus on resilience from an enterprise corporate perspective is driving the focus on automation. In today's world, with the speed, the velocity, the amount of data that we have to process, we can only be successful if we're looking at it from an automation perspective. Now that brings its own risks and its own challenges. Because if you're looking at automation, and right now we're all talking about agents, agentic AI, what's the difference between an insider threat, someone in your environment, whether it's an employee or a threat actor that has gained access, that's doing something malicious? How is an agent that starts to do things that you don't intend it to do? Is that an insider threat? Is that rogue software? Is that... I'm not sure what to define it, but the impact is the same. The general impact is the same, but the magnitude of that impact is likely far, far greater from the speed and the capabilities at which agents and AI in general are able to operate. And also, AI is very creative in how it finds ways to solve challenges. And so defining those guardrails is a big piece of resilience. AI agents that are trying to achieve their objectives, but are having trouble getting other agents to do what they want to do. They'll try hacking the other agents. They'll try to bypass controls on your security systems if they're blocking an agent in its ability to do that. So some very different ways of thinking that we need to move forward with. So what do we do about all of this? So I'll touch on for a few moments. From a business perspective, corporate enterprise, how can you be a resilient organization? And first and foremost, resilience needs to be part of your business strategy. If it's not, you're not thinking about it, you're not testing scenarios, you're not planning it, you won't be able to achieve it. So first and foremost, key part of your business strategy. And then within that strategy, identify through your business objectives, your vision, your business goals, where can AI help? That answer, that definition, I believe will be changing dramatically over the next few years. What may be impossible today could be extremely cheap and easy to achieve 1 year from now, 2 years from now. Always have this be a continuous thought process and revisiting it on a regular basis and really focusing on, let's not just use AI for AI's sake, but how do we best leverage AI in our organization? And within doing that, what's close to my heart is making sure that we're understanding what are the security risks or the potential security risks of those activities. And looking at security risks, whether that's information security, cybersecurity, from an enterprise level. In many organizations, from a risk management perspective, it resides in a technical team. It's a technical risk. It's an operational risk. Today, it's an existential business risk. Make sure you're thinking about it, you're talking about it with boards, with senior leadership, and taking that into account in all of your planning and operations. How do you respond? If resilience is the ability to recover quickly, you need to know how to recover. In cybersecurity, we do tabletop exercises, so we pretend that there's events and we talk through what would we do. The best tabletop exercises are when you throw out a scenario and everyone in the room is looking at each other going, I have no idea what to do. We're learning. We're seeing what are the gaps, what are the blind spots. So doing that not just from a technical perspective, but more and more today from a business crisis perspective. If you have a ransomware event, if you have a threat actor that has leaked significant amounts of critical data to your organization, What will that response be? What's the PR response? What's the management response? Who's speaking to the public? What are the legal implications and activities that need to happen? Have those conversations, have those practices all the way up to the board level. And lastly, resilience isn't something that can be driven by one team. It's not something that can be driven just from senior leadership. Resilience needs to be a focus of everyone in the organization. Everyone does play a role. Everyone should understand what that role is, understand how their activities drive the continued success of their organization. And this is something in some organizations see it part of kind of performance plans, part of bonus structures, but really ensuring that it's a key part of the culture of the organization. So I've talked a lot about resilience. And resilience is what we've been focusing on. It's what we want to be today. We want to be a resilient organization. We want to be resilient individuals. But I think that needs to evolve to the concept of anti-fragility. For those not familiar, anti-fragility is where resilience is the ability to recover quickly. Anti-fragility is the ability to get stronger in the face of chaos. Get stronger when there's challenges that you need to face. Learn from the challenges, change your environment, change your processes. And if we approach challenges that we face with that perspective, we'll build a resilient organization, but we'll also build an organization that thrives on learning and thrives on evolution, which is what is key for success today in a rapidly changing transformational world. So thank you very much. My time is up, but quick note. Sure, some of you have heard this quote that the pace of change has never been this fast. It'll never be this fast again. We felt that. We're continuing to feel that. So let's just keep that in mind. Thank you.
So I'm going to request you to please connect with Mandy as well. Mandy, if you could take the question offline as well, we'll get the next session started. But sir, please do feel free to connect with all of our speakers. And with that, we're going to quickly set the stage for our discussion. The whole plan is we're just going back to back because that's how we planned the entire agenda. 10 minutes of power pack sessions featuring our innovators. So we're going to do that really quick. Just as Mandy was also talking about the pace, we're also going to follow that, and we're going to make it really fast. Now, that being said, our next session talks about when digital spaces behave like places. In fact, we have someone who comes with deep passion for innovation, and our next speaker will be taking us through a lot more than what we could, interpret with regard to digital spaces itself. But we're going to do that in the form of a fireside chat that will be spearheaded by Hina Gambhir, who's a news editor with Times Now. So Hina will be extracting all the relevant perspectives from the founder and CEO of Neutral Digital, an award-winning immersive content and tech studio that works with global brands to create cutting-edge experiences across VR, AR, and IR. We have with us Christian Groh joining in. So let's have a huge round of applause there because we're talking about something very unique over here. And let's bring in that applause, let's bring in that energy and the music as well. Let's welcome Christian and Hina. Over to you.
Very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have with us a very, very special guest. Simply put, he is a digital architect. So he stopped designing physical spaces because he found designing digital spaces more interesting. So can you tell us a little bit about what is it like being a digital architect?
Hello everybody. Thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. This topic is off topic, if I could call it that way, just because the crossover that I'm working in or with has not been represented almost anywhere. So we call ourselves, and like what we do in our practice in our company, we call it digital architecture, or we are architects for the digital age. And we try to bring immersiveness and three-dimensionality into many of the interactive spaces that we're seeing today. So it's taking the concepts and many of the things that we're doing as architects, and also what cities and places, physical spaces are about, and bring them into the digital world. So it's very difficult also like to explain it in words as such. It's obviously much better and easier to show me, not tell me. But nonetheless, we're going to talk about it today. So yes, in a nutshell, we're architects for the digital age.
So simply put, say for example, if one has to book a ticket for, a flight to go somewhere, instead of a regular website that we see these days, you give us an experience of actually booking it via people from the airline in the digital world. So you make us actually feel as if we are at the ticket counter, talking to an actual person from the airline and booking the tickets, while also being able to see all the facilities that are available at the airport, like the lounge, etc. Am I correct?
Yes. So one of our main sort of like areas of work in creating these immersive spatial experiences is building, if I can simply put it, digital twins, and bring the digital twins into a more emotive and immersive environment. So what you have been mentioning about booking a ticket, we are the originators and creators of a interesting platform. I'm not going to be able to name the client that we work with, but it's a big Middle Eastern airline. And at the point of booking a ticket, the airline takes you to a place that is a lot more immersive. And the brand starts interacting with you in a way that a website never does. It shows you spatially what you're about to experience. It has an AI-enabled digital crew member who's able to even like book a ticket for you via a conversation. And then it also shows you everything that you're going to experience in your touch points on the ground at the airport, from check-in, transit hall, duty-free, the lounges as well, and then down to the aircraft itself. And it does that with an incredible accuracy and visual, let's say, detail. And it also offers a lot of business tools. And that's when it becomes interesting, sort of combining a spatial experience with critical business tools, and now also with the added layer of AI.
Okay, so aviation sector is one that you're focusing on.
Yes.
You haven't given us the name of the airline, but you said it's the aviation sector. Apart from that, which are the other sectors are you working on right now, and why should companies be investing in creating a digital environment or a digital space for themselves? What problem will it solve for them?
I believe that the future of the internet is going to be 3D, or is 3D. The way in which we are seeing, interacting, and consuming the information is very two-dimensional. This will develop into a much more 3D environment. Obviously, because my background is in architecture, we started working a lot with real estate and architects. And one example is that we're creating marketing, but also sales devices and suites that are interactive. They're all connected in the background to databases. And the real estate agents, they come back to us because they sell their real estate twice as fast as they would with traditional methods. So we're seeing an incredible acceleration and an incredible ROI for them in using these immersive three-dimensional tools, which become more than just marketing gimmicks. They are proper business tools.
Okay. Are companies open to exploring this new world, or are they a bit concerned and worried because it's a new space and we all get a little worried when you have to try something new?
So it's very odd. After 25 years in business, I still find myself in the position of having to be an evangelist for digital innovation and three-dimensionality and immersiveness. But the clients that we have, and we have very big names behind us, not only in real estate, but obviously in aviation as well, like the preeminent airlines of this world work with us. But the fact that they have these tools at their disposal now, they're coming back. So there is, at the beginning, there is hesitation, but once they see the ROI and they see how performant these things are, they come back. So that's for me a very encouraging signal, even though it's quite difficult. And I'm sure a lot of you here innovating and bringing innovations to any industry will face the same sort of inertia and resistance.
Where do you see India as a market in this space?
So Traditionally our clients were primarily, let's say, in the developed markets or the Gulf states where there's an incredible influx of capital and the availability of capital. But India has an incredibly interesting position because I believe if interests get pooled, it can become an incredibly interesting market also, let's say, for us. Yes, indeed, the solutions that we're currently doing are complex and complicated and obviously also quite expensive. But if there is a way to scale this, then obviously there are economies of scale here. But just a very quick comment. We're seeing India as an incredible potential for us for production and to great talent. A lot of great minds, and we already have a base here in Delhi, and we've grown it within a year to 30 people, so I'm looking forward to scaling it even more.
Okay, we are already moving beyond smartphones and flat screens towards spatial computing, where digital environments become places we actually inhabit. Do you see a future where people actually spend significant part of their lives inside these virtual spaces? And what would it mean for productivity, identity, as well as human connection?
Well, I hope that we're not going to move to a future where we're only going to be spending our life in digital environments. So I see this as a fantastic addition. I see it as a way to enrich our lives, our understanding, our communication, our culture and knowledge. But I certainly wouldn't want to see, just digital spaces as being a substitute for the physical world. No, definitely not. But what we're trying to do is bring emotion, bring cultural meaning, bring a certain sensitivity as well to these spaces, and try to really personalize and customize these environments either to the brand or the customer itself, or then to the region and the culture itself. And I hope that we're not going to all end up in just living in digital spaces. But what I hope we do is we expand on the two-dimensionality of the screens that we're currently using.
Do you think it could also, at some point in time, begin to reshape how people perceive the real world?
Well, it already has. I mean, we have a huge proportion of, let's say, the younger generation spending a tremendous amount of time in games and virtual worlds. Many times those worlds are not related to reality. And yes, it already has influenced us. So even if we're creating other types of solutions, that's also going to influence us massively.
Okay, one last question. Can you explain to the audience here simply the potential of having a digital world or a digital environment that the world is yet to realize?
Well, it is like trying to go to a museum, trying to go to a 3D experience, but only seeing a two-dimensional website with a couple of menus. So I believe that what we can offer in terms of a 3D space and immersiveness goes far beyond what we're experiencing today in our everyday lives. I truly believe the future of the internet is going to be 3D. We're moving towards that. We're seeing more and more customers taking that on. But certainly it will take some time to get there.
But I think we're already moving towards that space, isn't it?
Yes, we're working with a number of interesting players, and I can also say that we're moving in the Indian market. We just started an incredible relationship as well with some of the big players in aviation here in India, so without saying too much.
Only aviation in India for now?
For now, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
No,
Wonderful.
thank you for having us.
Thank you
for having us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll quickly set the stage for our next investor-focused discussion. And this is where the panel will come together to explore how investors evaluate opportunity amidst volatility. The session will also get to examine sectoral priorities from deep tech to manufacturing to that of green energy. And we'll also get to consider exit pathways and liquidity scenarios. So basically all that and more in the form of the investor focus session. So while we do so, after that, we will then move on to the next segment of transformation session, wherein we'll have back-to-back 10 minutes power pack presentations as well. But for now, let's arrest your attention for our next panel discussion coming up in the next couple of seconds. As we also set the stage once again, I'd like to urge you all to keep your thoughts coming using hashtag GBS 2026. Please continue doing that. Please share your thoughts as well across social media. But without any delay, first up, let me please invite our session moderator. We have with us Sajid Mangat, Senior Executive Editor, ET Now, who will be spearheading the session. And while we have Sajid to spearhead the session, let me also quickly invite our panelists as well. We have with us Pushkar Johari, Managing Director and Head, Private Equity, Value Quest Investment Advisors. And we are also joined by Ramakrishnan Kalyan Raman, who's a Senior Managing Director, Strategic Relationships, Spark Capital. So let me invite all our three speakers right up on stage. It's going to be an investor focus, so let the session begin. And Sajid, over to you.
Thank you very much. Pushkar, we are now a $4.3 trillion economy, and we want to aspire to become a $10 trillion economy. And as you are a private equity player, if I were to ask you, there are sectors that propel us to 4.3 trillion. Which are the sectors that will propel us to 10 trillion economy?
It's a very good question, and thank you for having me here. It's one of the questions we grapple with a lot in private equity. Where do we deploy capital? Where do we see growth happening which outpaces the economy? So what we have done at ValueQuest, and as a fund manager, what I have done is I've looked at a range of sectors where I believe India is at an inflection point and where we are likely to see high growth in the coming years. One of the sectors is aerospace. We clearly think that you have to play to your strengths as an economy, and our strength is economies of scope rather than economies of scale. And that is where low volume, high precision work has been India's strength. So aerospace is clearly one of the sectors I am very positive about. Another area I'm very positive about is energy transition. I think our next 20 years are going to be a lot more energy intensive if we are going to be a more manufacturing driven economy. What that means is we cannot keep on relying on fossil fuels. It's no secret we import 85% of our petroleum. So if we are going to be more energy demanding as an economy, we need to generate our own energy. And the game in town is solar today. There may be other sources like nuclear. Some of the other sources may come up. So we are very bullish on energy transition theme, where newer sources of renewable energy will come up, and that will also propel us forward.
Ramki? He spoke about aerospace. He spoke about...
I largely agree with what Pushkar said. So if you look at the breakup of the GDP today, it's about 60% from services, about 22% from industrials, which includes manufacturing and construction, and the balance 16-17% from agriculture, right? So that's largely good. The agri part is largely going to remain the same in my view, unless we step up on agri exports. Which I think, given all the trade pacts that we are doing, I see a scope for stepping up significantly on processed food and agri exports. I would add to that list auto components. I would add to that list electronic manufacturing, which have been thrust areas. I would also add to that list digital services, the whole orange economy that was spoken of in the budget. I think there is tremendous potential there if you package it and send it out. So to me, in addition to what Pushkar said, these 3 or 4 things will potentially drive it. We need to step up for the sake of the country and for the sake of providing employment. We need to move the manufacturing from 15-16% into the early 20s kind of levels, and that is going to be a propelling effect. In course of time, I think from being import substitution, we need to move to a stage where we are strategically resilient and eventually to a stage where we are strategically indispensable. And the difference between resilience and indispensability in my mind is, resilience is can we carry on with our life when the world breaks down? And indispensability is will the world break down when we stop, right? So I think we need to look at moving along that curve. And if we move along that curve, a bunch of these sectors that we spoke of will be the anchor sectors on which the economy will thrive and grow.
You know, we were on the receiving end of supply chain a few years back after COVID. Do you think supply chain is going to be the focus for the next maybe couple of years or a decade? And we will be exporters from here on, like what Ramki spoke about, agri-processing, or for that matter, any other sector where we are going to, and you mentioned about electronics and others, we will be more focused on that and making supply, becoming a very, very big player in the global supply chain as a whole.
I think India has already been part of a global supply chain, but in our own, let's say in the last 20 years, it's been on the services side, on IT technology services, and also for pharmaceuticals. For example, 60% of vaccines globally are made in India. You cannot be such a critical component of global supply chain without having chemistry skills, without having the kind of capability we have built. I think there's a lot of room in India for taking the game forward into newer sectors as well. Ramki mentioned EMS, electronic manufacturing. I think that's a great example. I'd just like to maybe reflect back on China's example. You look at, I was reading up in 2007, was maybe 19 years ago, was the first time iPhone was manufactured in China. Guess what was the value add from China out of the total bill of materials? It was less than 5%. Out of $200, $250 bill of material, they were making $6 to $8 of value add in China itself. Rest of it was all imported because the ecosystem was not there. What they did very smartly over the next several years is that they kept backward integrating. And that is where today you are probably seeing 45, 50% of the bill of materials being made in China. So that's the kind of, we have to be in some sectors like EMS, we have to be prepared to take the long game, play the long game, and identify core areas where we can really win over a long period of time. And at the same time, there are newer areas, for example, aerospace as an example. Today, I was speaking to one of the two global OEMs. There are only two guys who manufacture aircraft, civilian aircraft, Boeing and Airbus, which was one of them. And he told me that we outsource only 1% out of India. And the plan is to take it to 10% over the next 10, 15 years. So you're talking about a 10x growth in that sector if we get our act together. And we have the skills and the capability. We have always had the talent. It's just that talent hasn't found home in the form of a homegrown enterprise, which has led to revenues and business in India. It's been talent which has worked for multinational companies and in various organizations. But we are beginning to see some of that in private equity. We are beginning to see a lot of new emerging aerospace models come up, which are going to play a huge part of it. Space, for example. We had a speaker earlier in our discussions where people were talking about the space problem. There are 150,000 spacecrafts. Now, there are things you can do in space which are developing newer forms of drugs, etc., where I think India is going to play a role because we have a lot more cost-effective way of reaching space, developing the payloads, the LEO satellites, low Earth orbit satellites. So there are areas which are driven by science, technology, low volume, high scope, high differentiation. Those are the areas where I think we will integrate a lot better and contribute, and that is what will drive our exports.
Ramki, how do you see that? South India has been the main hub for STEM education, which is there, and that's where you're seeing a maximum number of startups in the aerospace or the space coming up. Do you see the South India now emerging as a hub for not only startup but for these specialized verticals going forward?
South India contributes roughly about 30% of India's GDP, right? The 4 southern states together. And they have had a very healthy mix of both manufacturing and services, right? So if you see India's growth, it is going to be, if I were to put a matrix, it is going to be domestic and export, manufacturing, services, and agriculture, right? So that's a, let's say for simplicity, let's break it out into two by three matrix, right? We are fortunate that we have a fairly large domestic market. At about 820 billion counting, exports makes about 4% of India's GDP. So it's not significant, right? Now the idea is to, and most of the, if you see the Asian tigers, most of them have significantly grown thanks to their lower population by export growth, right? So I would take a bet that given the disintegration of supply chains and given these nearshoring that is happening, and it is no longer about just in time. I think it is about just in case, particularly after COVID and after what is happening with the United States. I think people are preparing for the rainy day. People are making sure that in that eventuality they will have a supply there. So I think India as a very, very key integral player in the supply chain is going to emerge, number one. Number two, South India will continue to dominate or play a very pivotal role in addition to developed states like, let's say, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Karnataka in the south in particular. The mix is going to be largely driven by manufacturing because Chennai is already, and I can't sit in a forum and not talk about Chennai, coming from there. It's already the Detroit of South India. We make 40% of India's electronic exports go out of Tamil Nadu. So I think we are there. We employ 43% of the women workforce in the factories in Tamil Nadu. So every little ingredient that you consider is there. So I would continue to think South India will play a pivotal role. But I think in the larger interest, it is important to lift the states which have not seen active economic growth in the past, slowly but steadily, and make them match with the rest of the country. Because otherwise we will have an issue of internal migration, which is already happening there, right? For example, the population of a state like Tamil Nadu will decrease if we don't have immigration from other states, because the fertility rate is below the replacement rate. So these are realities of this country, right? And for us to paint with one broad brush for the country at large may not really work. We need to look at each of these micro markets or states and then try and see what will work in each of these states. But the short answer to your question, yes, it will continue to play a role. I see 30% probably going to 33, 34% or 35%, because some of the other states will also naturally grow.
Can I just add something?
Yeah,
to it?
please.
I think you are underestimating South India's potential. I have four portfolio companies which are in technology. 3 of them are in South India. So.
Pushkar, if you look at the $10 trillion target that we have, capital formation will be a big part of that. And for that, capital markets will be a big player there. Do you see many more South Indian companies now coming to capital markets? And South Indian companies have been very shy with respect to their homegrown businesses. They don't come to capital markets very often. But do you think that is changing now? More South-based companies are now coming to capital markets to raise capital. Of course, from a PE point of view, you guys are also helping them because you also need exits. But
so my experience is very different. Like I am probably dealing with the younger generation companies. They don't think they're from South India. They just are located in South. They are thinking India overall. They are thinking themselves as product companies and making the products and services for India and global markets. They happen to be domiciled in South India. They happen to be just born there, lived their lives there, but the next generation is not thinking parochially. They are just thinking very differently. That's been my experience of dealing with them.
Ramki, the biggest
Let me take your other part of the question, right, in terms of capital formation. We raised about 1.95 lakh crores from the Indian capital markets last year, right? 60 odd billion, 56 to 60 billion was the private equity flow. I have been through a career where I have seen Indian companies gingerly tap the global markets for capital, right? And it is extremely gratifying to see a Hyundai, a Orkla, a LG come and tap the Indian capital markets and list their Indian subsidiaries. Right? So people came to India for the market, people came to India for the labor, now people are coming to India for the capital. Perhaps because we give the valuation which is probably not there in their geographies, right? So I think the depth of the market has dramatically increased, and that is going to only deepen further, right? We obviously need to deepen the bond markets we've been talking about for 30 odd years. I think the time has come with all the technology happening around us, that will happen in course of time. So capital is a key ingredient, and today I would say that, look, if you have the right business model, the right expectation around a deal construct, capital cannot be a constraint for your business. The days are gone when India is capital starved. The days are gone where entrepreneurs can come back and say, look, I don't have capital to grow, right? If you have the right business, if your expectation of valuation is right, and if you have demonstrated the ability to scale a business, there are enough people like Pushkar who are there with, their purse strings open, right? Will they write a check behind everything? Perhaps no, right? But so capital, I don't think is going to constrain. We just need to temper down our expectation. I think over the last decade, and more so particularly after COVID, we have had a secular run in returns, and that has kind of pivoted the expectation of an average investor into a different zone. Is that going to continue? Perhaps not. We need to be a little more calibrated about it. And we need to be a little more patient about getting those returns. So if we blend a moderation in our return expectation with some degree of patience in our outlook, I don't think capital is going to constrain our growth. There is enough capital. I think the fisc is under control. In spite of the government spending 14 lakh odd crores of capital expenditure last year, budgeting for about 17 lakh crores this year, but still we are on track, right? We have achieved the fiscal targets. So to me, capital is not going to be a constraint in achieving this. I think we just need to be very, very positive about it. We need to have the conviction that we can actually get there. And in the process, compromise some short-term expectations for longer-term success and longer term outlook. That I think is a larger mindset that needs to change among people at large and in the minds of investors at large. That's the way I would put it.
How do you see traditional businesses adapting to this change? Pushkar spoke about the fact that the new age, young generations companies are, because they are based out of South, that's why they are very savvy to capital markets.
Break it geographically. I think there is a generational shift happening across across India Inc. Right? There are legacy industrial houses of the independence era, and there are industrial houses and industrial groups which came into existence in 1991 during the liberalization. Right? The 1991 guys are a little over 30 years old. Right? So you are clearly seeing a generational shift. The current generation which is coming there with a completely different outlook. Right? A large part of my time during my day job is spent trying to moderate the transition between the patriarch and the next generation, right? Their outlook towards...
Is it easy?
It is not easy. It's a struggle. You get paid for it, so you go through the struggle. So, but yes, their outlook towards businesses, their outlook towards dilution, their outlook towards taking external capital, towards tapping the market, is completely different from the way the previous generation looked at it. So I think they'll be a lot more open-minded because they've seen the world. And they also know that, look, if we don't do it over the next 15, 20 years, when every factor is, kind of confluencing and coming to our advantage, we are probably never going to do it, right? And I think that is a realization that is there in the minds of most people, and more so in the minds of the younger people, right? The 30s and the 40-year-olds who probably have 15, 20 years of work ahead of them. They realize that, look, this is going to be, as to use the cliched word, the Asian century, and more so within the Asian century, the Indian decade, right? So I think we are all beginning to believe in it, right? It may sound very cliched, we may be repeating it, but I think there is an element of belief in all our minds, right? That is there even in the minds of the corporate sector. That is there in the minds of the political leadership. That's in the minds of the bureaucratic or structure of this country. So all of these, if they work in tandem, I don't see a challenge in getting there, and I don't see capital being a constraint. We just need to recalibrate a few things.
Pushkar, capital is not a constraint, but risk-taking ability. Do you think this generation has a much higher risk-taking ability as compared to the older generation?
You bet. See, the level of confidence and the risk-taking ability is phenomenally different. I'll tell you what, let's say, if I reflect back on my 15 years doing private capital, 2000, I think 7, 8, 9, we used to fund a lot of first-time capital takers, and we were doing mid-market PE. Mid-market for parlance, general industry people is companies with, let's say, 150, 200 crore top line. Yeah. Today, by the time these companies come to us, they've grown much faster in their journey. They have taken capital much earlier in their journey. And by the time we are funding them, they've already done 2 rounds of investments. So that mindset shift has happened, that people don't want to just develop products and develop the product into a business over a 10-year journey. They want to develop it in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. And that requires a certain risk-taking ability. What has also changed is a lot more professionalization and institutionalization of private capital. See, in 1999, Chris Capital came in. They started earlier as a venture. Chris Capital is one of the well-known Indian private equity firms. So their journey has been amazing. Now they're into 9th or 10th fund. Latest fund is $2 billion. Today, you have institutionalized capital available from angel funds. You have early stage venture funds, you have venture growth, you have private equity, you have mid-market private equity, you have late stage. So there is capital available with very different risk appetite.
You're forgetting family offices as well.
And family offices, yeah. I'm just talking institutional capital, but yeah, family offices is the new. A lot of founders have taken call to monetize their businesses. They have sold it to somebody else and they're sitting on a ton of wealth, and they have their own family offices. Sometimes people have done part stake sales, created a family office pool to invest in new companies. There's a lot of capital today. Today, capital is not a constraint. It's the quality of the idea, the business model, your go-to-market strategy, your product market fit, your ability to have high conviction and ability to build a professional team that will run with you. Those are the things that drive your ability to raise capital. It's not the quantum of capital that's out there.
And your expectation of valuation.
Absolutely.
And how
there
is
you have
that,
to help Ramki.
And how's that doing in the current scenario, Ramki? Expectation of valuation?
I mean, that's like the season, right? You have winter, spring, summer, and you have the rains. So depending on what it is, you swing between funding summer to funding winter, and it's a state of mind. But if if an entrepreneur needs capital to build a business, he will take that capital, right?
Even at the risk of losing control.
Control is a state of mind, right? Control is a state of mind.
When we talk control, basically below 51% taking this.
I think people are a lot open about it, because if they see that there is going to be more economic value in the residual stake, that obsession to have control is no longer there, right? At least in large number of corporates. I should not be generalizing it, but in the large part, I think this control phobia is gone off. And people are okay about taking capital as long as they say economic value creation. And today capital is available. So obviously they will embrace that, and they will make sure that they put it to work. And if you have a decent ROCE business that is going to generate over a period of time and compound at rates which are significantly higher than the underlying economy, then you're going to create value for yourself.
Pushkar, do you get this question about control when you are investing in companies? Because many of the new age promoters hardly have any stake left by the time they come to public markets.
So, because people are trying to build businesses and progress the journey much faster, founders have become more comfortable going below 51%. But I'll say that there's a fine balance. You don't want to hit the IPO market where promoter stake is 10% or 15%, because then the question is, who's the founder? That's also something which, at least on the listed side, our investors want to see some credible level of promoter stake as well. So there's a fine balance there, but I think people have gotten over the mindset of being 51% or higher. I'm seeing so many founders, like most of my founders, actually the young companies, the new age companies have founder stakes below 51%. It's more institutionally owned. So there's a framework of taking the right decisions for the business in a very collaborative effort, but the decision still sits with the founder. But he is open to taking good advice from a lot of good investors.
Pushkar and Ramki, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll capture that in the form of a quick photo op, and then we're about to set the stage for the transformation series. We'll have 10 minutes power packs presentations going back to back by our innovators, so that's the plan for the next segment. But thank you so much again, and well, after that insightful session, let's move ahead and let's quickly set the stage for our next set of presentations coming up. We've aptly called this as the transformation series because this segment brings together innovators operating at the edge of possibility. We're talking about AI systems that self-evolve to immersive digital spaces that behave like physical environments, all that and more. So let's get to bring our innovators on stage and let's get to reimagine what innovation looks like. Now, first up, we have with us Ren Ito, who's the co-founder of Sakana AI, and he's about to tell us more about how AI that just grows and not just trains. So with that, over to you, and let's have you on stage right away for your presentation as well.
Thank you very much, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a pleasure to be here and then talk about this topic with everybody here. I think we've been hearing a lot of discussion today, and then the overarching theme is that, the tons of monies are flowing into the AI space. We are talking about humongous amount of data, and then we are asking this pivotal question: who in the world will be winning this AI race? If you're mixing up all those data points, the tons of capital, tons of data, sounds like the answer is very clear. The biggest guy who has the biggest amount of money and the biggest amount of data will be winning the race. Let me today challenge this conventional wisdom. Because if you remember what happened in the past 12 months, I think in year 2025, whenever I'm playing around with somebody else's AI, I was overly excited with XAI last year. And then I renewed my sense how amazing OpenAI is toward the middle of last year. And then toward the end of last year, I saw, Google is coming back. Let's take a look at this, because humongous amount of energies and the money is flowing into this space. Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, XAI, you name it. Those big guys are playing with a big check. And yet, there is no crystal clear winner yet. Do I want to join this game? Probably no, because I feel like even with tens of billions of money, winner is not yet clear. Another thing, if you're taking a look at one level lower than those hyperscalers, you have a lot of companies from Japan, India, Europe, etc., etc. And then, of course, these guys are not yet as high-performing as OpenAI or Google. But what is the difference? The difference, I might say, will be negligible, and the amount of the money we are pouring in is significantly different. Then, this is getting another reason why you're placing too much money into this game. Even more than that, you are catching up with the technology. So yes, there might be a few months gap between the state-of-the-art AI and less state-of-the-art, but people are catching up. So this area, the foundation model layer, is quickly getting commoditized. What will be the right approach for the rest of the world? I believe, rather than spending too much money into making the foundation model, I have to enjoy what's out there. There are hundreds of thousands of foundation models scattered around in the open source community. And then what I am asking myself, on top of making my own foundation model, is how we can take advantage of this very fortunate situation that so many different models are out there, And we have to devise better strategy of utilizing that. Second thing, it's not just about making models. Yes, the models are great. We explained that how great the models are. But if you're trying to connect the models with your application, how many people are satisfied with just connecting the dots? If you, for example, one of my clients are the banks, the huge Japanese banks. You want to automate the process of the loan application. If you are chucking in your entire data of the bank and a client information into the best model of the world, Google or ChatGPT, whatever, can you get the automatic answer whether to approve or disapprove that loan application? No. What's wrong about that? What's wrong is the model itself, however advanced they are, is not as smart as God. We have to admit that. People are talking about AGI, artificial general intelligence, for quite a bit, but AGI hasn't come yet, meaning that you cannot solely, exclusively rely on the model to solve your problem. So there have to be some gap between the model layer and application layer. And then this is something like the know-hows, unwritten rules, whatever the know-hows you're picking up as a junior bankers or senior bankers. In order to carry out your own responsibility, you cannot just rely on the 50-page manual, which is telling you what to do. Because if that is the case, and then the model is a God-level smart, you only have to have a model and 50-page manual to solve everything. But a situation is not as simple as that. You have to pick up, collect a lot of know-hows, the domain knowledge, and whatever discretion the human bankers are exercising in order to solve the problem. So this is something which is missing from just the model layer. What many of the AI companies now are talking about is we have to do something more than just developing a model. Model is getting a commodity, so it itself is getting slightly less exciting. But also, we cannot sole-handedly rely on the model. We have to do something more than that. What does this mean for the rest of the world, including India, Japan, and Europe, or Africa, Middle East? Because the question which I've been presenting here is basically starting as a commercial question. I'm trying to find my own domain. Okay, it's not just doing the foundation model. What about defense? What about financial sectors? But also, coincidentally, this question comes back to the sovereign AI question. What is the area or domains or specialties or added value which are left for countries like India or Japan, which is ability to take best advantage of so many different models. It's a division of labor. You can rely, we are in a very fortunate situation. You can rely on so many different models. And also, you have your own specific industry or sector you may want to empower with an AI. The economic benefit of AI is coming not just from the AI sector as a sector. AI is great because AI can strengthen many different sectors and industry. This comes back to the final question of what will be the division of labor between AI and human being. Whenever I'm talking with my clients, they're hesitantly asking me this question. So, by introducing AI, are you replacing human being? No. My answer will be human in the loop. Because in order to effectively develop an AI which can actually deliver the results, you have to learn from the human. I said collecting the know-hows, collecting the unwritten rules, collecting the nuances. You need an input from the experienced human bankers. So yes, human in the loop is crucially important to develop a model or AI solution. At the same time, this has another direction, which is younger bankers can learn from this AI system. In order for that junior banker to be a senior banker, it may take 10 years, 20 years, because the manual is not enough. You have to learn from your day-to-day, asking your client, asking from your senior officers. But by the introduction of some sort of automation of this loan application process, for example, you don't have to bug your senior members or your clients all the time. It's almost like playing the video game or online studying materials. you can accelerate your speed of learning. And then I think this is a crucially important two directions which AI is bringing to the application, to the real industry. Human being is providing feedback in order to make the AI relevant and strong. At the same time, human being is not replaced. Human being is being augmented by the introduction of this specified AI solution. And I think this is where we have to discuss where the future is going in terms of finding our own creative niche as a company or a country, but also as a human being. We are finding our creative niche by understanding that AI is not replacing human being, but AI is augmenting human being in this way and that way. So this is how I'm very much getting bullish and excited about the future of AI, not just about a foundation model, but how we are actually using this AI for the real-day application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with that, the next 10 minutes, we'll now march ahead to our next presentation on shaping a future-ready nation through robotics and technology. Our next speaker is none other than the Managing Director and founder of Vidyut Innovation. We have with us Rahul Shah joining us as our next speaker. Thank you so much for joining in, and over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Can the afternoon be a bit louder? Please. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, right? The same attentiveness is required in the artificial intelligence segment today. Everybody is talking about robotics, AI, robotics, AI, robotics, AI. That's the biggest buzz, right? Why are you so dull? Boring sessions? Sleepy? Coffee? Tea? Tea or coffee? अच्छा वो भी उसमें भी दम नहीं है दिलवाएंगे इसके ये सेशन के बाद टी कॉफी so can we have a lot of participation, active participation in the session, please? Good afternoon. Very, very, very slow, very sad session. Okay, my name is Rahul Shah. I am the Managing Director of Vidyut Innovation. And what we do, we'll present here. And I would also like to emphasize on something that we are training the future. We are making students of our country future ready. This is around the big buzz in the country and globally when we talk about robotics and artificial intelligence. Okay? We feel that robots have come today. We feel that robots have come now. We feel that AI has just arrived in the market. And so there's a lot of attention to the robotics and AI segment. But is this really true? The answer is no. We were surrounded by robots earlier also. The air conditioner is a robot. The refrigerator is a robot. How does it come to know whether it has reached 24 degrees Celsius and it has to stop? Right? So we are surrounded by robots. But right now, the buzz is high, the attention is high, because now you have moving robots everywhere, which are very fascinating, which are very attractive. Right? So now everybody's talking about robotics. And why? Because we fear. The fear is keeping us alive. We fear that robotics and AI will take a lot of jobs. We fear this. That's the fear that we carry. And there is where our company plays a lead role in ensuring that this fear, we face the fear. That's what they say, right? The biggest way to overcome the fear is to face it. So that's what we do as an organization. So we prepare students for a technologically dominant world ahead. And with this, on this note, I would like to thank the entire Times Edge group for giving us this opportunity to address brilliant minds like you. To make this session more interesting, I will call upon the stage a humanoid robot which will now answer a few questions. So we will find out whether robots are going to be friends with humans or it's going to be scary. Will they take our jobs? Hello? Can you everybody shake hands? Wave hands? What do you think? How many of you have seen robots before? How many of you have worked with robots before? I'll keep a separate session for taking photographs. Let's. So how many have you worked with robot before?
Just outside the conference room when we came. Okay. Not before that.
Thank you. Anyone else? How many of you guys have seen a robot before or worked with a robot before? You've seen a robot before. So what does it sound to you? What does a robot sound to you?
Looks like a future innovation.
Thank you, very well. What else? Anyone?
I have seen 1993 in Hindustan Unilever Limited, mechanical robot.
Sir is talking about 1993. And we feel robots have come now. Anyone has seen something like this before? You have seen. Where have you seen, sir? Ah, Sophie, okay. Okay. So, how many of you feel that robots are going to take your job? People are confused. Okay, let's ask some questions to the robot. Let's see how he answers, and let's see how if he can comfort us. So, are you smarter than human?
I process faster, but I still need humans to switch me on. So let's call it teamwork.
He's dependent on humans. So one thing is for sure that he's not going to take our job. I'll ask him next question. If we hire you, what is the kind of salary that you expect?
Just electricity and Wi-Fi. Much cheaper than humans, sir.
So he's saying that his Wi-Fi will take care of his salary. So still any one of you feel that he will take a job? Did computers take our job? You feel that they'll take your job. Why do you feel that?
Because, if this robot can do work of 10 people, then obviously you have to remove that 10 people. They will be removed from that job. It has been already, going on. So the people are being removed from the job because of the intelligence layer in the robot.
Anyone else feels like this?
It depends on what kind of job you're talking about, right?
Excellent.
It's not going to be only all the high school.
I have a question to ask. On this note, I'll ask everybody a question. If there is a bomb placed somewhere, and if your family member is in the bomb squad, who would you want to go and defuse the bomb? The robot or your family member?
It's a robot, obviously.
That is exactly where we are coming from. Robots are not going to replace humans where humans are required. It is we who will decide where do we place them, how do they perform, what do they perform. Where will these robots be a secured asset to us or they'll become a liability? It's up to humans. We created them. They were not born. We made them. So one is, we don't need to fear that a robot is going to take any job. Absolutely not. There are so many risky jobs across several industries where human lives are at risk. Where your parents, your brothers, your sisters are working. And their lives, they're risking their lives for jobs just to get money. Why not replace these kind of robots with these kind of risky jobs? Do you agree to me? Thank you. Can you replace me as the CEO of my company? Do you want to replace me?
I can calculate faster, but I don't have your vision. So don't worry, your chair is safe for now.
At least I'm safe for now. So, we will take care that we remain safe because we built it. We created it.
Basically, yeah, we need a governance system in place to maintain that, and that's why we should all work towards it.
Can you again say?
Okay, you want me to see that if I repeat the same words?
No. I want you to say the question again.
Okay. So what I mean is we would need a governance system in place to make sure that we, are in line.
So ma'am said, we need a government system in place, right? We need. So we are the ones who are going to decide, right? So why are we afraid of them? We are the decision makers. It's us who build them. It's us who program them. It's us who will decide how they will work or how they won't want. We don't want them. Who told you to build nuclear bombs? Humans are the only race in the world which created destructive weapons for themselves. So we just don't need to fear robotics or AI. Everybody has a knife at their home. You can kill someone, or you can make delicious food like the Times group just served us a couple of hours before, right? Exactly. All repetitive jobs, all life-threatening jobs, all difficult tasks, I would want the robot to do it. Now on this note, let me ask him, do you feel insecure?
Only when Wi-Fi signal drops, humans lose confidence. I lose connection.
Which is the biggest fear of our life? The moment we see that our mobile battery is down, we are hell scared. The moment we see that if Wi-Fi network is gone, we are gone. But he's not afraid. Okay, I think our time's up. I just have a couple of questions from I see it's a couple of Gen Zs here, so I'll ask them.
So one question I have is, what is the future of India? Like, since, robots have always been there, but like, since they're progressing with time, what is really the future?
When humans and robots work together, India won't follow the future, it will build it.
One last question and I'll end this up. Do you want to get married?
Only if software updates are compatible, otherwise system crash.
So, don't worry, they're not going to produce children. So we all are safe for now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Rahul. Okay, so we do know that you're job is safe for now. But thank you so much for that very interactive session. I'm going to urge all of you to also connect with Rahul in case you want to take your discussions forward, or probably connect with his friend who's backstage now. But that being said, let's quickly shift the gears. It's now time to move on to decarbonizing what the world is made of. Our next speaker joining us is Cyril Dunant, material scientist, research professor, University of Cambridge, and co-founder, Cambridge Electric Cement. With that, Cyril, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And, can I have my presentation, please? Lovely. Wonderful. I'll start by giving a little bit of context when I say decarbonizing everything. I don't mean everything, merely about 80% of everything. Everything around you, in fact, that we humans manufacture tends to be steel and concrete. We produce, as humans, 80 billion tons of concrete every year. When you look at the impact, because in the end it's not the amounts that matter, it's the impact, the amount of CO2 produced in construction is about 50-50 steel and concrete, because steel is much more carbon intensive per mass. Therefore, in the future, we need to get rid of the emissions that are in those materials. This is a graph I've made, which I like a lot. It looks very complicated, but in fact, it's not very complicated. It tells a very powerful story. On the x-axis is GDP per capita, it's wealth, of many, many countries. In fact, all the countries I could take except a few island states. And you can see on the y-axis the cement consumption. And in fact, what you see is all these stories are aligned. Every country, when they developed, they consumed more and more cement, reached a peak, and went down. If I extract here India, because this is where I am, lucky me, and China, which has been put forward as a big development success, I can see two things. One, China has followed a slightly unusual development path, peaking before anybody else, whereas India has in fact developed, like every other country has developed before it, building the infrastructure, building the housing, building everything it needs for its people at, I would say, a normal rate. But because we have seen the story of so many countries, we can predict the future, because we know how development goes. And it goes like that. This is what we expect. In China, a collapse, and that has already started. There is excess cement capacity, but it is now being abandoned. And in India, by 2050, you should be an almost developed country, reaching your peak cement consumption. But cement consumption is not cement impact, and this is what we need to fix. In steel, the story is the same. Rise, then fall. The peak in steel comes a bit after the peak in cement. Why? First, we need houses and roads. Then we need cars. And this is why we peak a bit later. And it is the same story. Here, I cannot predict what will happen for China, though I don't believe it is the high scenario. India, we heard yesterday that India would double its steel consumption. I think this is a slight underestimate, but it's about right. However, I also heard that this means there will be twice the amount of coking coal. That I don't believe, because steel is a recyclable material, and much scrap will be available by then. People tell you can decarbonize by using carbon capture. This is not true. Here this is the IEA database, every single carbon capture project. Those are the purple dots at the bottom. And this is the total world capacity in carbon capture today. The big black dot is the closure of one blast furnace that is now being replaced in the UK by an electric arc furnace. The same amount of carbon globally that is captured is the same thing as shutting down one blast furnace that burns coke and replacing it with a steel scrap recycling furnace. And this, by the way, this is the real capacity, not the claimed one. So circularity, recycling, and electrifying everything is the secret to be able to produce and to have the necessary buildings, the necessary infrastructure, without the environmental impact. That's a picture of a building being demolished. Commercial buildings live 30, 40 years, 50 years at the most, and then they're replaced because their shape is not adequate anymore. We need to recycle them. Currently, we recycle the steel. We need to recycle the cement too. Currently, that's the UK, but India would be the same. That's a linear production route. Limestone is being calcined in a kiln. That is, it's being produced at high temperature. Scrap steel is being recycled. You have rebars, concrete, and when a building is demolished, it becomes landfill, rubble. But in fact, you can recycle the steel, we know that, and I found that you can recycle the cement also. You can separate out the aggregates, and the cement can be recycled in the same electric arc furnace that recycled the steel. It can be reheated and reactivated. That means you can avoid the chemical emissions, because that has already happened, and you can avoid the heat emissions that are currently associated to the production of cement by electrification. Of course, you depend on clean energy, but the solar, the wind, the nuclear energies are there for us. And then you can close the loop to construction. Construction can be made entirely from recyclable materials, steel and cement. How is that possible? This is possible because, per chance, cement is lighter than steel. So in an electric arc furnace, cement floats on top of the steel as a slag. Steel recycling always produces a slag. It always floats on top. It just happens that the chemical composition of cement is compatible with steel making. Therefore, it is possible to produce in the same furnace that are currently being developed in India for steel refining and steel recycling, you could also be producing cement. And therefore, you can follow the same development path everybody has, building the infrastructure, building the housing, without the impact, because cement in the future can be produced electrically. These are some trials we did at pilot scale. This is a tiny, tiny furnace. It only melts 7 tons of steel, but it can produce something like 1 ton of cement at the same time. It is useless to innovate things that are not economically viable. And we have started this project of finding how to recycle the cement. And the first question we ask, okay, but can we do that at a price that is sensible? And the answer is yes. And the reason this is the case is not magic. It's not because it's a magical, incredible process. It's merely because part of the raw materials that you would have needed to recycle the steel anyway now get a double use. They're used for the recycling of the steel and the production of cement. And because of that, the overall production of steel and cement as a combined system can have less emission than the production of steel alone. Materials in construction, all materials tend to have prices that correspond to their energy intensity. Again, a complicated graph, but it's not so complicated. These are all the materials we use in construction: cement, concrete, timber. And we can see here that cement and timber, although cement is usually thought as an ecologically damaging material, is not so different from timber. You exchange a little bit of CO2 for a little bit of energy. You can see the difference between not recycled primary aluminium with, somewhere on here, recycled aluminium. Steel is the same thing. Recycling saves huge amount of energy. And if you add cement to this collection of materials you can recycle, you can create here, from the zone of cement, you can create recycled cement, the same way that for recycled aluminium, you move down there. Again, that means construction that provides the same service, but considerably lower impact over what it could have been. This is why we can see the future where there is development, where there's increase of well-being, that has the same volumes of material, but none of the impact, or at least much less. That's not all you have to do, of course, to improve construction. It's not just the material. Material is the easy thing in many ways. But because you are developing and building after much of the world has been built, that means you can take on the lessons of poor construction practice, poor design, and do it better. We know that by designing buildings better, you can save perhaps 20% of the embodied CO2 of your construction. You can make concrete better. Concrete is a bit like mixing cake. You can have so much water, so much cement, so much aggregates. By doing the better mix, you can have less concrete, less cement in the concrete. You can replace part of the concrete. Crucially, the steel can be made by recycling. That's the big EAFDRI deployment. That's the big bar. And then, today we know a little bit of recycling of cement, but we can recycle much more, such that tomorrow we can make the construction materials we do today with only a small fraction of the impact. And therefore, India can, like that, in the future, become wealthy, developed, and clean in a way that was never possible before. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cyril. And once again, I'd like to urge everyone to please connect with all of our speakers. Take your discussions, of course, offline, but do feel free to connect with them. And that being said, we are now moving, or for that matter, we're giving a quick makeover to the stage. I've been informed we're about to firstly move forward to our next panel discussion, wherein we focus on winning the story before winning the market and how we look at narrative building as a competitive edge. I'm sure all of us seated over here, no matter the AI, no matter the technology, we're all big fans of the world of storytelling. But that being said, markets are increasingly influenced by perception, and narrative has become strategic capital. So we get to see how brands shape their story effectively, and they are the ones that gain advantage before product maturity. So we'll have this session that examines how narrative building influences market positioning, and also we'll get the session to explore the role of creators as cultural intermediaries. So let's get to do that by bringing on board three incredible speakers who in fact are, I would say in a way, the custodians of how marketing is more of a meaning than just mere messaging. Once again, the session will be spearheaded by Lavanya Iyengar, Deputy Chief Editor, ET Edge. So that being said, the stage is set. Lavanya, you're also ready, and I know our speakers are all set, so let me quickly invite. First up, we have the brand and business strategist, Harish Bajur. I'd like to also please invite Rohit Ori, founder, Original, and Stefano Falhala, founder and CEO, Podio, Lebanon. I'd like to invite all our three speakers, and thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, everybody. Okay, we're talking about branding, okay? And this time we thought, let's wake the room up, okay? We found how the room was responding to robots, and we thought, okay, we'll get human into the place, and we'll say how human are going to wake up the room, okay? We're going to let the cat among the pigeons and ask interesting, controversial questions. Here we go, okay? See, marketing is long thought to be something which was sales, okay? And then we said, okay, marketing is in, let's become marketing. And then we had branding. And then we say, we'll give you a budget, unlimited budget. Then the ROI was also fixed out there. Okay, now it's come to marketing now has to come as story. Okay, so we start with once upon a time, long, long ago, there was once a prince, a princess. Is this how it goes? We talk about all the 7 sins and try to explore the human behavior. We try to do greed. We try to do FOMO. We say, if you miss out on things, I'm very sure many of you who are exiting room are surely missing out on something from this session. So we create all this and we bring it to the table. And that's what marketing is trying to push and then pull out. Over to you. Am I right or wrong? We beg to differ.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, marketing has changed over the years. Once upon a time, it was all about selling, and then it was about marketing, and then it was about branding, and then it became about financing, because, you know, at the back end, the kind of efficiencies that financing could bring to the party differentiated the ability of a company to make a success or turn out to be a failure. But I'd just like to say, if there is a prince and a princess, there needs to be a rose for sure today, because this is Valentine's Day. You can't do without it. But let me define a brand. You know, from my sense and sensibility, I would say, I mean, the definition of a brand in my head, and this is the title of my book as well, the brand is a thought. The brand is a thought. Nothing more, nothing less. But a thought is very simple. Every mind has a thought. The GBS is a thought. That thought is in each one of your heads. But the complexity of it is the fact that as many minds in this audience, that many different thoughts of the same brand. And therefore, I tend to say that brand has ceased to be a physicality long, long ago. And Rohit will testify to it for sure from his space. Brands are not physical entities at all. The brand is a non-physical entity. So a quick story. I was in Berlin some months ago, speaking to a bunch of professors, talking about a new theory which I had put together for 90 minutes. At the end of it, a lady puts up her hand and says, Mr. Bijur, you speak so much about brands in English. Can you use a Sanskrit word and tell me what a brand is? Why Sanskrit? Because Germany is the capital of Sanskrit. There are a larger number of papers published out of Germany than India. Number of Sanskrit scholars in Germany larger than the numbers in India today, even though we're such a big country. And then I look and scratch my head and she asks me, use a Sanskrit word to describe a brand. So I say, ma'am, brand is Maya. Maya. Okay? It is here and it is not here. Do you get that? So that's the definition. I came back and wrote a paper on it. This is what we do. You latch onto a word, hashtag Maya, and write a paper. Why? Because that is the truth. Because the brand is not a physicality, the brand is a metaphysicality. Brand is not physical, it's a metaphysicality.
I got the hashtag. Over to you, Rohit.
Lavanya, do you have a specific question?
Yeah, my question to you, we were talking earlier about, taking on the discussion from where, Harish left us. We will talk about, is the attention deficiency that we were talking about, okay? That it's not an attention grabbing, right? Let's take on that.
So, this is something which is, I've heard a lot of, and especially in marketing and in client boardrooms, really about this new generation being attention deficit. And if you look around in this room, I would say that, you have a lot of people talking, a lot of people having coffee at the back, people on their phones, people answering calls. So are you going to say that this is about attention deficiency? Everyone says that in 8 seconds you have to get your brand message across. Because in the first 3 seconds, if you don't catch the consumer, you've lost the person forever. And I think that's the biggest myth. It's a myth created by lazy marketeers. Because it is not an attention deficit scenario. It's really a meaning deficit scenario. And if there is meaning, there will be attention. People are still watching 10-hour, series in one sitting, right? So they sit and binge watch, right? Or they're watching 3-hour podcasts, or they're, in Wikipedia rabbit holes for hours. Why is that happening, right? Because they find meaning in that, and that finding that meaning is really the most important thing. And my point on this is that where does that meaning come from? The traditional way of thinking about it is brands as broadcasters, saying, I will broadcast the meaning to consumers. The new way of looking at it is what is the most important thing now is brands need to create narrative frameworks and put it in front of consumers, and consumers need to find their meaning, right? Once they find the meaning, then you find a new resonance in that brand. That brand has life. And like Harish was saying, it then transcends the physical form and gets into, being an identity. It almost becomes the identity of the user, because I have completed this brand story. So I'll give you an example. Like, for instance, if you take one of the most iconic brand, I would say, if you now view it from this lens, brand framework or a structure, it is Just Do It, right? Just Do It is an incomplete narrative, right? It does not say do what. And because I can use it in so many different ways, I, as a consumer, am almost co-authoring that brand thinking and that brand philosophy, and that kind of integrates my identity with the brand, makes the brand something more than just a tagline or words, because it then becomes one with my identity, and that creates what I call an emotional moat. And that emotional moat is very hard for competitors to actually bridge or go over. That, I think, is the most important thing. Is really today we need to create those narratives which help brands really get co-authorship from their consumers. So you don't want another consumer, you want a co-author of that story. And that then becomes, the new world of building brands.
I got it, Rehut. Now, Stefano, I take this discussion out to you. Okay, I ask you that. He said lazy marketers. I'm not letting it go. The room shouldn't let it go if you have marketers in place. Okay, let's take it out. In this age of constant scrolling, do you think listening has emerged as one of the most few spaces of sustained attention and trust? You can ask the room, are they listening, of course?
Listen, I think all the points that have been said here really resonate and bring all of this to a circle, right? And if we look at the last couple of years specifically, we live in a world that I like to call the attention economy. It's no longer the creator economy, it's the attention economy. And second of all, it's the narrative economy. Okay. Because your end channel today is no longer the source, the end channel is the user. That's who you're selling to. The person is the end person, and regardless of which channel you're reaching them, you're targeting at the end of the day us, humans. And so if you have a narrative that resonates with a community, this is how you win. So you have to look at it less from a perspective of how do you get to them, but what's the most effective way you can reach them. And what fascinates me is that even in this world of quick few second scrolls, you have people that still spend hours listening and consuming, right? Be it on streaming or like Rohit said, it's like they're spending hours consuming content. And so that brings us to a next step of our conversation is that if these people are consuming hours of content, and specifically in podcasts, right? And what we've seen in our region, the Middle East and North Africa, and before we tap into that market as well, tens of millions of listeners that consume podcasts powered by Podio. We look at them and we see that these are strong communities. And so these are communities that resonate with the narrative that creators are pushing, and these are communities that will purchase whatever product is being sold to them because they're convinced with it. And they're convinced with it because there's trust. And trust is built through narratives and through storytelling and through all of what we just said.
Okay. You wanted to...
Yeah. I think the hashtag is narratives. And I think if you folks are at the GBS today, it's extremely important for us to pick up some bleeding edge, cutting edge trends that are affecting the market. So I was peeping into some of the research exercises that I've been involved in recent months. And one of the biggest things that comes to me is this business of purpose. Okay? Purpose is the big thing, guys. Just don't ignore it. Half the time we tend to not know too much about purpose. So very quickly, over the next 2 minutes, let me talk about purpose. See, firstly, I think the new society that we live in, the single largest generation that is living today in the world is called the Alpha generation. The Alpha generation is over, the Beta generation has begun. And many of you are Gen Z, Gen X, Y, millennials, because we ran out of English alphabets, we went to Alpha, Beta, Gamma, that's how it's going to go. Now, Beta is already here, and Alpha is the single largest generation living. Now, this generation is not bothered about targets. Targets are so metric-driven. Targets are a number. Targets are a greed. They call it greed. This is what people say. So the innermost circle is target. Just outside it, we used to have something called the vision statement of a company. An oft-forgotten thing, which every company has, puts it up on the wall and forgets it. It's so macro that it has no relevance to reality. And then comes the mission statement. Good God, that's even worse. Now, outermost circle of all this is what is called purpose. What is purpose? Purpose is beyond the business. You know, the new society that I'm talking about, the living society of Gen Zs as well as Alpha, they want good karma. It's crazy. But these guys are that much more karmic than many of us oldie marketers, advertisers, etc. have been in the past. So karma drives new societies. You know, from evil companies to good companies. Okay? Do you recognize evil companies? Don't tell me yours is one of them. Okay? From evil products to good products. From evil brands to good brands. From evil solutions to good solutions. This generation is wanting to go there. So the entire thing is, purpose is very important. And purpose, my dear friends, is not a strategy line that rests in the Vice President Marketing's office. Purpose is not a strategy line. Purpose is not an advertising APS. It's not the advertising proposition that you are putting together. Purpose is not a BPS, the brand proposition statement. Purpose is an action in practice. Action in practice, which should be seen by people, felt by people, touched by people, maybe even tasted by people, and heard by people. And therefore, purpose is not oblique. Purpose is real. And I'd like to say that, in the old days, we marketers would say, needs marketing. Needs are gone here. It's out of fashion. Wants marketing, higher end. Desires marketing, higher end. Aspiration marketing, higher end. This was up to Gen Z. That is for most of us. But beyond that, I'm adding a new one. Needs is a very old, statement which used to be there with Peter Drucker. And then comes, wants, desires, aspirations with Philip Kotler. I'm adding a new one. Needs, wants, desires, aspirations, fantasies. Guys, do you have fantasies? Yeah. Do you? Yeah? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
last line on this is that, I tend to say, if you want to reinvent the company you work in, the brands you work in, the products you work in, the solutions you work in, go back, discover purpose for your company. If you want to take one thing back from GBS, it's purpose. And lastly, I quote Mahatma Gandhi, have purpose, the means shall follow.
Okay. On that note, I go to Rohit. Rohit, brand building in the age of imitation, your views on it? Because that's different. We have purpose, we know it's all there. Okay, and coming on to my Prince and Princess story, I don't have the time to continue that. I'll take it out later. But yes, we'll have a quick round of discussion from you on how are brands now, there's an imitation around, okay? How are brands trying to redefine themselves? A quick note on it.
So the thing is really, one of the things I was talking about was really creating these moats, right? So whether it's a cultural moat or it's an emotional moat that you create, because today defensibility of brands on whether it is technology, whether it is product, whether it is on, specific features that the brand actually delivers is absolutely impossible, right? You cannot defend it for an infinite amount of time. But what you can defend on an infinite amount of time is really how the brand connects with. So I'll give you a simple example. I can see it says time's up. Yes. So is if you look at Amul, right? Amul has created, if you remember the topicals, everybody knows about it. It's 58 years, this piece of communication. It's the longest running advertising campaign in the history of the world, right? And that one campaign that has been running is actually Amul is the substrate for culture, right? And that is not replaceable, that you cannot find another. So if tomorrow Amul stops its topicals, culture will notice, right? Saying that didn't happen. Because somewhere, every one of us is so used to participating in that, right? So we have memes about it, we share it, we talk about it. It's a perspective crystallizer, right? So and that actually is really what creates absolutely impregnable moats. I mean, you can't say Britannia can't make better butter. Amul has 90% share of the butter market. Why? After 58 years, there's nobody else who can produce this. It's because of that emotional moat, that cultural moat. Amul leans into culture and has created it over generations. It's the same thing repeated over many, many times. It's now solidified in our heads as memory. And that is impossible to beat.
Okay, on that note, I have something for Stefano. My last 2 minutes, Kavya, before we wrap up. We spoke about brand building in the world of imitation. Okay, let's talk about in a world where trust is personal and decentralized, what must brands understand about credibility, community, and control before integrating it to the content or the creator-led storytelling?
I'll revert back a bit before what they understand about, because it's very important. The brand has KPIs, right? At the end of the day, they pretty much aren't relevant to which channel as much as I'll boil back down to their KPIs. They either want to sell more or they want to build brand awareness. And so these two different goals naturally stem from different strategies. And so at the end of the day, awareness, if you want to build awareness, the most effective way is to build trust and to have network effects lead that conversation for you. And all this feedback loops that happen between the person that's talking about the brand to another person, and all of that just cycles through. So to build trust, you need to embed a story into it. And that's the most effective way to build trust and consequently to have your brand be as aware and as spread as possible. On the other hand, you have the conversion mechanism. So if a brand wants to convert users into either buy a product, buy a ticket, all of these different conversion mechanisms, these also have their own strategies. So they can run programmatic campaigns, they can run, let's say, sponsorships with referral codes. And so the list goes on and on and on. And everything that we're doing today and everything that we're seeing with AI, with the ability to create not hundreds, thousands of creatives at scale. Back in the days, you had to have one creative agency do the work for a few weeks in order to get a few iterations up and running. So that world has changed. We're now living in a world where attention has shrinked significantly, and the ability to create has also shrunk massively. And so bring these two together, and people are now consuming 50% of our feeds are now AI-generated content. And what does that mean for brand building activities? That means that brands are struggling very hard to build trust in the audience and to be able to either convert or build awareness within their products. And so all of these are challenges. All of these are problems that we have faced and that we're going to continue to face if we don't bring back the core of us and how we connect as humans. How do we connect as humans? We connect with stories. We connect with trusting someone else's opinion. How do you want to talk about a brand? You want to talk about a brand if you believe in it, if you've tried it, if it worked for you, and if you're a brand advocate yourself. And so embed the stories into that. Embed stories into your brands. Have the ability to merge it into cultures, like we talked about. Make it culturally relevant. Make it hyper-localized, and not just spray and pray model that we've seen in the past, where you just throw a budget and pray that it works, and pray that these audiences are resonating. And so the tools have just become so complex in a good way, and so sophisticated, that this ability to zoom in and narrow down on culturally relevant communities is being much easier than what it used to be. And the definition of, also that's the last point, the definition of conversion now is no longer the reach. It's no longer impressions. Definition is not in the volume. It's in, even if you have a very small community that believes in the product, that believes in the brand, will become a brand advocate themselves. And the conversion mechanism is no longer, let's say, impressions at scale. In our case, it's listen-through rate. Yes. It's how long do people stay tuned. It's how long do people give you your attention. Because that today and in the future is going to be the most expensive currency that we as humans are going to be able to provide.
On that note, let's
I just want to, just one line.
Yes.
It's really about, and just building on Stefano's point, is not about we buy the same thing, we believe in the same thing, right? Okay. So that's what brands are at the strongest.
Okay, I'm going to rob a minute.
Yeah.
Just a minute. See, the thing is, I think we can get carried away at times. This is a contra note with narratives. In the sense that narrative building is a skill, it's an art. Everybody says that your brand must build a narrative. But please be very, very credible in building the narratives. Because the national narrative can be there. Today, India has a great national narrative. Okay? How much of it is solid, how much of it is liquid, and how much of it is gas, we don't know. Okay? I'm being straight. Now, the thing is, when you build narratives, understand narratives have these three quotients. Make sure the gas portion of it is not a bit too much. Build narratives on solidity, because if you don't build it on solidity, you can fall. Because we live in an age of perma-crisis today, and there's a crisis at your doorstep within your company. Look at gold prices. It's a permanent crisis that's going on. Look at wars. Look at scams. Look at diseases. These crises are going to hit us. So be careful in the narrative. Even the national narrative, we must be careful to ensure that we don't live up to our tourism name, which we have, slogan, which is Incredible India.
On that note, thank you for the attention with the whole room has given us. And I end my story with the saying that the prince and the princess should just do a Netflix binge and do hashtags and live happily ever after. Thank you. Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a binge-worthy session, but I'm going to request all of you to come together for a quick photo op. And after this session, we'll bring your focus and rewire it back for our transformation series. Our next three set of innovators are about to join us. And then after that, we'll have the defense frontier as well. We'll be joined by some exceptional leaders from the military as well, joining in, so stay tuned. But first up, we'll rewire your focus back to the transformation series. Our next three set of innovators joining us. We've been hearing a lot about robots. We've been hearing a lot about humans. But if there's someone who's working at the intersection of it all, we have our next speaker, none other than Shreya Srinivasan, who in fact is a Harvard professor. So I'm going to urge all those who are still seated right behind, I'm going to urge you all move forward, take your seats. We're setting the stage for our next set of innovators right here on stage. We've had your enthusiasm, we've had your energy. We'll continue that for the next couple of hours as well. But while we do that, our next speaker joining us is a Harvard professor and also the founder of Bionics Labs. So we have our next speaker, none other than Shreya Srinivasan. So on that note, over to you, Shreya. Thank you so much for joining us today. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Through the cultures, over centuries, humanity has always desired to understand the mind, how thoughts emerge, how decisions are made, and ultimately what makes us truly conscious. At the root of this, giving rise to the mind, is the nervous system. This is the biological substrate that allows us to move with ease, to allow us to have emotions and behaviors, and ultimately give us our sense of self. Dissecting the mind is not a modern obsession. The early pioneers were the monks and philosophers who sought access to their neural control centers, were able to change their heart rates and their perceptions, and even access different layers of consciousness. Today, engineers and scientists are using modern tools to tackle and gain access to the mind, to the nervous system, and be even able to modulate it. This is important because the nervous system is responsible for the function of so many of our organs. And so if we are able to access it and communicate with it, this gives us the opportunity to potentially treat many diseases at their root. This is at the core of our mission at the Harvard Bionics Lab. Specifically, we're asking how we can use neural engineering techniques to rewire our physiology, to unlock our biology, move with extraordinary control, and perhaps one day expand the boundaries of our minds and bodies. So let's start with the basics. What are neural interfaces? Over the last few decades, the field has developed incredibly sophisticated technology that allows us to record signals from our nerves and muscles and be able to decode intent, to then be able to control robotic devices like prostheses. Now, these have really come a very long way and allow patients to have movements, etc. But for us to gain very high levels of function, we need this communication to be a two-way street. We need to both be able to read and write to the system, and this has been a challenge. Despite the sophistication of these devices, they don't send feedback about their movements, their velocities, their forces back to the user in a naturalistic way. And that lack of integration continues to be a bottleneck for our ability to use them with ease. To overcome this, in work at the MIT Biomechatronics Lab, we designed new types of surgical paradigms to actually re-architect the nervous system, to prepare these tissues to be able to interface with devices to both send and receive signals. In the case of amputation, for example, we reconnect the nerves and muscles in such a way to design the signaling circuit so that the body receives natural sensory feedback and is able to receive information from a prosthetic device. This allows patients to know where the limb is in space and better control it. We started this work about 10 years ago, and now it has been done in over 80 patients, and the results have been very promising. We see that the patients are able to grasp and manipulate objects with much greater fidelity. They're able to move, walk with much greater ease, control, and speed. And most importantly, integrate and interface with their environments to a much greater degree, as you'll hear from this patient. With amputation, the brain reorganizes. It loses its ability to have limb awareness and changes the circuits that are responsible for pain, and sometimes leads patients to have something called phantom pain, which can be extremely debilitating. By restoring and preserving these circuits in the human body, we found that our patients were actually able to have better sense of their phantom limb, as well as experience much more decreased pain on a daily basis. And this was one of the biggest outcomes of our study. In fact, one of our patients told us, I went from a life of chronic pain, 9 meds every day, sleepless nights, finally to sleeping through the night every night. And this really showed me the power of engineering our bodies and our physiology. Recently, we've been trying to take this a step further to see if we can introduce new types of sensations to the body. We've taken nerves that normally go to skin, sensory nerves, and placed them in muscles. And what we're able to see is that we can actually produce new types of sensation from this muscle that perhaps we can later connect with virtual worlds or even exoskeletal devices to allow the humans and machines to really work together and communicate in a unified manner. Now, my initial work focused on the movement and sensation in our peripheral limbs. But as I began to see the power of this type of engineering, I thought, what about our internal organs? What about their movements and their sensations? And that really brought me to the enteric nervous system, or the gut's brain. Consisting of over 400 million neurons, this is a web that runs all the way from the esophagus to the anorectal canal and controls everything from your digestion and motility to your hormones, your focus levels, and even your stress. Because the gut and the gastrointestinal tract is so connected to many organ systems, diseases of the gut result in profound, debilitating effects on the quality of life. Despite its influential role, until recently we hadn't really designed many neural interfaces for the enteric nervous system. And this is because the gut has a tortuous anatomy, its internal system is constantly moving and having pulsatile peristalsis, and the lumen is quite harsh in terms of its chemical environment. Designing around these challenges, we designed neural interfaces in the form of an ingestible robot. These can be swallowed, travel to the right part of the tract, and release chemical or mechanical energy to then stimulate the enteric nerves in the gut. So just like neural dysfunction in the periphery leads to movement disorders, neural dysfunction in the gut can lead also to motility disorders like constipation and gastroparesis. Engineering around the challenges and overcoming this, we came up with a device that can be swallowed, which travels to the right part of the intestines and activates, pops open, makes contact with the lumen, and produces electrical contractions that then increase the motility by over 200% in models of ileus. This is a promising technology for diseases like constipation and ileus. But beyond movement, I was also very curious about the sensory circuits in the gut. And specifically because if we're able to communicate with the sensory circuits, we then have a powerful tool against diseases like obesity that actually corrupt these circuits. So I was curious, could we do something to change sensory function and thereby influence the behavior of our gut and the behavior of our bodies? For this, we designed a pill that actually mechanically stimulates and activates stretch receptors in the gut, fooling the brain into thinking that the stomach is already full, releasing hormones and creating a sense of satiety and depressing appetite. In preclinical models, we saw almost a 30% reduction in food intake. This presents a pretty promising approach to treating diseases like diabetes and obesity. Now, ingestible neuromodulation, we're still in the very early days, but I think the approach is very promising because the gut is emerging as an early biomarker for many diseases. So with our ability to access it and communicate with it, we may be able to not only better unlock the secrets of the gut-brain, but also be able to build and implement precision health monitoring technologies to improve our health and well-being. Neural interfaces aren't fundamentally about devices. It's about unlocking the body's control systems. When we restore sensation, we restore agency. When we reshape pain circuits, we change experience. And when we engage the gut, we're able to change behavior. When we go from treating to redesigning, we suddenly go from just solving to imagining. And so at this frontier, I no longer ask, what can I restore that's been lost? I'm starting to ask, what new capabilities can I unlock? What lies beyond? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shreya. Can we have a louder round of applause for that? Because her research is in fact making that kind of an interface between the human and the robots, and that's some incredible work that we got to witness already. So thank you so much again, Shreya, for joining us. All right, we'll have that one more photo up. We'll do that one more time. From one innovator to another, well, that's a plan, that's a sequence for the transformation series. And with that, well, on that inspiring note, let's march ahead because it's about to get even more inspiring with our next set of sessions. In fact, we're all talking about rebooting the Earth's largest system. We're about to have an ocean reset. In fact, joining us is someone who comes with a goal to remove 90% of the floating ocean plastic by 2040. And with that vision and with that aim, we have with us Boyan Slat, founder of the Ocean Cleanup. Well, the stage is all yours. Over to you then.
All right. So let me take you for a dive at one of the most beautiful coral reefs in the Caribbean. Now, this was Roatan in the Gulf of Honduras, which is a tropical paradise that lives off tourism, but which every rainy season turned into a toxic garbage dump. Now, as we know, plastic is an immensely useful material, and because of that, its use has skyrocketed in the past half-century. But unfortunately, a tiny fraction, less than 0.1% of all the plastic that we use, ends up in the ocean, where it then goes on to do a tremendous amount of harm in terms of destroying corals, suffocating marine life, and causing billions of dollars of damage to coastal economies. And over time, this plastic breaks down into smaller and smaller pieces, which can then end up in the food chain, potentially even threatening the health of billions of people around the world that rely on seafood as their primary source of protein. And at current trends, the amount of plastic that's entering the ocean is actually set to double by 2060. Now, my first encounter with this problem was when I was 16 years old, and I went scuba diving during a family holiday to Greece. And I came across, I was going underwater expecting to see beautiful nature, but instead I came across more plastic bags than fish. And this then led me to found the Ocean Cleanup, a nonprofit with the mission to rid the world's oceans of plastic. Now, initially, our focus was on cleaning up the legacy pollution that's already in the ocean, in particular this area known as the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. And after years of trial and error, we actually succeeded in developing a method to clean it up. And since then, we have been cleaning up an area of ocean the size of a football field every 5 seconds. But while cleaning up the legacy pollution is, of course, essential, that still leaves us with the other side of the equation, stopping the thousands of tons of plastic that continue to flow into our ocean on a weekly basis. Which brings me to rivers. Because rivers are the arteries that carry the trash from land to sea. But when we started out, nobody even knew which rivers to focus on. So we developed AI-powered cameras that we attached to bridges to measure the flow of plastic in hundreds of rivers around the world. And with that, we developed the world's first global model showing where plastic is entering our oceans. And what we discovered was that just 1% of the world's rivers is responsible for about 80% of all the plastic that's flowing into our ocean. Now, most of these rivers can be found in coastal cities, in middle-income countries, where people now have enough wealth to buy a lot of stuff wrapped in plastic, but where the government just cannot yet afford good waste management infrastructure. We decided to go tackle this 1% of rivers to catch the plastic before it reaches the oceans. Now, to be clear, none of this is meant as a replacement for the slow but important work that's being done to fix a broken waste management system upstream. But in the meantime, we cannot allow this avalanche of plastic to continue to flow into the ocean day in, day out. So to solve this, we created a set of technologies we call interceptors. Our interceptors include these solar-powered and autonomous trash collectors, such as this one, that's deployed in Los Angeles, but also these mobile variations, such as here in Jamaica. But there is one interceptor project whose impact tops them all, which brings me back to the Gulf of Honduras. Now, this part of the Caribbean is home to over 30 marine protected areas, as well as the second largest coral reef on Earth. But over the past few decades, it has also been known as the most plastic polluted body of water on Earth. Now, most of the trash that you see here actually came from just one river, which is the Rio Motagua in Guatemala. Around Guatemala City, there's many illegal trash dumps, and whenever it rains, some of the trash washes down this river, creating literal avalanches of trash. So we deployed a couple of interceptors along this river, and then this happened. $1.4 million kilos of trash intercepted in under 2 hours. And to be clear, everything that you're seeing here would have ended up in the Caribbean. It's wild. And we've been seeing flashes like this sometimes up to 5 times a week. Now, you are probably familiar with the concept of beach cleanups. They're very popular also here in India, and they're great because, of course, clean coasts are vital for tourism, for human well-being. But the problem with beach cleanups is that basically as soon as you're done with them, you have to start all over again because the trash just keeps coming over and over. So it's not really sustainable. But once you stop the inflow, once you have those interceptors in those rivers, then what you can do is one final, very thorough beach cleanup. And that's what we're doing right now in the Gulf of Honduras. And honestly, it is one of the most satisfying things I've ever seen. We're really turning back the clock on ocean plastic pollution. Now, all of this isn't just great news for the environment in the region, but also for the people whose livelihoods depend on it. Take Felix Ruiz, who's an artisanal fisherman who now reports that he's been catching a lot more fish since we deployed, as well as Elena Salinas, whose small family restaurant in the Honduran beach town of Omoa has benefited from the increase in tourists that the town has seen since their coast has been cleaned. Now, we are now deployed in 20 rivers across 10 countries, and with that, we have already stopped almost 50 million kilos of trash from entering the oceans. So that's about the weight of 5 Eiffel Towers. And, well, thank you. And just to put that into context, this equates to 2 to 5% of all the plastic that would have otherwise entered the ocean. So we're really starting to make a dent. And as you can see, our impact is growing exponentially. We almost doubled in 2024. We more than doubled last year. And for context, just 4 or 5 more doublings and ocean plastic pollution is history. It's solved. So our next step is to bring interceptors by the way, I think it should be clear that we've proven that we can do this. But now it's really time to scale it up. And that's why our next step is to bring interceptors to 30 of the most plastic polluted cities on Earth, and with that, eliminate 1/3 of all the plastic pollution that's entering our ocean before the end of the decade. And by tackling this problem in these 30 cities, we will be transforming the Gulf of Panama, Manila Bay, the seas around Bali, and a dozen other bodies of water, bringing them back to their original state, just like we've done with the Gulf of Honduras. And I think if we can solve 1/3 of the plastic problem, I think the other 2/3 will become an inevitability. And the exciting thing is that our work on this next wave of interceptor projects has actually already begun. Take Mumbai, where we already mapped all the rivers and then determined how much trash is flowing out of each of them. We released GPS trackers that mimic the flow of plastic so we can strategically deploy there where the plastic goes while giving enough space for boats to pass. We've identified options to responsibly dispose of the waste, and we've signed agreements with the government, the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, now all coming together in a citywide plan that, with the right support, is now ready to be implemented. And I'm very excited to announce that we have now already identified the first 2 locations for the very first interceptors that will be deployed in Mumbai, and they will be deployed before the start of this monsoon season. So we'll very soon have the very first interceptors coming to India. I believe that for humanity to thrive, humanity needs to be optimistic about the future. But these days, there's really a lot of pessimism going around, especially about the environment, especially amongst people of my generation. But once the oceans are clean again, it can be this example of how, through hard work and ingenuity, we can solve the big problems of our time. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Boyan. In fact, what we have witnessed is like a sea change that's about to take place. And can we have a louder round of applause for that incredible initiative? Absolutely the need of the hour. And thank you so much, Boyan, for taking us through that. And also for taking us through all that's about to take place back here in India as well. Now, really quick, let me also inform you, our final innovator for the transformation series is coming up. And after this, we'll also have the next set of discussions. First up is the defense frontier, so stay tuned and stay seated for that. But first up, let me please invite our next innovator on stage. We have Tara Tyagarajan, founder and chief scientist, Sapien Labs. We're about to unravel the modern world and the human mind.
So you've all heard a lot today about artificial intelligence. So I'm here to talk to you about real intelligence because, after all, we are a biological organism. And as a biological species, success means the capacity to thrive in your environment and to perpetuate into the future. So when we talk about progress and prosperity of society, it should improve that capacity of human beings to thrive as biological organisms. Now, today we sit at one of those times in history by our measures of success, which are things like GDP growth and money. It's one of the most successful times in history. And the question is, what has all this modern progress done to the human mind and this capacity to thrive? So what we want to talk about here is mind health, right? This capacity for the human mind to navigate life's challenges and function productively. And this requires a whole lot of different capabilities. A whole lot of emotional, social, cognitive capacities. Now let's look at what all the modern world has done to the mind using some of the large data that we have out there in the world today. So back in 2008, social scientists were measuring well-being. And what they found was that young people always scored very high on this measure, and it would dip in middle age and then come back up. And this came to be known as the U-shaped curve of happiness. Now, fast forward to today, it's no longer the case. This has collapsed, right? But well-being is, maybe this is not all of those factors of mind health. But if we actually look at a metric of mind health, which encompasses all of these various emotional, social, and cognitive capacities, looks very similar. Every younger age group is now doing worse. And you might think, okay, that you have poor mind health when you're young, but then as you grow older, it gets better and better. But that's not the case. There's a huge mounting evidence that, in fact, mind health is declining with every younger generation. And you see here this line at 100, that's how the scale of this metric is calibrated to be a normal population. So if you look across the globe, this is the modern internet-enabled populations of each country. What you can see is older people, 55 and above, are all doing very close to that 100 mark. You can even see India looks a little bit higher above this average, this mean. But now go down to younger age groups, 18 to 34, for example. And you see there's not a single country left on the globe that is in that range. Now, the question is, why is this happening? Or if you look at this in terms of mental health terms, I mean, lots of people are talking about mental health now. If you look at 55 and above, there are about 10% of the population that actually have what you would consider mental health problems of clinical significance. Now, as you get younger and younger, from this age 40% to adolescents today, it's even higher than 50%. So you have to consider, right? Just pause and consider, what will it mean when half the population of the world is no longer as capable of controlling their emotions, getting along with others, focus, and functioning productively every day. So the real question then is, why is this happening? We're supposed to be at the best time in history. The bottom line here is that we've really created an environment, that is antithetical to the construction of the human mind. And to understand this is to understand what the human mind needs to thrive. So one of the things, and you just heard a lot about the ocean cleanup, we've created a chemical environment that has become exponentially neurotoxic. We have today in our food system a whole host of chemicals, colors, flavors, additives, preservatives. Many of these are neurotoxic. They either just kill brain cells or they disrupt its signaling in various different ways. We also have the microplastics, plasticizers on the inside of your cups, exponentially growing load of pesticides. And these are now in baby food, they're in infant formula. We see that what's happened is that they're now, you see them in urine, you see them in blood, you see them in the placenta. And what it shows us that every generation with the higher neurotoxic load, the nervous system is becoming increasingly weakened, so it is no longer as capable of the same degree of control and regulation of thoughts and emotions. Now, we layer on the technocultural environment. So the technocultural smartphones have, not just exposed children to things like pornography and violence, but they've also shift time away from in-person social interaction. And this is a fundamental human capability. A huge part of the brain is dedicated to this kind of social cognition, which is things like learning how to read facial expressions, body language, understand group dynamics, solve conflicts, all of the things that you do, if you're playing cricket in your colony and you have to decide who's out or not out and solve the problem. All of these kinds of capabilities, social cognition has been a very core capability of human beings that has distinguished us from other species. But what you see as you give children smartphones at a younger age, they have less of this capability as adults, and they also have more problems with feeling detached from reality, aggression, and suicidal thoughts. So you have to ask, how we let this happen? One of the reasons I think is because we use a measure of progress that, of just bigger is better. And I want to show you by analogy just what some of the flaws in that are. When, and to the human body, from birth to adulthood, if you just said you looked at growing bigger as the metric of increasing capability, it's a pretty good proxy, because as you go from infancy to adulthood, you are going to gain in your speed and you get smarter, you can read, you can walk, and so on. But there's a point when the system reaches a stable state in terms of the number of cells where that doesn't work as easily anymore, but there are ways to do it. So you can increase muscle mass and become bigger, and this can have all of these benefits of increasing your strength and stamina and energy, even focus, and a whole lot of things. But there is a limit to how big you can grow in this way. If you really want to grow, and that's the whole point of it, then consumption is really the best and fastest way. The more you consume, the bigger you can get, and the faster you can get there. Okay, so when you consume more and more, what happens is the fat cells start to grow and enlarge and occupy a greater footprint. But they don't contribute to the capability of the system. And even after a point, they start to detract from the capability of the system. There's even a third way that the human body can grow bigger. This is called a tumor, right? Tumor cells are very, very clever because what they have done is found a way to divert blood flow and resources and nutrients to fuel their growth. Now, because this requires a very different metabolic process, a lot of them, these tumors can release toxins into the bloodstream. So over time, they start to starve the rest of the system of nutrients, and they also poison the system. But for a very long time, this can go on, and it can be a great party for the tumor cells until one day, suddenly, it's not anymore. So, I leave it to you all to decide or think about what aspect of, which of these paradigms is most similar to the way our modern economies are going, and aligns with this decline in mind health of human beings that we are seeing generation by generation. But one of the challenges, it's not just that we don't have the right metrics to measure capability. We're measuring size without any concern for what that means in terms of the capability of the system. But also, we don't have the right language to talk about these sorts of things in terms of the economy and progress. So, we're here talking about innovation. As human beings, we are inclined to do things that are novel and clever. And we love things that are novel and clever. But the implicit assumption in innovation is that novel and clever means that it always will enable human prosperity. But what about those things that don't enable human prosperity, right? We don't have a word to distinguish between these. What about those things that either misunderstand how we are constructed as biological organisms and are destructive to human life? We don't have a word, so we should have one, and I'm going to coin it here. So let's call that dinovation, right? And the question for us is really, how can we, as a collective humanity, really innovate rather than dinovate so that we can actually ensure our success, our biological success as a species? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tara. I believe we learned a whole new word altogether and a whole new perspective. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, now from the innovators, it's now time to set the stage for highly distinguished leaders from the armed forces joining us this evening. This is where we bring your focus to the defense frontier and how disruption in defense technology is shaping global security. So let's get to understand all that and more, because as we take a look at technology per se, it's also important that this session gets to examine how technology integrates into battlefield strategy. We've been hearing since morning as well about the AI-enabled warfares, drone swarms as well. as well as cyber frontlines, how all of these are redefining the military doctrine. So then, that being said, what's the focus coming up next? Let's get that from the leaders themselves. In fact, this particular session will be spearheaded and moderated by Ambassador Sujan R. Chenoy, Director General, Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis. So we will be joined by all our leaders, and Ambassador Sujan will be responsible in extracting all the relevant and all the dynamic perspectives from all of our panelists. While that happens, meanwhile, I'd like to urge all of you to keep those conversations coming using the hashtag GBS 2026. Keep your thoughts coming across the social media as well. We'll quickly set the stage and we'll quickly deep dive into our next session. Let me also tell you that this particular session will also focus on how disruption shapes deterrence, also gets to consider the geopolitical implications of defense innovation, because security today is technological, so let's get to understand all that and more. My team is set, and I believe the stage is also set. So first up, let me please invite on stage our session moderator. We have with us Ambassador Sujan R. Chenoy, Director General, Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis. So thank you so much for joining us. And first up, I'd like to also express my gratitude to all of you for waiting patiently with us. So thank you so much for that. But with that, let's go ahead and invite your speakers and our panelists. Let's do that first up by inviting Dr. Sudhir Mishra, former Director General, BrahMos, DRDO. We're joined by Air Marshal Anil Chopra, retired former Director General, Center for Air Power Studies. Lieutenant General Dr. Anil Kapoor, retired former Director General, Information Systems and EME. Ankit Mehta, CEO of Idea Forge Technology, and Group Captain G. Aditya Kiran, Directing Staff, Defense Services Staff College, DSSC. You know, when you have dynamic leaders here on the stage, that warrants for a dynamic round of applause. Come on, let's get the applause coming. Let's keep the energy coming. And with that, sir, over to you.
Good evening. Thank you very much for that warm and generous introduction. And I welcome you all to this wonderful session that we'll have on the defense frontier, how disruption in defense technology is shaping global security. We've been given 30 minutes, so it's going to be a very racy and very interesting session. But before I pose my questions to the eminent panelists, I will obviously say a few words. Friends, disruption in defense technology is also known as revolution in military affairs. And RMA, as it's known by its acronym, is a buzzword that militaries worldwide are familiar with. Each generation of the military adopts and encounters new technologies that intersect with changing doctrines, strategies, and tactics to bring about irreversible, irrevocable changes in the character of warfare. What makes the current era different is the pace at which new technologies are emerging and intersecting with others across multiple domains. In the past, the RMA simply made a gun a better gun, or a tank a better tank, or a fighter aircraft a better fighter aircraft. But they did not change the very essence of warfare. Technological changes, when accompanied by doctrinal shifts and organizational changes, and now accompanied by rapid changes in artificial intelligence, these are the ones that have the greatest impact on defense security and global security in general. Tanks were around in World War I, but became a game changer only when fielded with the fast, concentrated blitzkrieg strategy in World War II. Aircraft carriers came into their own when doctrinal shifts advocated sea control through air power rather than the big guns mounted on very large battleships. Nuclear weapons have also been seen as preventing war through the doctrine of deterrence and mutually assured destruction, that is, MAD. A doctrinal shift towards precision strikes, remote warfare, and data-driven operations, along with network-centric command structures, these have all come together to bring drones and unmanned vehicles center stage today. Ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence, which is very important. As you know, India is going to host the AI Impact Summit very shortly. It is AI, space, and cyber realms that are fusing today with sensors, with UAVs and beyond visual range weapons on the modern battlefield. These drastically reduce sensor to shooter kill chains. Advances in military technologies in the next 10 to 15 years will be even more dramatic. Unless regulated by a common definition of ethics and morality, lethal autonomous weapon systems, that is laws, will be widely used to find, identify, track, and target enemy forces or equipment, perhaps without any human intervention in the decision-making chain. This will obviously shorten what is known as the observe, orient, decide, and act. That is the OODA loop, to operate at speeds that defy imagination. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no denying that countries that invest in futuristic technologies through R&D have better supply chains and an upper hand on the battlefield. Most disruptive technologies are dual use. They have the power to bridge asymmetries in absolute power. The internet, commercial drones, and satellite imagery, together with GPS and AI, are examples of technologies that will shape global security. Yet another fascinating lesson from recent conflicts is the convergence of big tech, disruptive technology, and private individuals and their impact on global security. Elon Musk's Starlink, for instance, and quasi-strategic roles played by Microsoft and Amazon in cybersecurity, cloud computing, satellite infrastructure, and AI, these will all have far-reaching consequences on global security. So it goes without saying that India will have to invest much more in defense technologies, particularly AI, particularly disruptive technologies of the future. And we will also need a much higher degree of civil-military fusion. Now, we have a wonderful panel here, and I will straight away go to our first panelist, Dr. Sudhir Mishra, former Director General of BrahMos. As you know, it's a very successful venture that has credited itself very well in all kinds of conflict situations that India has faced. So my question to you is, India is shifting from a major defense importer, as in the trend has begun, to developing its own systems like Tejas, BrahMos, missiles, and drones. What structural, technological, and industrial changes have made this possible or will make it possible? And what should India focus on next to become a top global exporter of advanced defense technologies? I want your views with regard to the success of the BrahMos program.
Thank you, sir.
4 minutes, please.
Thank you. To become a very powerful nation in the defense technology, we need to have design and manufacturing capability, very clear government policies, very top-class marketing team, and of course, the support of government at all the levels. The first thing is, when it comes to the design and manufacturing capability, India is anyway home to one of the biggest cluster of GCCs, and we have a huge, large manufacturing capability in the country. And in fact, when I discuss with the people, they say that we are still operating in the 1 or 2 shifts. We can work 24 hours and manufacture. The second thing, when it comes to the development of the state-of-the-art weapons, if we take Tejas, Tejas has been in the making for the past 30 years due to various reasons. Now, we have already started the design and development of MCA. MCA, some time back, as you know, that for Tejas, we have been using the American G404, G414 engine for various versions. But for MCA, the chief of DRDO has stated that if given about 1.2 or 1.5 billion, we can develop our own engines in the time frame of 3 to 5 years. The days of Kaveris are over. For Kaveri, we invested hardly 2,000 crore rupees spread over about 20 years. So here is an opportunity. The third thing, when it comes to the BrahMos, as you know, the BrahMos is a joint venture between India and Russia, and we have completely manufacturing the missile in our country. And to export it, to export any weapon, we have developed the manufacturing capability in our country. Now, when it comes to substitution of imported system with our own system, with our own indigenous systems, the government has already declared that Make in India or Atmanirbhar policy and providing full support in all the ways when it comes to the money or any other resources. So the question was about the export. The export, what I feel when I joined BrahMos, I made it a kind of objective that in my tenure I'll ensure that I develop air version and make the export of BrahMos. It took us almost 7 years.
And we did a great job with selling, a few batteries to the Philippines.
Yes, 7 years. It took very hard work, a sincere 1-point agenda to ensure that we are able to break even. Now, export of the weapon is not a commercial activity. It is finding a strategic depth, developing the strategic interest in that country. We have to look from that point of view. And we did it in Philippines, hopefully, and we did it in Armenia also. We are going to replicate in few more countries. I don't want to name them. It will create business problems. So it is very much possible. And the government has to have certain policy changes, although they are in the making, but we need to have an export promotion body, a separate body, which will give a very fast clearance. The next thing is the Indian Armed Forces have to induct few of the systems of our private companies, because when it comes to the export, the imported country always asks, is it inducted into the armed forces or not? So I feel that these are the basic requirements. And for BrahMos, I would like to tell one thing, that Shahbaz Sharif is our brand ambassador of BrahMos. The reason is we always maintain that we hit 9 targets. And he said that not 9, you hit 11 targets. So it happens very rarely that your enemy says that you hit me more.
Thank you. I think there'll be a trade-off between what we can sell to others and how much we might need for our own use, potential use in the future. But I'm glad you mentioned aircraft engine. Our next panelist, of course, is none other than Air Marshal Anil Chopra, former Director General of CAPS. And my question to you is, as global power shifts towards core technologies, how can India innovate domestically while partnering internationally without losing strategic autonomy? And keep in mind the Rafale deal, keep in mind the negotiations with Safran to develop a 120 kilonewton fighter aircraft engine that will power the 5th generation AMCA. So how do we do all this without losing strategic autonomy? And a penny for your thoughts on having a homegrown fighter aircraft engine for not only AMCA but also Tejas Mark II. The Honorable Prime Minister himself touched upon this in his speech on the 15th of August from the ramparts of the Red Fort. So over to you.
Yeah, so I'll start first by making a general point about disruptive technologies. And I must say that military history, replete with disruptive technologies, whether it was gunpowder, whether it was heavier than air flight that took place in 1903, whether it's the bomber, whether it's the, nuclear weapon, whether it was cruise missiles, precision, long range, any amount. And now the latest with AI coming in, drones, autonomy is continuing. But I want to make It's clear that notwithstanding this autonomy, then quantum computing, high decision making, which are all supporting the military in terms of decision making, allowing greater autonomy to the weapon, to the platform, man is still on the loop. Is in the loop, on the loop, not out of the loop. And that is why, if you see the 5th and 6th generation aeroplanes being built around the world and the 7th generation aircraft which are on the drawing boards, all have got the man in it. And what will happen will be man-unmanned teaming. So that is where the future is. The unmanned system will do all the roles possible, but they will have a man in the loop, or certainly on the loop, and who will be monitoring what's going on. That's the statement number one. Now, as far as India is concerned, Atmanirbharta is most important in defense technologies. Everybody in the world holds the cards next to their chest. Nobody shares technologies. You have to work for it. You have to get your intellectual property right. And if you see last 50 years, the aerospace is a sector where maximum action is. Same we saw in Sindoor, in Ukraine, in West Asia. And that is where we have to get our act together very, very quickly. Now, we know that we just heard that we've taken 30 years and we are LCA Mark 1 is still to come. We are 2 years behind schedule. AMCA is a different level. It's a stealth aircraft. Very few people in the world are making stealth aircraft. There are only 5 countries in the world which are making aero engines. And therefore, there is a need for 2 things. One is put more money on the table for R&D, which is not happening. In India, we're spending only 0.6% of the GDP on R&D. The Chinese are spending 2.6%. The Americans spending 3.6% of the GDP on R&D. And therefore, put more money on R&D, whether it's the aero engines or whether it's fast-tracking stealth technologies and getting the AMCA going. But till then, 2 things. Partnerships. As the chair said, partnerships. We are partnering with the French. We are partnering with the Americans. We are partnering with the Russians on different systems. Joint ventures have worked well, whether it was, BrahMos and many other systems. We are now, Elbit, we are, with the Israelis, we are doing radars, missiles, a lot of projects are joint venture. Second is get the Indian private industry. We have been trying to handle the Indian private industry for last 20 years, but only in the last 4-5 years, the DAP 2026 will be released very shortly. The draft is already in public domain, and we are seeking...
and in the case of AMCA, if I may interject, HAL has been kind of put out of the loop.
Yes.
In favor of the private sector.
Absolutely. So the government and ADA, DRDO, they were very clear that we have to get some private... why? It's easier for private industry to take decisions, to get money, get funding, get technology. It's easier. And no country abroad wants to deal with for everything. They have to walk the corridors of the Ministry of Defense to take clearances from different people because that's what you have to do in
sorry to be disruptive, it's about
good.
Disruptive technologies also. I'm being disruptive here, you'll pardon me. I move on to Lieutenant General Anil Kapoor, former DG Information Systems and EME. To you, the question is, recent conflicts show how drones, AI, cyber operations, and logistics in the broadest possible sense can be decisive. What doctrine, capabilities, and procurement should India prioritize to stay effective in both conventional and hybrid warfare?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everybody. I think it's a privilege to be here this evening. We all are aware of what is happening in the Russia-Ukraine war or in the Middle East. But I'd like to put it in perspective through 4 lenses. The first lens is the connectivity lens. Decision support, I think, initially was a big problem, whether it was Russia or it was Ukraine. Because the electronic warfare systems did not allow communications to go through. We had the cyber systems which were live. And then came a phase when technology kicked in and we had better connectivity. There was multi-platform, multi-sensor data fusion, good visibility. Alternate communication systems, including Li-Fi, Starlinks, were given to some, brought by others, and I think connectivity got assured, and therefore we found a new rejuvenation in Russia-Ukraine war, which is 4 years plus today. Now let's look at the second lens, that is the lethality lens. We all know protection, mobility, and firepower have always been in warfare and are instruments of lethality. But here we found a new paradigm in terms of fakes, deep fakes, including the fact that one of the Russians in French was being picturized through a drone going to kill him, and he's pleading, leave me alone. And that was a kind of demoralization that was being brought into the battlefield. And then we had a major disinformation campaign going. So really, lethality, information became a very important instrument there beyond others. We also saw unmanned autonomy, we saw loiter ammunitions, and we saw precision strikes happening as we went ahead. And then we had hypersonics and multi-platform, multi-sensor data fusion to get better visibility. But the crux of lethality was that with time, information decision cycles increased, and then they got compressed because of technology. So that is another learning through this lens. So this gets me to the third lens, which is technology. I think there is a huge need to have technology sovereignty with time. If we are 2047 Viksit Bharat, I think technology sovereignty has to stand tall as a pillar in Viksit Bharat. And I'm sure we are doing a lot about it. In this war, we saw technology being created at the edge. A lot of lethality. Look at what Israelis did with mobile instruments just going berserk and almost 1,000 key people getting killed. And you could do this with a lot of innovation. So really, innovation is the name of the game when it comes to technology. But most importantly, technology, I think, is very, very important in warfare today and in foreseeable future. The last lens is sustainability. Given the long-drawn campaigns that we see today, I think strategic resilience is very important. And for that, Atmanirbhar Bharat is very important. And since time is at a premium, I'll pick up some 5 pillars of the doctrine. The first is the whole of nation approach. I think there's no doubt each one of us sitting here are part of future warfare. And we must look at ourselves like that.
30 seconds, please.
Okay. The second is Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think it's a great call, great clarion call. I think we all need to participate and look at Gati Shakti from base to edge. The third is technology. I think technology sovereignty. A national R&D structure under ANRF is a yawning need. And since he's brought out about funding, I'll say RDI needs to be relooked at that. And the fourth pillar is agility. I think we need to have agile logistic systems, agile communication systems, and a smart soldier, a smart weapon system of the future, which is defined by 5 parameters. Automation, autonomy, precision, positioning, and artificial intelligence.
Thank you very much, General. I move on to the next panelist. We get a private sector view, especially from the defense startup and innovation space. That's become very important today. We can't leave everything to the DPSUs, though they're doing very well, I must say. So Mr. Ankit Mehta, CEO, IdeaForge Technology, as AI speeds up detection to engagement, how will autonomous systems across air, land, sea, and cyberspace affect deterrence, escalation, and command responsibility in the next decade? Marshal Chopra, of course, mentioned something very reassuring, that the human being will always remain in the loop. And so we don't have to worry about autonomous weapons going rogue with AI. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think when we look at deterrence, I think we have to look at it from 2 perspectives. The first is the strategic deterrence. For example, the deterrence that nuclear weapons or nuclear systems brought in, where deterrence was created that you prevent people from misadventuring against your sovereignty. I think that is something which is very important. When we look at the age of AI, we have to investigate what are those areas and possible domains where strategic deterrence of this nature can be brought in. Are our adversaries planning in that direction? Are they going to look at areas where they can prevent us from doing things even before we start actually acting on it? And that's the power of AI, that AI can be weaponized to that extent because it is watching patterns from multimodal domains. Like we spoke about multi-sensor fusion at the edge, there is a multimodal data aggregation that is happening across board, and that data aggregation is going to create a pattern. And that pattern, if it indicates actions that we are going to take in the future, then deterrence will come from our adversaries taking advantage of that. Now, we can create such assets. We should also be wary of such assets getting created and deployed against us. That is one. Number two, tactical deterrence, which is, for example, if you look at what's happening in the Russia-Ukraine war, today soldiers are afraid of going out in the open because the
first-person view drones are also very effective in deterring soldiers.
Exactly. And the kill time is less than 10 minutes, which means that if you are in the open, you are going to get caught and you are going to get neutralized. That is a deterrence of its own. It's reduced the pace at which advancement can happen at the edge. And that's tactical deterrence, in my opinion, where it puts in the fear of getting exposed and getting neutralized well before things happen. I think that is, again, a very, very important vector of deterrence that we have to account for. And that's going to happen because many sensors are detecting you that fast. The presence is getting detected by sensors in the air. It's getting detected by sensors on the ground. Mobile phones are being used to detect drones because of the signature and sound signature. Thousands of drones on the field are being used to detect the sound signature and alert units that can counter the incoming attack. So a lot of deterrence is coming in from that direction. And overall, the entire chain of decision making, particularly in aerial attacks and in attacks from unmanned systems, because the distance from which such attacks can be launched is reducing significantly, means that, sir, I may beg to differ, but in certain scenarios, we may have to remove the man from the loop. Because if we do not, we will not be able to act fast enough. So it depends on where that attack is going to come from. And therefore, I imagine that robots
if you remove man from the loop,
fast.
If you remove man from the loop, you'll have to teach your autonomous weapons some ethics and morality also.
No.
Where is the convergence?
No, so I think the first thing that will happen is robots against robots. Robots against assured signature of robots will be an autonomous loop, because that's how you will be able to neutralize the pace at which attack is going to happen.
And we don't want chivalry, bravery, and all these things we associate with the armed forces to be removed from the battlefield.
No, I think it will be a staged progress. It will happen. There is no denying in my mind that the pace at which a man in the loop can act will become the deterrence for our own security. So it will happen, but progressively.
Thank you very much. Actually, I turn now to our last but not the least of our panelists, and that's Group Captain G. Aditya Kiran. He is a serving Air Force officer, so he obviously will speak only as much as he wants to. He's part of the directing staff at the DSSC in Wellington in Tamil Nadu, right? Yes. So over to you, Group Captain. How can India become self-reliant, Atmanirbhar, in combat drones and unmanned vehicles while keeping up with the adversaries' massive productions? In the case of China, it has huge production capabilities, and Pakistan may not have an equal capacity, but it does receive fairly generous assistance from China and countries like Turkey. So how do you think we can get to being Atmanirbhar in drones? The Prime Minister, by the way, has said that drones will have dual use. Over to you.
So my understanding is the government has done a lot of good as far as its policies are supposed to do. You've got the drone rules coming out. You've got the Prime Minister giving out a very clear-cut vision. You've got the entire bureaucracy getting its act together. In the next 10 years in the defense, you're going to have $250 billion as capital expenditure, of which 75% is going to be indigenous sources. And that's a huge statement by itself. Secondly, more importantly, in 2018, the Indian Air Force came up with the Meher Baba Swarm Drone competition. It was conducted at the approximate budget of 16.5 crores. It has resulted in 20 plus companies getting more than 4,000 crores worth of orders. We've also seen a lot of brain gain happening rather than drain. More than 1,200 plus MTechs have not gone. They're employed by these various drone companies. Where the issue is of the gap is the government has done what it's supposed to do. But has the private industry actually stepped up? When I'm saying private industry, I'm not talking about the manufacturing, startups, etc. I'm talking about the private finance. Today, the cost of finance is so high that even if the government is giving orders, for the startup to actually raise funds and go through the entire working capital cycle and deliver is actually becoming very difficult.
But the TDF has been enhanced from 10 crores to 50 crores. So hopefully there'll be more offtake of that funding mechanism.
TDF is a development fund. What you need, what the startups need is startup capital. Today, the founder is spending more than 70 to 80% canvassing for financing. So what is required is, can we have banks actually step up and not ask for 140% of collateral to give a 100% BG. So if he wants 10 crores, the bank wants him to put down a collateral of 14 crores. That's not possible. So we need the PSUs and the private banks to actually step up. Second is we need the private equity to step in and start giving low-cost funds, but take equity as collateral. And so if they are able to do one peculiar thing of drone companies and defense companies, working capital is not of 89 days, which RBI stipulates. It requires 270 days.
Would all private companies, especially the smart ones who think who will succeed, be ready to give equity?
They will be. They have to. Because today, the biggest inflection point today is low-cost financing. So you need high-velocity capital, but which is low-cost. And that can actually change the entire gamut. China has been able to do that. And that's why they've been able to create DJIs. So unless and until the private equity funds actually step in, and actually utilize what the government is giving. 3,500 crores in emergency procurement orders. So that means velocity of capital is very fast.
Since time is running out, let me just say that, would I be right in saying that in order to be really self-reliant in combat drones and UAVs, etc., we will also have to have our own certification standards, testing, validation, and such facilities?
That the government has already done. We've got the entire stack available. The Drone Federation of India actually has done a very good job in actually getting the Bharat stack up. So what now is required is indigenous private financing, the family offices coming up, taking stakes in the company, providing low-cost capital, and ensuring that cycle moves faster.
Well, I still have 19 seconds. So anyone wants to say something like 5 words? Okay. Marshal Chopra, would you give a shot, General, if you don't mind?
Okay, the time to act was yesterday. Let's get going. There is I'm a member of the advisor to Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers. We have got 500 startups, MSMEs with us. And we understand the pain that they are facing because the PSUs, the defense PSUs, are still not letting go. They are not wanting to handhold them. They are even DRDO is giving technologies to some of the smaller companies, but need to do it faster and more openly. Yes.
Thank you. Quick word from you.
If data is the new oil, technology is the new oil refinery, and today, whatever can be clearly defined can be precisely designed, developed, and deployed. I'll want all of you to join in this whole-of-nation approach. Thank you.
Dr. Mishra, one quick word from you.
Yeah, I would suggest that, as of now, the hottest military equipment is drone. So the government should ensure that there is a cluster or verticals for the different components of the drone and selected into the verticals. And there are few assemblers because what is happening now, dog is eating dog.
Thank you. Private sector view again. Ankit Mehta.
Sir, I think we are all extremely charged up and extremely present to what we need to do for both our country and for taking this technology forward. We are on the mission for what our Prime Minister wants us to do.
Group Captain, you can have the last shot.
I will only say, just like we had the digital UPI stack, perhaps MOD now needs to come up with the software stack for drones also.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with those wise words, please give them a big hand. And that's all from me. For now, I thank the Times Group for giving us this opportunity to engage you and one another on a very important topic. Thank you very much.
A dynamic discussion on defense innovation. And that being said, after hearing from the leaders, let me now inform you, we're almost coming closer towards our final set of sessions. Once again, we'll be going back to back with the 10-minute innovators sessions. And while we do so, I'd like to request all the ones who are still seated behind, please move forward. We might remove the chairs right behind so that we can make this as interactive as possible and as intimate as possible. So all the ones who are seated behind, don't feel shy. Please move forward and take your seats. With that being said, we're setting the stage for our next discussion, and this is where we're focusing on leadership imperatives for sustainable and decarbonized maritime growth. We, in fact, will be having a leader from the maritime fraternity herself who is joining us this evening. But while we do so, just another second, and I think we're all set to also invite our moderator, Ramakrishnan N., who's the Managing Director of Primus Partners. Let me please invite Mr. Ramakrishnan M. to please come on stage first up. Thank you so much for joining us. And we also have with us none other than Denise Kirdautru, Managing Director, AMEA with Switzer Group. So thank you so much for joining in. Meanwhile, everyone, move forward. We've got the final set of sessions, and then that's how we plan to do it for the rest of the evening. But first up, with that, over to you, sir.
Okay, long day, long 2 days in fact, Saturday evening. Most of the crowd is back there since there's no bar there, so everybody is grabbing a tea or a coffee or whatever it is. Let's try and kind of minimize the pain factor for the people here and keep a few short, crisp questions and move on from there. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. Lovely meeting you. Maybe you can start with a very broad overview of how you look at decarbonization and sustainability goals from a strategic point of view versus a day-to-day point of view. How does it translate into operational goals which you monitor?
Thank you very much, Ram. Is this working? No? I have something. This is not working? No?
Is it working?
This working? Yes? Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, despite quite late in the day. So if you think about decarbonization, the heart of this conundrum is about long-term versus short-term. How can we maintain the momentum? How can we maintain the buy-in, investment, ownership, and a long-term vision in our organization while the short-term commercial, customer, and policy pressures are ongoing? So for us at Switzer, we are part of a group of companies that wants to have a purpose that means we leave a positive impact in our societies. Our values also have constant care, which includes an environmental stewardship that defines who we are and what we do. And of course, for decarbonization, we also mean that this is good business. And no matter how many times policy change, politics change, we always will see that the impact of climate change and the necessary operational requirements will always be there. No matter if you look at the short-term commercial needs or pressures, we still need to ensure that we are ready for weather changes. We are ready for sea condition changes. We are ready for any kind of anticipation of port window closures, because climate change gives real impact on how we do maritime operations. So when we look at all of these, it's very easy to say we have to work and get ready for these impacts anyway. And at the same time, if you look at maritime overall has been super progressive. We've been developing faster than the policy. And also, if you look at our oil and gas terminals, our oil and gas customers, they are really at the forefront of decarbonization. One simple fact, if you look at the new shipbuilding order book, half of them are already future-fueled fleet. So that tells you something, that this industry is moving forward with decarbonization no matter where the policy is. So for us, it's very, very meaningful, and there is a foundation that we can have these conversations with our customers. And of course, at the end of the day, we really need to bring together this leadership, the purpose and values, together with some concrete action.
I really like the word you used, future fuel. That's wonderful. I keep telling people that, irrespective of what the leadership changes are or what the current policy changes are, at the end of the day, everyone is worried about their children and their grandchildren. And for them to live a better life, you need to focus on climate change. So wonderful, hearing similar thoughts in terms of the policy landscape. This is what you have to do immediately. A lot of conversation has been happening around the use of different types of technology, AI or otherwise. So in your decarbonization journey, what are some of the critical interventions from a technology point of view do you see either already working out or very good initial pilots which you think should take more of a center stage going forward?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for our decarb strategy, we focus on 3 areas. It's behavior, it's equipment, and it's fuel. And in all of these areas, there's continuous innovation, there's trial and error all the time. So for behavior, this is for us super important because it's taking these partnerships that we talk about. It doesn't have to be a business-to-business partnership. It's also about our colleagues on the ground, partnering with pilots, partnering with vessel traffic schedulers, that every day they can do something different that contributes to emission reductions. For us, for example, we have a campaign called Aim for 8. It's very simple. When you're mobilizing, demobilizing, go at the most efficient speed of 8 knots. Very straightforward, which means everyone can actually see the impact that they are making. But when you go to technology, we work very closely on equipment manufacturers, battery manufacturers, shipyards, ship designers. And that's our equipment, you can say, focus area. And I'm very proud to say that actually in India, here in Cochin Shipyard, we are building a super innovative, advanced, the most green and most capable tug right now in Cochin. So that's actually, what does this say? Because it's not only the equipment, it's not only the technology, it's also the policy. India, with the Green Tug Transition Program, is leading the way of decarbonization in towage. And we are very proud to be a partner, and we are looking forward to do even more business. Then the fuel focus. On the fuels, nobody knows what the end game is. So everybody is trialing and error, and unless there is clear policy that defines what the future fuel is going to be, then it's going to be always hybrid solutions. People are looking for solutions that can work today, that can work in the future, and that can adapt. So I think one of the 3 things will happen. Either it's going to be a policy, clear definition, or it's going to be a fuel supply. So we'll see which fuel will be in supply, or what is the pricing mechanism, which is it that we can afford, or a third element could be that customers really push for it. Though I have to say that we are not seeing that optimum push right now because the customers do not want to pay a premium for decarb solutions at the moment.
Interesting. You spoke about behavior, and then you spoke about customer behavior not really being, at the forefront of go ahead and take more money and I'll kind of pay for sustainability, so to say. So from a leadership point of view, be it the corporate leaders or the policy leaders who are attending this event, what would be some of the most critical decisions for organizations to take?
Yeah, I think the most critical decisions are not necessarily technical decisions. What business needs and what we need as a kind of population that wants to mitigate the impacts of climate change, we need certainty, stability, and clear policy. So with those things in place, as India has been leading the way for it, we can make meaningful changes. Everything that's technical, whether it's a new equipment, if it's AI, if it's a new fuel, there are amazing scientists, and some of them we heard today, that they will deliver, they will create the solutions, but without some certainty on policy setting and a clear direction on stability, we will never be able to get there.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to hear from people coming in from outside India and talking about the positive policy decisions and leadership which the government is taking. So thank you so much for taking out that time. I think we'll wrap up a few minutes before what is allocated to us. If there's any questions from the audience, we can take it. Otherwise, we can wrap up. I think people want to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sure. All right, firstly, let's have both of you come together. We'll have a quick photo op. Right in the center, yes, please. But thank you for that candor and thank you for those insights as well. Meanwhile, let me also inform our members of the audience that we have our final 3 set of sessions lined up right now. 2 innovators joining in and one, I would say, artist joining us for the final or the finale session. So that's what's planned. Our final 3 sessions. So let's hold on to that enthusiasm. But that being said, we'll set the stage because it's time to bring on board our next innovator, an MIT professor, inventor, nano-cybernetic biotech lab. In fact, this is where we will explore a lot more about nanotechnology. And this is why we've aptly called it the smallest intervention, but the biggest impact. We have with us Debrina Sarkar. Thank you so much, Debrina, for joining us. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today. So today I'm going to tell you about autonomous and surgery-free implants for brain-computer symbiosis. So what challenge are we addressing here? 3 billion people around the world suffer from different brain diseases and mental illnesses, be it Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, blindness, or depression. The drugs are mostly ineffective and drugs have side effects. While it is known that electrical stimulation of the neurons can create a very promising modality, the current brain implants require a highly invasive surgery that requires creating a hole in the skull and putting a centimeter-scale probe inside the brain that is associated with risks of infection, morbidity, and mortality. And because of the surgery-related risks, as well as $100,000 of surgery costs, such technologies are only limited to less than 1% of the patients. To overcome these challenges, we have built tiny nanoelectronic chips which can travel seamlessly through the body fluids, and they have the capability of autonomously recognizing a target disease region in the brain and self-implant there. And then we wirelessly power these devices to provide precise electrical stimulation of the brain to treat diseases which are even resistant to drugs. So this is not a science fiction anymore. We have already developed this technology over the last 7 years of our research at MIT. This technology required innovations both in the electronic chip design as well as in the bioengineering domain. In the electronic chip design, we have developed wireless subcellular-sized electronic devices with record power conversion efficiency. And in the bioengineering domain, we have enabled this device to autonomously recognize a target region in the brain and self-implant and also cross the blood-brain barrier. We have also shown that these devices are biocompatible and safe. So if you're wondering how small these devices are, imagine a grain of rice. These electronic chips are 1 billion times smaller than that. And I have a video in the next slide. Hopefully the video plays, and that will explain a little bit more about how this technology works. To enable surgery-free brain-computer symbiosis, we have developed nanoelectronics at wafer scale and lifted them off the substrate to create free-floating, subcellular-sized wireless electronic chips with a record power conversion efficiency. Then we have attached these electronic chips with living biological cells to create unique cell electronics hybrids, which fuses the versatility of electronics with the biological prowess of living cells. These hybrids can be placed inside the body with a simple injection in the arms, and they can travel seamlessly through the body fluids without being attacked by the immune system. These hybrids enable the first demonstration of electronics which can even cross the intact blood-brain barrier and autonomously recognize a target disease region in the brain and self-implant there. These electronics provide precise electrical stimulation of the brain, enabling surgery-free brain-computer symbiosis for transcending humans beyond diseases and biological limitations. So now it is possible to have an implant in a precise targeted region in the brain, but with a simple injection in the arms, completely surgery-free. And these electronic devices can coexist and co-live with the brain cells, creating a seamless brain-computer symbiosis. So how does this technology compare with other existing technologies? For example, the brain implant that Neuralink or Elon Musk is pursuing, that requires creating a 1-inch hole in the skull and a very invasive surgery. Compared to that, this technology is completely surgery-free and autonomous recognition capabilities. Also, this is a platform technology, not just confined to the brain itself. Electronic chips that can travel seamlessly through the body fluids, through the bloodstream that reaches for all. We can also have implantables, even for the healthy. This could be used for augmentation of cognition through neuromodulation, or by even increasing the neural density through synthetic electronic neurons. So in our lab, we have applied this technology to many diseases, including brain cancer, Alzheimer's, as well as chronic pain. So with a limited time here, I will talk a little bit about our work in brain cancer. So a while ago, I was talking to a neuro-oncologist. She treats brain cancer in patients. At that time, she told me that she had 12 patients under her care. One of them was even under the age of 10. And she told me that she knew that each one of them, every one of them, are going to die in the next 1 year. This is the status of terminal brain cancers such as glioblastoma or DIPG. These are a death sentence. People die within 12 to 18 months of diagnosis. Surgery does not help, radiation does not help, chemotherapy does not help. We had been collaborating with hospitals such as MGH and Mayo Clinic and have shown that with our bioelectrical therapy, it is possible to completely halt the growth of this brain tumor, which can increase the survival rate to more than 85%. We are very committed to taking this technology to humans as soon as possible. So recently, I have launched a startup called Kahira Technologies. Kahira in Irish means a warrior, specifically a female warrior, because this highlights or it embodies our vision of treating intractable human diseases. It embodies strength with empathy. Also happy to share that we recently closed our seed round of 35 million, which will help us to scale up this technology and start our clinical trials within next 3 years. So to summarize, while existing technologies are only limited to less than 1% of the patients due to the surgery-related risks and $100,000 of surgery costs, by completely eliminating the need for surgery, we plan to break the barriers of age, health risks, and costs, which is currently preventing millions from getting treatment. We envision a future where the life-saving neural technologies will be accessible to all, where an electronic brain implant will be as straightforward as a vaccine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Devlena. Absolutely innovative. And just to be able to see the possibilities, the vast possibilities that innovation can bring upon, it's absolutely magical. Thank you again. I'd like to urge all of you to please connect with Devlena Sarkar as well. With that, let's move forward to our next innovator, who's in fact a neurotechnology entrepreneur. And he's a CEO and co-founder of Origo. We have with us Michael Galeta, who will come over here on stage to tell us as to how to prevent fatigue, to transform mobility, and most importantly, save lives. Another very interesting and a very intriguing session coming your way. So let me please invite on stage Michael Galetta. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michele Galetta, and today I'm here to present Origo. What we do, we are a neurotech company, and we combine brainwaves and AI to give superpowers to people. The first superpower that we want to give to people is to prevent drowsiness and fatigue while they are driving. And we do by combining 3 products. IGO, our brain-computer interface. Go, our mobile application. And Fleets, our web application. So, what about the problem that we want to solve? In USA, up to 25% of road accidents are related to fatigue and drowsiness. But usually, fatigue doesn't only impact on road accidents, have a lot of more consequences for companies. So how does it work? With IGO, we are able to collect EEG, which is like electroencephalogram. We send this data to our mobile application via Bluetooth. And inside our mobile application, we are able to use AI to detect and prevent those events related to drowsiness and fatigue. When we detect those events, what we do is we send visual alerts, sound alerts, and haptic alerts, which are like a vibration on the headband. And the user, the driver, has 2 seconds to respond just by blinking. So just by blinking with their eyes. We are able to understand from the brain signal that the person is awake again, and we stop our intervention with them. So after every driving session, the driver, we get all this data, we aggregate all this data from the fleet, and we are able to understand when and how many possible microslip happen during their driving. So now we are able to measure objectively how much this kind of risk impact in daily operations. I've prepared also a pilot that we have done with a company just to show you which kind of data now is available and how we can tackle down this problem for the transport sector. So, before going there, what is our secret sauce? What is the difference between what we do and what is in the market? What we are able to do by using brain waves, we are able to prevent those events up to minutes before. Because from the brain signals, we are able to detect these early signs of fatigue and drowsiness. And the main difference from the camera-based solution, we don't need to wait that a person has to close their eyes. We have already intervened. And also the other pro on our solution is that we give these insights to fleet manager so they can really tackle down the solution. But let's see a pilot that we have conducted just finished. So what we do is this is brain signal from a user, from a driver. And for example, you cannot see maybe from there, but this is a microslip that we have detected at 11 a.m. in the morning, and it lasted around 1.76 seconds. With 1 second and 1.76 seconds at 60 kilometers per hour, it means that the person has done 30 meters without any understanding and consciousness of the road, which is a huge risk. This one is another event that we were able to collect from this pilot study. It lasts for around 6.22 seconds, and it means over 100 meters without consciousness from like the truck driver. So those pilots are able to give an overview to fleet manager, owner of the companies, about the risk that they are having with their fleet. Those are the number of minutes that we were able to collect during 3 months. And the number of microsleep that we were able to collect in 3 months by using 3 truck drivers were over 34, which is a lot. So by our analysis, we are also able to understand what is the distribution between those events and in which hour they happen. In this case, most of them happened at 7:30 p.m. And also the daily distribution, because once we are able to detect when they happen, we can have an impact on the policies of the company. So by improving the policies, we can take down the risk related to those events that are occurring in the fleet. Usually are like 1 every 4 road accidents happen because of drowsiness. So another, just want to share with you the versatility of the technology that we have created. So as I said at the beginning, drowsiness and fatigue is just one of our use cases that we are using this ecosystem. But brain signals and when combined with AI has a huge potential. Why? Because brain signal is the most important signal that the human being has. So what we are understanding by using our device on the road is a measure understanding how the brain works in a real environment. So stress-related, fatigue, concentration, focus, all these things we are understanding more and more. I see in the future a lot of application coming in this field. And one that we are already creating just for fun is we are controlling lights just with brain signal at the office, just because we can. But in the future, I see this technology revolutionize the world and how people interact with their brain waves in the real world. So thank you for your attention, and yeah, have a fantastic day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Michele. In fact, the presentation truly proves that technology is not replacing human judgment, it's in fact enhancing it. So thank you again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, time for a final makeover to this stage as we come to the finale session right here at the Global Business Summit. And again, another session that we've all been eagerly looking forward to, because this entire summit has been defined by technology, has been defined by strategy and economic ambition, which is why it is essential to also pause and reflect on the human experience. Now, in an age of constant stimulation, anxiety, and digital overload, restorative practices are increasingly going vital. And this fireside conversation explores how music can serve both as art and as therapy. And this is the finale session where we move from innovation to introspection. Now, this particular session is being spearheaded by Amita Vadhwa, Senior News Anchor, Times Network. And ladies and gentlemen, this evening, we have amidst us a torchbearer of a 300-year-old music legacy, a global ambassador of the sitar, a young maestro redefining how the world experiences Indian classical music. Please put your hands together to welcome on stage Rishabh Rikiram Sharma.
I don't think we need any formal introduction for Rishabh, do we? We know him. And if we don't, we have heard him. That is for sure. 100%, 200%, I would say that. And you have a very unique approach. Because when we talk about music, music that has no boundaries, music that touches hearts, music that is healing, you have a very different approach to that. So can you tell us about the initiatives that you have been taking? And in the time, because this global business summit, it's a disruption of decade and a century of change that we are looking at. So what are the changes through music that you're bringing upon, especially for this generation, Rishabh?
Thank you so much for giving me no introduction because I get awkward. Pleasure being here. Thank you so much. So I run this little experience which is called Sitar for Mental Health. We do mindfulness concerts, experiences throughout the world where the focus is around obviously mental health, but also using Indian music, particularly the sitar, which is my voice, to make more noise about mental health, A, and B, amplify the medicinal properties that it has. So the approach was deeply rooted in tradition. If you read about Rag Chikitsa and Raga therapy as what it translates to, I just wanted to bring it to my audiences, people my age, make it more accessible, whilst also making mental health as like a household thing, because I went through my own struggles with mental health, and whenever you find a new medicine, you want to show it to your friends, right? So that's how it started online, where I was like, hey guys, this actually works, because it worked for me when I was combating anxiety and depression. So yeah, that's largely what I do.
So is music the way out? I mean, how do you believe that music touches you internally? Does it touches your mind, body, soul, spiritually even?
Yes, I think music was very instrumental, no pun intended. But I think it was combination of therapy, music, and working out that really helped me get out of that phase that I was in during COVID. But I feel like music has been keeping me and my mental health in check through tough times, or just to get me through the day.
So have you heard of any case studies till now, in a way that you have improved people's lives through your music?
So I've been in chats with, we had a wonderful presentation about brainwaves, where I was super intrigued, like what happens when you listen to a sitar. So there are some ongoing research that we are doing where we are recording brainwaves, ECG reports, and just monitoring them, like what happens when you listen to sitar. So it's still a work in progress. I think it'll still be a couple of years that we can get like real, actual data.
I think we know what happens to us, or mainly the women in the audience there who are appearing to be very starstruck.
That's
what
the thing,
happens
though.
to them when they see you and you say you play the sitar?
That's the thing. Like we receive so many testimonies and so many like personal experiences, like people having emotional releases at the shows, which is wonderful. I also take in account for any feedback that they have. There was some particular thing that we did really helped them. So at our shows, we start with a breathing exercise, then we lead on to the meditation, then we do Alap Jod Jhala, which is Drupad music, very ancient tradition in our culture. And then also some familiar tunes, be it my Bollywood, patriotic themes, some original music. So we've sort of like crafted this set, which is like more like a community experience rather than just being a concert.
So how do you imbibe those traditional values with the current, values and the music there? Because music knows no borders, right?
Absolutely.
And that is how music, transcends into our lives. And this is one, especially through COVID or, areas that have seen a lot of disturbances, even in the current scenario that we're looking at. How do you believe that music helps and bringing tradition together with the new generation?
I think it was about time that people realized like what medicinal properties or how Indian music can be beneficial for mental health, because I think I can only speak for mental health. And I just added a little bit of myself to it, to a rich tradition that has always existed. I'm not the first one to be doing this, but I think music is deeply personal, and when you add a little bit of yourself, that resonates with people much more than anything else.
So tell us about your experience, the moment that you take your seat, the moment that the instrument comes in your hand, the moment you shut your eyes, and the moment that you start playing. What happens with Rishabh?
It's always a familiar surprise that I feel like I've been to this place, but it's like I don't know where it's going to go. And that's the journey that happens in the first half of our shows, because second half is like songs, but the first half is completely improvised. So you'll never see the first half of my show repeated twice, because it's whatever happens in that moment. And that's the magic of our music, that so whatever you feel.
Does that send you or the audience is in a trance?
I think it's a two-way street. Yeah, it's a journey for both of us, because I don't know what I'm going to play.
Will you talk about your upcoming tour? Because I believe that is also going to focus on sitar for mental health. And correct. When does it start? And of course, what will be the areas that you'll be focusing on?
See, unfortunately, last year, because of the India-Pakistan conflict, we had to cancel 5 shows. So this is sort of like a comeback from last year. And we've scaled the tour as well to much larger, more sophisticated places. So again, focus on mental health. We are going to be focusing on breathing, meditation, just taking a pause, because we are so overstimulated all the time that these experiences come like a pause for you. So we're doing a 10-city tour, pan-India. Delhi, Mumbai, already sold out. Thank you so much. But I'm really looking forward to sharing my music with you all again.
So what happens, with your journey associated with music that started off very early, but looking at the current times that we live in, how do you believe that this music that transcends all, time and generation and borders as well, what is that feeling that Rishabh actually goes through, especially when it comes to thinking about certain things like mental health, just because you've gone through the phase yourself? And do you believe that something will also connect with the people on ground or mainly with your audiences?
See, I never claimed to be a therapist or like prescribe it to people that, hey, this is going to help you. I can only speak from like my experiences, how it has helped my mental health. And it's just a thing like, try it if it works for you. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. There are several other coping mechanisms, like for some people, drawing, running, there are different ways people cope with mental health, right? So this is just one of the ways, I think, which is very important.
So is there a favorite piece of music that you would love to play? And which is that you love to play for your audiences?
That's very hard to answer, but one, I believe my music is deeply rooted in devotion. And lately I've been doing devotional music more often. So I think Shiv Kailash is one of my favorite melodies, which is like, sort of calms me down, just like whatever I'm going through, it makes me forget that.
Do you believe that the very concept of concert seems to be changing, in terms of devotional music as well? Because this is a very new concept that we're also looking at, where people, and Gen Zs in particular, seem to be focusing a little more towards, say, devotional songs. and with all the kind of hip-hop music, but anyways, they're still learning. So what do you have to say on that concept?
As I said, it was about time. And don't get me wrong, I'm super hip-hop myself. Like, you know, I listen to Kanye West, Playboy Carti, like all the time. Again, I feel like for what worked for us was just like adding myself to it. And Gen Zs are drinking lesser. They are focusing more on health. So I think this was a natural byproduct.
Some businesses are going down because of that.
Yes, for good, I guess. I think people are just prioritizing their health, and which is a wonderful thing. And I'm really honored and grateful that I get to do this and contribute to the society for better.
Well, if we can't hear you play, can we then hear you sing?
You can come to the shows and hear me play, but
absolutely, we're going to keep the best for the last, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Go on.
Oh, okay. So I mentioned Shiv Kailash, so I'll just hum a couple of lines. Shiv Kailashon ke vasi, dholi dharon ke raja, Shankar Sankat Harna, Tere Kailashon ka ant na paya, Tere Kailashon ka ant na paya, अंत बेअंत तेरी माया ओ भोले बाबा अंत बेअंत तेरी माया. Thank you.
I am still not content. No, that's not enough. That's not enough. Because if you notice, Rishabh had his eyes closed. He was feeling that very moment, right? So let's do that with the audiences. Please keep your phones down. Everything is anyways being recorded. You are watching Rishabh live in person. So let's take this moment. And Rishabh, another one from you where I request the audiences to just calm down, close your eyes and feel the moment and feel Rishabh sing. So let's do that.
I would say, close your eyes, but music is not always calm. It can be 9 different emotions. As I talk about Navras a lot, there are 9 different emotions and sentiments. And we are releasing a song today which is called the Tandavam, which is from my Dubai show, biggest ever Indian music show that happened in Dubai, 15,000 people. And it was such a memorable experience that the energy in the room was so grand and it was so powerful that at the end of the performance, I was on my knees, literally. I was so moved by it.
So a little bit of that similar experience. So requesting all of you, please keep your phones down. Let's savor this moment. Because as I said, we've kept the best for the last. And this is the moment where auto-tune actually goes out of the window because we're going to hear Rishabh sing live. So please savor this moment.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Shiv Shankar, Shiv Shankar, Shiv Shankar, Shiv Shankar, Shiv Shankar, Shiv Shankar, Darasana Kara, Shiv Shankar, Darasana Kara, Shiv Shankar, Darasana Kara Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you.
Did you all feel it? I certainly did. I would need a ticket, please.
Yes. You're a hooker up, yeah.
All right. On that note, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so
We're
much.
going to end this on a musical note, and I hope that you enjoyed it and savored every moment. And what a way to end this night. What a way to end this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, a rousing reception for Rishabh Ricky Ramcha.
Thank you. Happy Mahashivratri to everyone.
Thank you so much, Rishabh, and thank you, Amita. If I could request both of you to come together for a quick photo op. And with that, it's a melodious close to the Global Business Summit 2026. We thank our members of the audience for being spectacular, for being amazing, for joining us as we continue the innovation, as we continue the discussions, and as we continue taking this trajectory forward together. So thank you again, everyone, for being part of the spectacular edition. We can't wait to host you all in our next edition of the Global Business Summit. Thank you once again.